Chapter 51. The main body disappears, and the effort is in vain. Fuck, where is my person? Menlin was confused. What the hell? They are almost rescued? Where is the person? Where is me? Although it may be a bit strange to express it this way, Menlin saw with his own eyes that he was gone. After falling, Jiraiya was thrown out of the sea of a fire by the tongue of the toad sage, and the two toads turned into smoke and dissipated. Jiraiya fell to the ground, very weak. He looked at the empty figure on the giant tree in disbelief. The giant tree was completely motionless and was gradually withering, and fell into deep thought. They also had the same question as Menlin: where is the person? Jiraiya, Kakashi, and Kai, and the Inoshikajo trio saw Menlin disappear out of thin air with their own eyes lost. Space-time ninjutsu? They looked at Menlin's clone, but found that it had disappeared without a trace. Menlin's original body mysteriously disappeared, and Menlin knew who did it with his toes. After thinking about this, Menlin quietly left the scene. To be honest, Menlin wanted Jiraiya to save him. The reason was simple. As long as Jiraiya saved him, Danzo would not be able to do anything to him with this relationship. Jiraiya was almost always traveling outside. After Menlin followed him, he could naturally get rid of the Akatsuki organization. With Jiraiya by his side and his own information, he was not afraid of the revenge of the Akatsuki organization. This was also a disguised way of escaping from the sea of a suffering. Why did Menlin go to such great lengths to attack Danzo in Konoha? It was not for revenge, but for Danzo's secret technique Izanagi. This was a bug-level ultimate eye technique that could interchange reality and dreams. It was called an illusion, but in fact it had already gone beyond the scope of illusion. Performing this technique can convert any negative elements in reality into dreams, while all elements that are beneficial to oneself during the period will be converted into reality. In addition, this move does not require hand seals, or even any prerequisites, just some Sharingan, but the price is to permanently lose the eye that performs the spell. Unless other eyes are transplanted, there is no possibility of regaining sight. In other words, as long as you have this move, Menlin can fake death in public, and then naturally leave the Akatsuki organization. That's right, all of this is to leave the Akatsuki organization. The Akatsuki organization will soon gradually surface from its hidden state, and it will be difficult for Menlin to escape at that time. Menlin was a little disappointed. He was rescued by a FI, and everything was back on track. This is a good thing, but if Jiraiya had rescued him, it would obviously be a closer path. What a pity. But think about it, how could it be so simple? Now I still have a lot of use value to the Akatsuki organization, how could a FI let me fall into Konoha's hands easily? Even if he was no longer useful, he knew a lot of information about the Akatsuki organization. What would happen if he leaked it out? But this guy, A-Fei, saved him at the last moment. He probably wanted to test both Menlin's true strength and Konoha's reserve strength. Menlin, as a shadow clone, tried to remove the shadow clone again after leaving, but he didn't expect that he still failed. Menlin may have analyzed the reason. The reason why he couldn't remove the shadow clone by himself at this time was that the experience earned by Menlin after removing the shadow clone could not be passed to the main body through chakra, so he assumed that he couldn't remove it by himself. Because the rampaging Menlin is actually not his main body, but has become another individual, so naturally he can't receive the chakra of the shadow clone. In the past 3 or 4 years, Menlin has long known that he had gone berserk, and almost every time it happened after he fainted, so he didn't know it himself. Naturally, he didn't know what the reason for the rampage was. Since the main body is still in a rampage state, then the Afei who took Menlin away. Menlin dared not imagine it. The stronger the performance, the more attention it will receive, the greater the value of use, the greater the danger of external factors, and the smaller the danger of internal factors. In general, it is not a good thing. Menlin was thinking, but suddenly he could not move. You run fast. Jiraiya walked in front of Menlan, Kakashi and Might Guy were behind them. Menlan felt bitter. I am just a shadow clone, the main body is gone, there is no need to be relentless, right? Why do you want to assassinate Danzo? Jiraiya asked again. Menlan was silent. Jiraiya said calmly, I really want to ask a very boring question, then change it. Why can you be a shadow clone but still exist when the main body loses consciousness? Jiraiya said, taking off the mask on Menlan's face, with an expression that looked as expected. Also, Kakashi and the others have been chasing your real body for a long time. Why can you, as a shadow clone, persist for so long? There is no need to give the shadow clone so much chakra, right? Let me go and I'll tell you. Since he couldn't escape, Menlan was not polite. Nara! Jiraiya ordered. Might Guy and Kakashi looked very alert when they saw this. Menlan looked back at the Inoshikajo trio and did the same at the same time. Menlan smiled and said, Why are you so nervous? Since I'm just a shadow clone, I won't run away. Jiraiya didn't look nervous at all. He stared at Menlan like a curious baby, show me why you have existed for so long. Menlan shrugged and said, Put your hand here. Jiraiya also did it obediently. Master Jiraiya. Kakashi a little worried. Menlan said helplessly, If you are worried, then you come. I'll come if I can. Kakashi was about to step forward, but was stopped by Jiraiya, use mine. Menlan rolled his eyes at Kakashi, making Kakashi black-lined, and he was furious when he thought of the injury on his shoulder. It was said that he would be fair to Reikari, but who knew that he would cheat and perform illusions, otherwise how could I be injured? Menlan ignored Kakashi and put his hand on Jiraiya's wrist. Oh, that's it. Jiraiya seemed to have discovered a treasure. Menlan stopped when he saw that it was going well and took his hand back. Master Jiraiya, what happened? Kakashi asked. Jiraiya smiled and said, There is a technique in medical ninjutsu that can absorb other people's chakra, but this technique has a limited upper limit, a slow absorption speed, and a low recovery effect. It is mainly used by medical ninjas on the battlefield to protect themselves and recover. But this technique is used on the shadow clone, which has limited chakra and disappears after it is used up. That's interesting. Just a little cleverness. Kakashi was stunned for a moment and pouted. Menlan is now thinking, if the main body does not accept the chakra when it disbands, does it mean that the experience shared by this shadow clone cannot be received by the main body either? If so, wouldn't it be a waste of time? No, we must save the life of the shadow clone first. Brothers, although I am just a shadow clone, can you let me breathe more oxygen for saving my main body so hard just now? I feel I can still save it. Chapter 52 Menlan vs. 3 people from Akatsuki. At the same time, in a mysterious space. It seemed like a void space here, without sky and earth, all was pitch black, like a bottomless abyss. In the void world, there were only some white-grey square pillars, full of coldness and emptiness. On one of the square pillars, Ah-Fei was performing a space transfer, and behind him was Menlan's body, which looked like a corpse. He opened the space port at the gate of Konoha and saved Menlan, and then he needed to perform a space transfer to reach other places. However, at this moment, Ah-Fei suddenly felt a chill on his back, and a cold murderous intent made him immediately jump to another square pillar. Looking back, Menlan was hunched over strangely, as if his arms were hanging listlessly, and he raised his head, and his empty eyes were full of inhuman coldness and indifference. Hostile, is it really the sequelae of Danzo's experiment? Ah-Fei muttered, his voice no longer funny and cowardly, but low in vicissitudes. At this moment, he suddenly found that saplings and tender shoots had grown under Menlan's feet. Come again. Ah-Fei was startled. Just as he was about to cast a spell to spit fire to interrupt Menlan's action, he suddenly stopped making seals. The next moment, he opened a corner of the mask to reveal his mouth, and a mouthful of fire spurted out directly. The sapling next to Menlan suddenly rose from the ground and grew directly into a giant tree, blocking Ah Fei's fireball. After that, the saplings and buds began to grow wildly as if they were injected with chicken blood. Soon, they had completely occupied the square column and there was a trend of continuing to spread. Ah Fei felt a headache. This was not a solution. Although this space was quite large, it was limited after all. Although it looked quite lonely, it was better than a space full of green plants. He had to get Menlan out first. After much effort, Ah Fei finally got Menlan out of the different space. He was ready to knock Menlan out first and then find a way to get him back. Ah Fei, who was outside, was able to use his space-time ninjutsu to penetrate Menlan's attack, so he easily approached Menlan. However, just as he was about to chop Menlan unconscious with a knife, something happened that surprised him. His palm actually went straight through Menlan's neck, exactly the same as his attack that went through him. Ah Fei was stunned. His space-time ninjutsu is more accurately called space-time pupil technique, which is the ability of his Sharingan. He knew that the Sharingan could copy abilities, and even if it could copy bloodline limits, it would make sense sometimes, but this is the Sage Eye, which is not comparable to ordinary bloodline limits. Can this be copied? This is definitely not the ability that Danzo's experiment gave him, but the ability of his Sharingan? Could it be that he also opened the Mangekya? Is this the ability of his Mangekya? Ah Fei was confused, and was extremely surprised at the still sluggish Menlan in front of him. No wonder Konan said before that she could perform her Shikigami dance directly without a medium, and Kakuzu also said that Menlan could perform the same earth grudge as him, but only that time. And I once saw the shape of Uchiha attack as Mangekya. Sharingan from Menlan. It turns out that it's not that Uchiha attack was bewitched by Menlan's eyes, but that Menlan can copy the power of Uchiha attack as Mangekya. Pupils? Is this the god of copying? Menlan can penetrate the attacks from him. He can penetrate Menlan's attack, which is interesting. They can probably be deadlocked for a day. Ah Fei naturally knows his own shortcomings, so he released a shadow clone in his own space, and then when Menlan penetrated his attack, the shadow clone hit the part that Menlan penetrated in the space. But what he didn't expect was that even with such a heavy blow, Menlan didn't faint. This probably let Menlan know that he would severely punish Ah Fei. He was already fainted, how could he faint again? Just when Ah Fei was at a loss, he suddenly heard a teasing sneer. I thought there would be a good show to watch, but now it seems that someone has violated the organization's regulations. Ah Fei looked back and saw the two men, one tall and one short, wearing bamboo hats and Akatsuki uniforms, and he was almost excited to tears. These two people came at the right time. Itaka-senpai, Kisame-senpai, Menlan-senpai is out of control, what should we do? Ah Fei resumed his sharp and funny tone. Run away. Uchiha Itaka lifted his hat slightly, but his pupil shrank, would release. What happened? Uchiha Itaka frowned and questioned. Ah Fei dodged the attack of the vines and said hurriedly, Senior Menlan fought with the ninjas of Konoha village, and then ran away. I finally took him out, but he even attacked me. Ah Fei seemed to be complaining. Kisame laughed strangely, that's good, you can go to the leader and complain about this kid. Fought with the ninjas of Konoha. Uchiha Itaka's face was a little solemn, and a trace of coldness flashed in his eyes, and then he slowly opened the Mangekya. Tsukuyomi. For the runaway Menlan, Uchiha Itaka directly performed his strongest illusion. However, Menlan still drooped there, his eyes were empty and lifeless, as if he was immune to Uchiha Itaka's illusion. Uchiha Itaka's face changed slightly, and he immediately looked at Kisame, don't let him embarrass himself, knock him out and bring him back to the organization. Okay. Kisame agreed, and then he formed seals with both hands, and a water-style, water-same bullet technique was launched at Menlan. Menlan raised a wooden shield to block it, but it was actually a water. Same bullet returned to Kisame. Kisame blocked it with a water formation wall, and his face was surprised. This kid. Kisame, don't waste time. Uchiha Itachi ordered. Kisame nodded, thought about it, and formed seals again. Water style, big explosion water wave. Kisame spit out a huge stream, which turned into a waterfall, and soon formed a lake, and it was the kind of oval lake supported in the air. There was almost no room for resistance, and Menlan's figure was directly submerged in it. The vines pulled Menlan and fled frantically, trying to escape the waters, but at this moment, Kisame formed a seal again. Water escape, water prison technique. The huge lake on the ground instantly formed a huge water prison, leaving Menlan with nowhere to retreat and suffocating in the waters. The vines emerged from the ground under Kisame's feet, trying to save the main body by interfering with the caster, but Kisame was especially good at it, and cut the vines clean in a few strokes. Under suffocation, Menlan, who was powerless to save the situation, finally gave up resistance. All the vines quickly withered and disappeared, and Menlan collapsed in the water. Kisame. Uchiha Itachi stopped Kisame from suffocating Menlan. Yes, yes. Kisame pouted helplessly and immediately released Menlan. Menlan lay on the ground wet all over, not to mention how embarrassed he was. He went into shock due to intense suffocation, which was a second fainting. He was like a dead fish, and finally stopped struggling. Seeing this, Fei finally breathed a sigh of relief. Let's go, the meeting is about to start. Carrying Menlan, Fei followed Uchiha Itachi and Kisame on the road together. Chapter 53 The Value of Menlan's Shadow Clone. On the other hand, the shadow clone of Menlan in Konoha was in a miserable situation. Now he has no way to remove the shadow clone by himself. If it is broken by external force, the experience gained will be almost wasted. So he must ensure that this shadow clone lives until the main body regains consciousness. Jiraiya didn't know about this, and in order to get more information from this shadow clone, they went through a lot of trouble to send the shadow clone to the medical department. The self-removal of the shadow clone is not something that can be done with a thought. In addition to the external force elements and the main body elements, it must be removed by hand seals. At first, Jiraiya and his friends thought it was just a shadow clone and didn't take it too seriously. Later, Nara Shikaku, Shikamaru's father, gave Jiraiya a bad idea. Since the original body has disappeared and this shadow clone is fearless, it would be better to give him a continuous supply of chakra, and use shadow binding techniques or other means to prevent him from removing the shadow clone by himself, so as to indirectly use his surplus value. What is the surplus value of Menlan? Being an experimental subject. In their minds, Menlan has only intelligence value, except that he is of Uchiha blood and has done the wood release experiment. The intelligence here is not about the Akatsuki organization. They don't a Euro trademark T know much about this organization so far, and they don't a Euro trademark T think of Menlan in other places. His identity is too pure in these Pipa Ia Euro trademark S minds. He is just an orphan of the Uchiha clan. After suffering inhuman torture, he finally escaped and came back for revenge. Ida Euro trademark S simple and clear. But Konoha is not something you can enter if you want to. These people naturally don't a Euro trademark T think of him and the Hidden Rain village together, but it is most likely that he came in during the Konoha exam. Later, how did he hide in Konoha village for so long? There is only one answer: he has a full understanding of the roots. Kakashiya Euro trademark S words made them more certain of this guess. Kakashi is a smart man. From the beginning, he felt that there was something wrong with the two roots he had captured in the arena before, but the two were calm for a month, but the calmer, the more weird it was. Until the war broke out later. When Kakashi returned to the detention room, all the captured roots were still there, only these two disappeared. In addition, Menlan suddenly appeared to assassinate Danzo, so it is natural to think of the two roots. Menlan disappeared mysteriously just now, and it seems that he was rescued by his companions, and the two people just happened to match. But if his companions have such superb space-time ninjutsu, all the previous inferences can at least be overturned, but it is also undeniable that Menlan knows the roots. So it is feasible to get information about Konoha's most mysterious roots from Menlan. Jiraiya has lived in Konoha for so many years, and Kakashi even joined the route before. Even so, they only know a little about this mysterious department, and from their experimental subjects, they will definitely gain something, at least they can see a lot of dark sides. Danzo is very unpleasant. Almost everyone who knows him in Konoha hates him. After all, he is the darkness of Konoha, but they can't do anything about him. Now that the third Hokage has died, and Danzo failed to run for Hokage, the route will definitely be more restrained. It is unlikely to uproot them, after all, the route has made some contributions to Konoha. But suppression is still possible, at least in the next debate, we can use some things as a breakthrough to poke their soft spots. Of course, the value of Menlan is far more than that. What is the power behind him? If you want to check Menlan's identity, you can find it out quickly. Why can a child who has not graduated from a ninja school become such a strong man in just 4 or 5 years? Is it just because of the experiment of the root? There is also his companion who is proficient in time and space ninjutsu. There is no such person even in Konoha. He can perform the spell under Jiraiya's nose without being discovered. Only the golden flash of the 4th generation Hokage can be compared. The power behind such a person is definitely not simple. In the end, Menlan is not seeking revenge on Konoha, but on Danzo, but the power behind him supports him to do so and arranges a companion who is proficient in time and space ninjutsu as a backup. This shows that this force has an unfriendly attitude towards Konoha in the first place. In the ninja world, either a friend or an enemy, there is no such thing as neutrality. So this force is also a hidden danger to Konoha. This inference is enough to verify the importance of intelligence in the ninja world war. It has been mentioned before that whether it is war or battle, it is all about intelligence. Test each other, obtain each other's intelligence, and then use your own strengths to attack the other's weaknesses. The battle between the third Hokage and Orochimaru is a living example. The two tried to test each other for a long time, but the victory or defeat was often decided in an instant. After regaining control of Menlan, Jiraiya began to ask Menlan about what the root had done to him. After all, this was a process of exposing someone's scars, which made Jiraiya feel embarrassed. He was embarrassed, and Menlan was even more embarrassed. Because the root actually did not do anything too extreme to Menlan. In that half a year or so, these roots just came to take Menlan's blood frequently, and rarely did anything extreme to Menlan. At that time, he was just living in the atmosphere of fear he created. In other words, he scared himself. What a relief, he scared himself and even scared out 3 Megatama. Jiraiya thought that the silent Menlan was afraid of Danzo and the root or some other concerns. He even dared to assassinate, so why wouldn't he dare to talk about intelligence? Jiraiya immediately thought that he needed to use a policy of appeasement first, knowing that he would not hurt him and would give him justice, so he sent Menlan to the medical department. Konoha, where the war had just happened, naturally had many wounded in the medical department, so when Jiraiya and his men were intact when Menlan was sent to the hospital, the entire medical department was stunned. If it weren't for Jiraiya's fame, they would have kicked them out. After learning that Menlan was just a shadow clone, the medical department was even more confused and completely bewildered. What is this collective madness? Jiraiya is unruly and weird, and some crazy things are still acceptable, but what about the Inoshikajo trio and the elite Jonin Kakashi and Kai? However, the medical department is always a subordinate and needs to accept the arrangements of the superiors, not to mention facing Jiraiya who is likely to take over as the next Hokage. So they quickly accepted this special patient. As for what needs to be done, it's very simple. Just give him a steady supply of chakra to keep him from dissipating due to chakra depletion. Menlan may have guessed what these people want to do. If he was a little moved by Jiraiya and his team risking their lives to save him before, now he dares not move or speak. Menlan may not be a real person now, but these people are definitely real dogs. They didn't even let go of a shadow clone? Chapter 54, Return to Yuyan Village. Your name. When Menlan woke up, he sat up subconsciously. A crisp scream made Menlan recover, and what he saw was the iron-walled room that had almost faded in his memory. Turning back slightly, a purple-haired girl caught Menlan's eye. Are you awake? The girl stepped forward and pressed Menlan's shoulders, slowly pressing him on the bed. The action seemed to be somewhat skillful, and she said with some anger, I haven't seen you for a few years, how come you are still so energetic? Menlan was still a little dazed, and the girl said again, either you don't come, or you come lying down, you are really good. Is this Yuyan Village? Menlan finally remembered who this girl was. After all, it has been 4 or 5 years, and the girl has grown into a big girl. The girl is still dressed in the original outfit, but there is a forehead protector from the Hidden Rain Village on her forehead. The girl said unhappily, if it's not the Hidden Rain Village, where else can it be? No, a euro. Menlan looked at the bowl of unknown liquid that the girl brought in front of him, and the corners of his mouth began to twitch. It was really a familiar taste. Are you a professional who takes care of patients? Menlan chose to ignore the bowl of unknown liquid and changed the subject. Why is it you who comes here every time? Why? You are still not happy, right? The girl kept pushing the bowl in front of Menlan. Drink it quickly. Menlan knew that he couldn't avoid it, so he picked up the bowl with some effort and drank it all in one gulp. Don't say it, although this thing doesn't look good, it tastes good. Last time, because I didn't pay any attention when I drank it, I didn't taste anything at all. That's good. Seeing Menlan wolfing down the food, the girl reached out and touched Menlan's head, saying lovingly, drink slowly, no one is competing with you. Menlan felt that the girl looked like she was touching a puppy, and immediately frowned and asked, what are you doing? The girl said, won't you feel comfortable like this? No. Menlan said decisively. The girl raised her head and said in confusion, no, when I touch my kitten like this, it will be very happy and comfortable. Cat? Menlan was speechless, but what was more surprising was that there were people who kept cats in a place like the Hidden Rain Village. What surprised Menlan the most was that the girl was still touching Menlan's head. Didn't I say that I didn't like doing this just now? Wasn't my hint too obvious? You became a ninja. Menlan changed the subject again, and moved his head to the side intentionally or unintentionally. The girl really took back her hand, then raised her forehead protector and said proudly, I have been a genin for 2 years, and I have completed countless D-level missions during this period. Isn't it amazing? Menlan was ashamed. The so-called D-level mission in Konoha village is just looking for cats and dogs. In Yuyan village, is it going to the sea to catch fish? However, for such a pure and kind girl to become a ninja, she seemed very happy, but this was not something that made Menlan happy. He would rather the girl just take care of patients forever and live an ordinary life. It's a pity that I didn't complete a few sea missions, so I didn't participate in the Chunin exam some time ago, but it's okay, I will definitely go next year. The girl said to herself. So it's also a mission for you to come here to take care of me? Menlan suddenly said sourly. The girl nodded and said, of course, otherwise I wouldn't bother to come and take care of you. Menlan pouted, looking unhappy, but suddenly said, why did you take care of me when you weren't a ninja yet a few years ago? The girl was stunned, frowned and thought for a while, and said, last time, I was just helping out and accumulating mission experience. That's right, that's it. Menlan stared at the girl, staring at her until her face turned red, and said, okay, I admit that I saw that's why you volunteered to come here. Haha. Menlan laughed, "Why did you come here when you saw me?" The girl was a little flustered, but she said, "You disappeared for a few years, I thought you died outside, can't I come to see you?" Looking at Menlan's cute appearance, Menlan laughed so happily. Thinking carefully, he hasn't been so happy for a long time. What pure happiness! Don't laugh, if you laugh again, I'll ask my cat to bite you. The girl threatened with a red face. Could this girl like me? Menlan thought narcissistically. The Uchiha clan's bloodline is not in vain. Look at Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Sasuke. They are all handsome guys. Even if Menlan is not as handsome as them, he is definitely a handsome man. Since he is handsome, he must be very popular with girls. Look at Sasuke, he has so many fans. This does not mean that these girls are superficial and only pay attention to appearance but not inner qualities. But being handsome gives people a good first impression. Everyone likes beautiful things. It's human nature. This is understandable. Menlan's previous life was not very pleasing to the eye. Although he had no bad habits and many specialties, no girls liked him, so he became a otaku. What specialties? Well, long legs. By the way, I haven't asked your name for such a long time. My name is Menlan. What's your name? Menlan asked. The girl snorted and put her hands on her hips and said, "Now you know to ask my name? I won't tell you." Yo, still arrogant. I like it. Sorry, my fault. Menlan doesn't know how to flirt with girls, but he can still coax girls. The girl was unreasonable. "Humph, I won't tell you. I've apologized, what else do you want me to do?" Menlan was a little helpless. "Guess, I'll tell you if you guess right." The girl smiled cunningly. "Why do girls in this world like to do this?" Menlan said speechlessly, "Then I guess." "Guess? I guess your name is Chunyua." Menlan pretended to think. The girl pouted and said, "So vulgar, this can be the name of my cat." Hey? Menlan was not quite used to this answer. Because in his previous life, when girls asked him to guess their names, he said this, and those girls all said silly with disgust and left. This girl surprised Menlan. Then why not just not guess? People have asked you to guess, how can you continue if you don't guess? This is Menlan's idea. Then call her Shifen. Menlan continued. Why does this name sound a bit strange? Why is it strange? Menlan explained seriously, Shu is the shoe of a lady, and Fen is the fen of fragrance. What a beautiful name, just right for you. Well, it really suits me, but I don't want this name. The girl laughed happily. Menlan sighed and said, since you can't guess it, I will call you Shifen in the future, okay, Shifen. Ah? Why is that? The girl scolded, but suddenly her eyes turned and said, if you tell me what you have been doing outside in the past few years, I will tell you my name. Menlan pondered and said, a few years ago, I was appointed as an angel assistant by the little Angel Lord. You know that every country and every village needs diplomacy, so I have been running back and forth to do diplomacy in the past few years, that's it. That should be very hard. The girl said with concern. It's okay, but sometimes you will encounter danger on the road. You see, I encountered a robber on the road now, and then it became like this. So dangerous. The girl was silent for a while and said, sure enough, the price of freedom is very high. Generally, a low-level ninja like me rarely has the opportunity to go outside. Sometimes I also yearn for the sky outside. I heard that the sky is a little bluer than ours, but listening to you say, yes, the sky outside is not much bluer than ours. Menlan seemed to have some feelings. Chapter 55 Goodbye Zionin, organize a meeting. Ah! The girl said she didn't understand. Menlan was about to explain, but there was a knock on the door. The girl got up to open the door, and there stood a rain ninja outside. "Is Lord Menlin awake?" the ninja asked. "What's the matter?" Menlin asked without turning his head. The ninja said respectfully, "Lord Menlin, the angel wants to see you." "Okay." Menlin stood up with the help of the girl, but suddenly found that his legs were wrapped in bandages, and he was stunned for a moment. The girl quickly pushed the wheelchair over, and then sat on the wheelchair with the help of the ninja, and Menlin covered his face the whole time. "What's wrong with my legs?" "What? No consciousness. It's over, is it useless?" The girl pushed Menlin and followed the ninja to leave, but this time it was not Menlin who went up the stairs by himself, but the ninja directly carried Menlin's wheelchair. During this period, Menlin still hadn't recovered. "Menlin, how are you?" Seeing that Menlin's face was a little wrong, the girl asked with concern. Hearing this, the ninja hurriedly scolded, "You can call Mr. Menlin's name." The girl was startled, and Menlin also recovered at the same time. "How can you talk?" The ninja apologized hurriedly. Seeing the girl's pale face, Menlin hurriedly comforted her, "It's okay, you can shout whatever you want, don't worry about anything else." The girl raised her drooping head and looked at Menlin, but suddenly curled her lips and said, "Liar." "Ah!" Menlin was confused, but the girl suddenly turned around and left. "Hey!" Menlin called, and the girl didn't turn her head back. "Sir? Do you want it?" the ninja asked. "What do you want?" "It's all yours," Menlan said unhappily. The ninja lowered his head with some grievance. "Forget it, let's go to Sister Zionin first." "Why are you still standing there? Let's go." "Sir Angel, Sir Menlan is here." The ninja pushed Menlan into the door and closed it and went out. Menlan looked at the familiar figure standing at the window and said, "Sister Zionin, is there anything?" "No big deal, the organization meeting will start soon." "Oh, where's Afei?" Menlan asked. "Recently, Scorpion has encountered some troubles, Afei went to help," Zionin said. Menlan muttered, looking for Deidara again. Konan turned around and walked to Menlan's side, pushing his wheelchair to the window, and asked, "Are you okay?" "It's okay." Menlan pondered, "But what's wrong with my leg?" Menlan knew that he would go berserk, so he was not surprised, but he still had to care about the specific details. He couldn't die inexplicably, right? Konan replied, severely corroded, "I guess I won't be able to walk for a while." "It's okay as long as I can still walk." Menlan frowned, severely corroded? It seemed that he was indeed summoned into the stomach of the toad by Jiraiya, and then he didn't remember anything after that. This trip to Konoha was really a loss, not only did he get nothing, but he also lost his leg. But it's good this way, I can rest for a while. Wait, Jiraiya? According to what they said, he would have serious violent tendencies when he went berserk. Would this cause a feud with Jiraiya? Besides, if Konoha goes berserk, then Konoha will probably be in a mess. In this case, it's good that Jiraiya didn't kill me. How did I get out? Did Afei save me? Menlan asked. Konan nodded, he left without saying anything in detail. Menlan nodded. Afei sometimes has space ninjutsu, but it may not be so easy to save me under Jiraiya. I have to thank him when I meet him later, but why didn't he save me in advance? Must he be dying? Is it another test? Menlan's slight feeling of being touched disappeared instantly. When I learned that you and Afei didn't come back with the village's genin, I knew that you would definitely get into trouble. Konan continued softly. Menlan was quite embarrassed, because Konan had always warned him to stay calm before. What happened? Menlan was silent. You still couldn't help it, right? Konan's voice was soft, not questioning. Menlan laughed awkwardly and fell silent again. Konoha is full of hidden talents, and we are not able to compete with it now. We need to wait for the right time. You are too impulsive. Zionen's tone did not blame her, but was gentle as if she was comforting the elder sister next door. It's okay, I'm back now anyway. Menlan laughed. You are just lucky this time. Zionen did not continue to talk, but turned to say, there is no urgent task next. You should recover in Yuyan village. Fei will be sent to other groups for the time being. Menlan nodded, I will follow your arrangement. The meeting is about to start. Zionen said suddenly. Menlan subconsciously looked at his fingers when he heard this, and suddenly found that his ring was missing. Where is my ring? Menlan was shocked. He knew the importance of this ring. If he lost it, he would be finished. Zionen said, the ring was taken away by Fei. You just need to take good care of yourself during this period. You don't need to attend other organizational meetings. Menlan breathed a sigh of relief, then how can I attend this meeting? Zionen pushed Menlan's wheelchair into a dimly lit room. Menlan's vision was pitch black, I just felt like I was moving downwards like in an elevator. After the movement stopped, Menlan's wheelchair was pushed again, and a glimmer of light came from the front, as if it was the exit. Then Menlan's vision suddenly became clear. Although it was still a little dim, he could still see clearly. In front of Menlan was a pair of huge open palms. Except for one finger, there was a black shadow standing on each finger whose outline could only be seen. Menlan looked around and found that the exit where he was located was on the tongue of a stone statue that looked like the head of a huge monster, which was exactly the same as the monster-like building next to the Angel Office building. Senior, you are awake. A sharp cry attracted Menlan's attention. Menlan saw a black shadow waving at him. Fei, I heard from Sister Zionen that you saved me from Konoha, right? Menlan smiled. Fei was a little embarrassed, I just brought you out. To be precise, Senior was saved by Senior Kisame. Oh. Menlan frowned. Would Kisame save me? It's good that he didn't kill me. Besides, Kisame went to Konoha? Didn't he and Uchiha Itaka go to Konoha later? Time passed so quickly. You don't have to thank me, you should thank Mr. Itaki. A tall black shadow laughed strangely. Menlan said solemnly, I am a straightforward person. I say what I want to say, I will repay my grudges and thank you for my kindness. No matter what you say, I will remember your kindness. And Fei, I will give you my ring for a while, just as a thank you gift. Kisame laughed strangely and didn't say anything, but Fei said bitterly, is this a thank you gift? Besides, this is the organization. Why are you not happy? Menlan interrupted Fei. Of course. I am happy too, Senior is really nice to me. Chapter 56 Konoha Intelligence, Itaka's Plan. Okay. A low voice from Pain sounded, and everyone was silent, waiting for the leader to speak. Pain then said, the purpose of this meeting is to confirm Konoha's affairs. I heard that the third Hokage of Konoha village died. Menlan and Afei just came back from Konoha. You can tell me the details. I know this, I'll tell you. Afei jumped out immediately. Shut up. Pain interrupted Afei with a deep shout, and then said, Menlan, you tell me. Senior just woke up, and his body hasn't recovered yet, otherwise. Afei probably participated in a virtual meeting for the first time, and he was a little emotional, so he naturally wanted to speak actively. Okay Afei, let me tell you. Menlan interrupted Afei again. Afei said dejectedly. Menlan said, during the finals of the Konoha Chunin exam, Orochimaru invaded Konoha and launched an attack on Konoha in cooperation with the Sand Village. The third Hokage died in the battle, and the fourth Kazekage was disguised by Orochimaru, who may have also died. Konoha Village and Sand Village were both injured. In addition, Konoha also had some internal conflicts. Shimura Danzo of the Konoha route failed to run for Hokage, and the next Hokage will most likely fall on Jiraiya, one of the three ninjas. Menlin just finished speaking, but felt the wheelchair move. He turned around and looked at Konan, but couldn't see why. So that stink bug got the better of him. Scorpion said coldly. He hated Orochimaru. Scorpion had been poisoned by Orochimaru before, and in the past 3 or 4 years, he began to transform himself and was immune to all poisons. Menlin knew this. Menlin shook his head and said, "That's not the case." Orochimaru's hands were sealed by the third Hokage using a sealing technique. His vitality was seriously damaged and he will definitely not be able to recover in a short time. Humph, fortunately he didn't die. I want to make him into my work of art. Scorpion snorted coldly. Menlin, how do you know about the information about the fourth Hokage's legacy? Pain continued. Menlin was stunned when he heard this. What legacy? Konan whispered behind him, he is talking about Konoha's Jinchuriki. Menlin was even more confused. Has the Akatsuki organization started to prepare to collect Jinchuriki now? He glanced at Afei and said lightly, I met him once, it was a child. Child? Pain said, if he has no ability to resist, why don't you consider kidnapping him? Menlin was even more confused. Didn't he only say to collect Konoha's information when he left? Did I get it wrong? Or didn't I listen carefully? Menlin said immediately, Jiraiya is in the village. It is not easy to kidnap the child. I think you are only thinking about revenge, right? Kisame sneered. Considering that he saved his life, Menlin did not speak. Afei said, Senior is right. The child is not that simple. It is not as powerless as the leader said. Senior was careless for a moment and almost lost his opponent. It is not that easy to kidnap him. What do you mean I almost lost my opponent? Menlin glared at Afei. Fly. Kisame laughed strangely, how powerful can a child be? Oh? You can go and try. Menlin sneered. Okay, I was just about to talk about this. Pain interrupted, Menlin has already told you the information about Konoha in detail. As for the Jinchuriki, the time is not yet ripe, so we'll talk about it later. As for Itaka's desire to go there to get information, let's talk about it later. Do you have any objections? Menlin suddenly realized that the two had not yet gone to Konoha. They wanted to go, but after his interference, the information about Konoha was already very clear, and they had no reason to go again. Itaki and Kisame's duo going to Konoha was the highlight of the original work. After all, it was the first time that the Akatsuki organization surfaced. Now that they suddenly stopped going, there would be no impact, right? For example, nothing would happen to Uchiha Sasuke, right? Menlin didn't want to change the track of history, because once it was changed, it would develop in an uncontrollable direction, and it might be worse than the current situation. Besides, it is not necessarily a bad thing for Konoha that Uchiha Itaka goes to Konoha. Menlin felt that he had to say something to change Pain's decision. But at this moment, Zionin suddenly said, Pain, recently we received a mercenary mission from the Sand Village from the outside line. They may have lost the war and the Wind Shadow died, and they don't want to waste too much national strength, so they asked us to go to Konoha. You don't need to do anything, just let Konoha be more obedient. The so-called outside line is a mercenary organization created by the intelligence network of the Akatsuki organization to accept tasks similar to bounties or commissions issued by major countries. Because of the sensitivity of the Akatsuki organization, it is currently only wandering between small countries and is still a mysterious existence among major countries, but they don't want to let go of the big countries, so they established a fictitious mercenary organization, which can get generous rewards without exposing their identities. What do you mean? Asked Pain. Zionin explained, according to Menlin, although the war in Konoha is a lose-lose situation, the Sand Village is in a bad environment and the treasury is empty. After that, they have to sign a settlement agreement with Konoha. If the agreement is too overbearing, it will be worse for the Sand Village. So they issued a commission order, hoping to let an intermediate force intervene to achieve the purpose of making a show of force. How about the reward? Sure enough, the current Akatsuki organization is still relatively poor. They have to take any mission to support their families. Add to that the bounty that Kakuzu has earned diligently over the years. Where did all this money go in the end? This is something you have to ask Zionin. Zionin said, if you don't count the bounty, it's equivalent to our annual mission volume. Pain pondered for a moment and said, the situation in Konoha has been roughly understood by Menlan. If it's just to make a show of force, you can go there and bring back Konoha's Jinchuriki by the way. But won't this expose your identity? After all, we have never appeared in the sight of these big countries. Zionin said. This is what Menlan wanted to ask. It's just 1 year's mission. There's no need to risk yourself. Wait, how many missions are there in 1 year? Menlan thought about the missions he had done in the past few years, and suddenly felt that the bounty from Sand Village might be so generous that he couldn't imagine it. Instead of hiring mercenaries to threaten Konoha, it's better to give it directly to Konoha? It's a waste of time. It must be another bad idea of a those elders. When the leader dies, 1 or 2 will jump out to feel superior. Pain said, it doesn't matter. If it's just one time, it won't be so easy to be targeted. Besides, we have been present in the turmoil between small countries in recent years. These big countries can't have failed to notice it. This time can also be used as an opportunity to show the majesty of our Akatsuki. Okay. Zionin nodded. Then this mission should be handed over to Itaki and Kisame. Itaki is very familiar with the terrain and formations of Konoha, so it shouldn't be a problem to sneak in. Any objections? Pain continued. No one spoke. Finally, I announce that Menlan will temporarily withdraw from the organization's activities due to health reasons. Everything will be handed over to Afei. The meeting ends here. After saying that, Pain disappeared. Senior, take good care of yourself. I'll come back to see you in a while. Afei said. Menlan said unhappily, forget it, just hang out outside and don't come back to disturb me. Senior, look at you. Sister Zionin, let's go. Chapter 57 The discussion of the strength and weakness of Jiraiya and Itaki. By the window, Menlan sat in a wheelchair and looked at the continuous drizzle outside. For some reason, he felt relieved. This feeling made Menlan feel a little inexplicable. Is it because there is no need to commit murder in the next few months? It seems that I can't be a bad guy after all. Menlan smiled subconsciously, turned around and found that Zionin was not there, and breathed a sigh of relief. Why haven't you come yet? Looking back, this might be the first time in the past few years that Menlan has enjoyed the quietness so much. If there is a cup, tea is good. Drink tea and enjoy the rain, but the color is not very pleasing. Bored, Menlan finally opened the system interface to see the gains and losses of this trip. He still vaguely remembered that he had used wood release before he lost consciousness. What a pity, such a good trick was used up like this. Looking at the column that has been used, there is indeed the name of Wood Releasea Tree World Birth. There are almost all the water releases of the second generation Hokage, which have been used up. These are really disposable, and it is difficult to replenish them after use, but the ninjutsu of the third generation Hokage has been preserved. It is worth mentioning that a phase time and space ninjutsu has been used recently, but it has been replenished. Menlan doesn't know what happened during this period, but it may not be a good thing. Here, let me explain that the names of some ninjutsu are displayed in the system, but some are not displayed. I don't know why. Is it because the caster didn't say the name? The first generation Hokage didn't seem to say the name of wood release, but it is also displayed here. Menlan usually doesn't think about things that he can't figure out. What a pity, he just didn't get the one that looked the best. So it seems that this trip to Konoha was completely in vain, and a lot of inventory was consumed. The only gain may be that he can learn some ninjutsu. Yes, the kind that can be used forever. In this regard, he is not as good as Kakashi. Kakashi is a genius. He basically learned the copied ninjutsu instantly, so he can do whatever he wants, but he can't. Menlin has Uchiha blood and is born with fire attribute chakra. His own chakra is lightning attribute, which is very similar to Sasuke in attribute. So as long as it is copied, he has chakra attribute ninjutsu, he needs to learn it after birth before he can use it without limit. The others are just experience cards. For example, the Great Fireball of Fire style and the Reikari of Lightning style, it is estimated that Reikari will be a little difficult to learn. But Chidori is not so difficult to learn. Other recently copied skills include Water style, Water Shark Bullet Technique, Water style, Great Explosion Water Wave and Water style, Water Prison Technique. These are probably the skills that Kisame used when he saved himself, and then copied by the rampaging self. In addition, Itaku's Tsukuyomi was also supplemented, which was an unexpected gain for Menlin. Afterwards, Menlin saw the section that made him very careful. If he was not sitting in a wheelchair now, he would probably jump up with excitement. The Yellow Spring Swamp of Earth style, the Great Flame Bomb of Fire style, and the Raise Nan, but these are all small dishes. The most important thing is that there are also fairy skills. Fairy Technique, Hair Needle 1000 Books, Fairy Technique, Gomen, abridged version, and Fairy Technique, Super Large Ball Raise Nan. What does this abridged version mean? Menlin was a little speechless. In addition, these fairy skills are displayed in dark colors, just like the unlearned in the game skills. But unlearned skills will not be displayed here. Menlin clicked in to check it out, and was immediately disappointed. I haven't learned the fairy arts, and I don't have fairy arts chakra, so I can't use it for the time being. Do I need to learn fairy arts to use these moves? Fairy arts sound good, but where can I learn them? In the world of Naruto, fairy arts must be learned from summoned beasts, and they must be the kind of summoned beasts that live in another world. These summoned beasts almost all use fairy arts chakra, and the other world where they live is probably the fairy world. But the key is Menlin doesn't have a summoned beast. Menlin felt very miserable. Forget it, let's talk about it later when there is a chance. It doesn't matter if these moves are not bad. Does it look good? With a soft call, Menlin turned around, and Zionin came. Menlin turned his head and continued to look out the window. It's okay, are you done? Although he said so, Menlin was quietly closing the system interface that Zionin couldn't see. This time, the so-called emergency contact did not pop up again when it was closed, and Menlin did not care too much. Well, if you feel bored during the recuperation period, you can consider helping me handle government affairs. Zionin continued. Lie down for a few months first. Menlin stretched his waist. A man and a woman, one sitting and the other standing, just looked out the window and stopped talking. When Menlin was a little bored and wanted to go back, Zionin suddenly said, although your assassination was not successful, do you feel better? How can you feel good if you didn't succeed? Menlin smiled bitterly. At least this makes you vent, right? Forget it, let's not talk about it. Uchiha Itachi and Kisame have already gone to Konoha. Menlin asked. They left after sending you to the Hidden Rain village. They originally proposed to go to Konoha, so they were on standby nearby very early. It was true. Menlin sneered, Jiraiya is in Konoha, I'm just afraid that they are not rival. When Zionin heard Jiraiya's name, his expression suddenly became complicated, but it was fleeting, and he said softly, this trip is mainly to keep a low profile, and you may not meet Jiraiya. With the strength of the two of them, even if they can't beat him, they can leave easily. Euro. Who is stronger between Jiraiya and Uchiha Itachi has always been a fruitless proposition in Menlin Euro trademark's previous life. The two have never really fought each other, so we can only compare and guess based on data and records. People who stand on Uchiha Itachi Euro trademark's side believe that Uchiha Itachi has Amaterasu Tsukuyomi, Susanoo, and 2 great artifacts, and is the original author Euro trademark's biological son. Jiraiya may not even be able to break Uchiha Itachi Euro trademark's defense. Even if Uchiha Itachi is seriously ill, Jiraiya is not his opponent. People who stand on Jiraiya Euro trademark's side believe that Jiraiya is immune to illusions, while Uchiha Itachi Euro trademark's Amaterasu has never burned anyone to death. Although Susanoo is one of the strongest defenses, it is not impossible to break it. The fight between the two is a protracted war after all. Uchiha Itachi is seriously ill and naturally cannot last too long, and Jiraiya is much more shrewd than Uchiha Itachi. Some people also say that Uchiha Itachi killed Orochimaru in 1 second after seeing him. As the 3 ninjas of Konoha, even if he couldn't kill Jiraiya in 1 second, he would have no problem defeating him. Some people also say that it's not right to say that. The natural enemy of snakes is Itachi, and Orochimaru symbolizes the Yamata no Orokai of a certain island country. The prototype of Uchiha Itachi is the hero Susanoo of a certain island country. In this story, Susanoo became a hero by killing the Yamata no Orokai. So these 2 characters have a relationship of mutual promotion and mutual restraint. One of the purposes of creating the character of Uchiha Itachi is to kill Orochimaru. But Jiraiya is different. If the Susanoo symbolized by Uchiha Itachi is the protagonist of a story, then the prototype of Jiraiya is also the protagonist of another story. Uchiha Itachi is a hero, so Jiraiya is a hero. This is even more incomparable. It's like comparing Luffy in One Piece with Naruto in Naruto. They are both protagonists. How do you compare them? Both sides held their own opinions and refused to give in, so in the end, nothing came of it. Speaking of battle records, Jiraiya's most famous battle record was the battle with 6 Paths Pain. Although he was defeated and died in the end, he also showed super strength without intelligence, and there were many elements that paved the way for the protagonist Naruto. In addition to slaughtering the clan, Uchiha Itachi was almost just paddling when he teamed up with Kisame to go on missions. It was unknown whether it was the real body. Then there was the sea battle with Uchiha Sasuke. During the period, there were endless trump cards. Sasuke didn't feel anything and thought he was okay, but he beat Orochimaru and made him look confused. In the end, Uchiha Itachi died of his serious illness. Besides, the only time they met at an enemy angle, Uchiha Itachi showed that he was very afraid of Jiraiya, so he took Kisame and fled without a fight. This is easy to be brought up. But in fact, Uchiha Itachi was in Cao's camp but his heart was in Han. How could he do anything that would harm the interests of Konoha? So fleeing without fighting was the best choice at that time. So if we refer to the record, it is a bit of a waste of time. Maybe there is no answer to this question itself. Because they are equally great. Chapter 58, Hydrangea. After talking to Xionin about some trivial things, Menlin left. It is also quite lonely for a woman to stay alone in a dark room to handle affairs all day. Menlin thought that she would come here often if she had nothing to do in the future. After leaving the Angel office building, Menlin went back to where she lived. As for the girl, Menlin was too lazy to look for her because his legs and feet were not in good condition. What puzzled him was why the girl said he was a big liar. When did he lie to her? Wasn't he doing diplomacy when he was on a mission outside? Pushed back to his attic by the ninja, Menlin saw the girl lying on the railing at the end of the corridor, thinking about something. Menlin sent the ninja away and slowly pushed the wheelchair behind the girl. "What are you looking at?" The girl was startled, and when she turned around and saw Menlan, she snorted and turned her face away. Menlan laughed and said, "There's no need to be so angry, right? Humph, big liar, I won't pay attention to you." "God in heaven, when did I lie to you?" Menlan said with a bitter face. The girl said, "Then why did you say you were a diplomat?" "I am a diplomat. Menlan spread his hands. The girl pouted and looked unhappy. We don't have diplomats in Yuyan village at all. The angel said that we rarely deal with the outside world, so where does diplomacy come from? Menlan scratched his head. Yuyan village is indeed more closed. How could he forget this? Then Menlan said carefully, then why did you believe it before? I was. The girl's face flushed a little, and then she turned her head away. Why should I tell you? Okay, I was wrong, okay. Menlan surrendered. Then, what have you been doing these years? Don't lie to me again. The girl said in a threatening tone. Menlan frowned. It was really inconvenient to tell others about this kind of thing. He could only make up a story. Menlan said seriously, I have actually been working in the secret department of the village for the past few years, specializing in protecting the safety of our Yuyan village. You also know that our Yuyan village is in a place of war and surrounded by enemies, so we must do a good job of security. I am the security guard of the village. Security? The girl was stunned, and then she shouted, no, you lied to me. Menlan was stunned. This was exposed. I acted very well. The girl continued, if you were a security guard, the Chunin just now would not respect you so much. The angel even summoned you in person. I can't even meet him. Of course, security is a dirty and hard job. What a great profession, it must be treated specially. Menlan was ready to fight back. If the security guard was just a water ghost in the lake outside the village, then the Chunin would not be so polite to you. You are still lying. Oh, little guy, I can't cure you. Menlan said seriously, don't say this to anyone. The security guards I mentioned are different from the water ghosts you mentioned. The water ghosts are people who specifically block intrusions, while our job is to protect the entire village. As for why the ninja you mentioned respects me so much, it's just because. Why? The girl was quite expectant. I am the captain of the security team. Menlan looked proud. Impossible. The girl denied it in a second. How could this little girl suddenly be so smart? Menlan was sweating, but only heard the girl say, with your small body. How could you become the captain of the security team you mentioned? Oh, you still don't believe it, right? Menlan's stubborn temper came up. You underestimate me, right? I underestimated you, so what? The girl retorted fearlessly. Watch it. Menlan felt the need to defend his dignity, and immediately formed seals with both hands, and a mouthful of fire spewed out directly. Fire escape, huge fireball. Hey! A huge ball of flame rushed directly into the misty drizzle, causing waves of exclamations from pedestrians on the street. What? Menlan was full of confidence. After all, this was his best skill. The girl was stunned for a moment, then curled her lips and said, Tisk, I thought it was some amazing ninjutsu, but it turned out to be just spitting fire. In the past few years, the opera troupe in the village spit fire better than you. It was not pleasant to be looked down upon. After all, Menlan was fearless outside, and only people were afraid of me, not me. Now he has fallen to be looked down upon by a little girl. Uncle can tolerate, but aunt can't. However, he felt a little distressed that Menlan had to consume the inventory for no reason. After all, Menlan couldn't do such a thing as playing with the princes by setting fire to the beacon fire. Wait for me, wait until my cold is cured. Menlan panted, but he could do nothing. But who knew that the girl suddenly laughed, like 100 flowers blooming, beautiful and tempting, which made Menlan a little stunned. Okay, I believe you, okay. The girl smiled. Menlan pouted and said, it's too forced. I don't believe you believe it, unless... Unless what? The girl was puzzled. Unless you tell me your name. Menlan smiled cunningly. Okay, you lied to me again. The girl stamped her feet in shame. What I said is all confidential. I told you all this. What's wrong with you telling me your name? Is it really Shifen? Menlan laughed. This feeling is really good, a feeling that Menlan has never experienced before. It reminds Menlan of the female desk mate who gave him apples when he was in elementary school. My name is not Shifen, my name is Hydrangea. The girl stretched out her hand and smiled brightly. Hydrangea? This name seems familiar. Menlan suddenly remembered it. Although no one knows me in the world, I will call you Hydrangea. What a good name! Menlan shook his head and said. Although in the human world what? Although in the human world no one knows me, I will give you the name of Hydrangea. What does it mean? It feels very artistic. Hydrangea was excited, her eyes flickering. This kind of light Menlan had only seen in the eyes of girls who saw their favorite cosmetics. Don't ask him how he saw it. Of course it has artistic conception, it means. Menlan was about to explain, but suddenly stopped. To be honest, he didn't quite understand the real meaning. He saw this poem by chance. If he had to say what it meant, it might be a bit disappointing to explain it just from the literal meaning. What is it? Hydrangea asked with great interest. Menlan said vaguely, anyway, it has a good meaning, a good name is right. Hee hee. Hydrangea laughed shyly. Menlan wondered if this girl had appeared in the original story, but there weren't many purple-haired women in the original story. The only one Menlan remembered was Gecko Hayate, the mysterious man with kidney deficiency in Konoha. Who was the girlfriend of the referee in the Chunin exam. Later, the referee in the finals was not Gecko Hayate, became the toothpick man that Menlan couldn't name. Menlan vaguely remembered that he seemed to be killed during the month that Menlan and Afei were in the detention room. How sad, what a good girlfriend. But he died for a good reason, isn't the second part of the original called Shippuden? Chapter 59 The Final Negotiation with Jiraiya. Uncle, how long are you going to lock me up? Menlan, who was lying on the bed and tied up, said unhappily to Jiraiya who was standing at the window with a telescope looking downstairs and drooling. That's right, this is Menlan's shadow clone. At this time, Menlan's real body was far away in the hidden rain village, watching the rain and talking about life with the little sister Tsitsuwa, while Menlan's shadow clone was lying in the secret ward of Konoha Hospital and couldn't even see the sun outside. Although if the shadow clone is too far away from the main body, it will accelerate the consumption of chakra and make it difficult for the shadow clone to last, but with artificial chakra supply, Mother no longer has to worry about the disappearance of the shadow clone. Jiraiya wiped the corner of his mouth and looked serious for a second, which made Menlan dumbfounded. When you tell me what you experienced in the route and the forces behind you, I will make you disappear. Jiraiya's words are correct, why does it sound so weird? Menlan rolled his eyes and was too lazy to talk. During this period of time, he had made up everything he could, but Jiraiya was like an artificial lie detector, and he didn't believe it at all. Even if Menlan told them about his days in the route with emotion and from the heart, and Menlan, who was making up the story, felt tears in his eyes, Jiraiya still didn't believe it. In the end, Menlan had no choice. The main body, where are you? Please quickly remove the shadow clone technique, you won't forget me, right? Jiraiya looked at Menlan's appearance, slowly sat down in front of Menlan's bed, and said seriously, boy, you should have seen clearly what happened that day, right? Menlan was puzzled, which day? Jiraiya staggered, it was the day I tied you up. Oh, you say? Hey! First of all, you saw me saving you regardless of the danger, right? Didn't you ask about this? Just say whether it is true or not. Jiraiya was very upset. Yes. Menlan wanted to laugh but didn't dare to. It stands to reason that he is just a shadow clone, and he should be fearless. Very good, do you think I would save you if I stood on Danzo's side? No, that old fox wants to pull out my tendons and skin me. Menlan said as a matter of course. Very good. Jiraiya coughed dryly and said with dignity, so, I don't like Danzo at all, so you don't have to worry about me telling Danzo about it. Danzo is completely unaware of you being here, and those who know about it have been secretly arrested by Kakashi and his men. Wait, if what you want to say is that you and Danzo are totally at odds, I know that. Menlan interrupted. Jiraiya nodded, it's good to know, so why do you need to hesitate? You and Danzo have a deep blood feud, and this old guy will not give up until he achieves his goal, so you can use you as our witness to identify him and prevent him from making trouble in Konoha. This is also a good thing for you, isn't it? Bullshit. There are so many routes, can't we just grab one and torture it? Do I have to identify it? Why should I show my face? No, they have all been sealed by Danzo, and there is no way to tell any information about the routes. Besides, you don't need to show up to identify them, you just need to tell everything you know. This is a win-win situation, consider it. Win-win situation, you can suppress him in the debate, so that he can get to the bottom of it more easily. How can I find a chance to kill him? Menlan said unhappily. Jiraiya was stunned, unable to think of a rebuttal, so he could only scratch his head and smiled, that's right. Seeing Jiraiya being so careless for a second, Menlan was speechless. The first round of debate ended, with Menlan winning, and the second round began. Let's talk about the organization behind you. Jiraiya rubbed his hands and smiled obscenely, as if he was asking for a 2-day grace period for someone who owed money. Menlan wanted to die. These days, Menlan spent almost every day like this, but the people who came to ask were different. Yesterday it was Kakashi, the day before yesterday it was Kai, and the day before yesterday it was Narashikaku. Of course, there are exceptions. About half a month ago, there was a drizzle in the sky, which was about the same color as the sky in the Hidden Rain village. No one came that day, and that was the only quiet day for Menlan. The way these people asked was also different. Jiraiya appealed to his emotions and reasoned with him, and added a little humor to ease the atmosphere. Kakashi uses both soft and hard tactics and speaks righteously, and sometimes uses some inappropriate actions to ease the relationship. Yu Kai, this guy would be led off topic by Menlan after a few words. Later, he even hugged Menlan's head and burst into tears, crying half of Menlan's body, and scared Menlan so much that he dared not move. So after that day, Kai was forbidden to come and ask questions again, and Menlan was not happy to see this guy. Finally, Narashikaku, this guy just went through the motions and ran away in less than 2 or 3 minutes. His main role was to take Menlan to the windowsill to stand in the sun, and the shadow clone did not need metabolism, so his work was also very easy. It was not long after the war ended, and there were many patients in the hospital. Although Menlan was separated by the window screen, he could still see the cheerful figures downstairs and hear those laughter full of sunshine and hope. This is the world. So sometimes Menlan would have an idea suddenly appear in his mind. That is why he is not the original body. This is a crazy idea, but it has not been dispelled in Menlan's mind. Sometimes he would see the 3 protagonists passing by the hospital entrance, and sometimes he would see other little cockroaches. He suddenly felt that this might be the life he should live after traveling through time. If it weren't for Danzo, even if the Uchiha clan was exterminated, he could live in the sun like these children. Instead of living under the dim sky, in the dark corner, in the dark hood. Suddenly, Menlan figured it out. "Uncle, is there anyone else here?" Menlan suddenly asked. Jiraiya opened the door and looked at it as if it was a matter of fact, and even lay on the ground to look under the bed, and then said solemnly, "No. Since there is no one, I'll say it." Menlan's words were very plain. Jiraiya was overjoyed and quickly took out a pen and a notebook. "You talk, I write." Wait." Jiraiya suddenly interrupted Menlan's words, and said suspiciously, you were stuttering before, and couldn't say a word for a long time. Why are you so decisive today? Is there something fishy? What the hell, can't I just let it go? Okay, you talk. First of all, I need to know if there is a thing that can replenish chakra anytime and anywhere, and can also change my own chakra. Replenish and change chakra, yes, it's a must-have for spies, and every ninja village has it. Jiraiya took out a small pill, dang dang dang, Bing Liang pill, a must-have for home and travel, and it's an enhanced version that can change chakra and aura. In addition, it is also effective for shadow clones. Jiraiya suddenly pretended to be mysterious and said something. Menlin was stunned and laughed. This guy is indeed Jiraiya. It seems that everything is under his control. Okay, I hope you are mentally prepared for what I am going to say next. In addition, please do not tell the Konoha high-level officials if the time is not right. Chapter 60, Continue to disguise the Anbu in Konoha. The next day, when Narashikaku came to work as usual, he found that Menlin's shadow clone had disappeared. The ropes were all there, with no signs of breaking. The whole scene was as if Menlin had suddenly disappeared. Although it was originally a shadow clone, it was normal to disappear, but the recent chakra supply has been normal and has never been interrupted. It stands to reason that such a thing would not happen. It was Jiraiya who came to inquire yesterday, so they found Jiraiya soon. At this time, Jiraiya was taking Naruto to the grove, and no one knew what he was doing. When Narashikaku and Kakashi found Jiraiya to ask about this, Jiraiya said he had no idea. Although it was a pity, the person was just a shadow clone after all, and if he disappeared completely. The disappearance of Menlin Shadow's clone was just a small episode in the busy Konoha, and it was too normal, so it was forgotten in less than a day. Naruto is training with Jiraiya, Sasuke is currently training with Kakashi, and Sakura is doing whatever she should do. So it's no wonder that Sakura can't catch up with these two guys. One follows one of the three ninjas, and the other follows the copy ninja Kakashi. Only she is not loved by anyone. But she won't be depressed. Soon she will find a teacher she likes, and then she will have the illusion of catching up with those two guys. Jiraiya likes Naruto very much. Putting aside various background reasons, in his words, this kid can give him inspiration. So far, Jiraiya has only taught Naruto summoning. This summoning technique is overbearing. Jiraiya can summon whoever he finds, and Naruto can summon whoever uses the air. They are completely two different concepts. So the toad that Naruto summons most often is only Gamekaki, and the next one is Gamakura. The two funny little toads are a good match for Naruto. However, just when the three protagonists of Konoha began to live harmoniously again, two uninvited guests broke into Konoha village. Naruto had a stomachache that day and wanted to solve it as soon as possible and then go to the grove to meet the lecherous fairy. People do something meaningful, but now he has gone out, he can't go back to the toilet, right? So he went to the public toilet in Konoha. But for some reason there was a long queue in front of the public toilet, and it was crowded. Naruto was also queuing at first, thinking how slow it would be for a man to go to the toilet, until he was so tired that his face turned blue, looked at the woods behind the public toilet, and then grabbed his butt and crouched down and started running in small steps. Little did he know that in the queue in front of the toilet, two figures wearing bamboo hats and red cloud black robes were watching Naruto's back. Mr. Itaki, it's really easy to get it, it's this kid, right? A low and strange laugh. Kisame, don't act rashly. That's right, these two people are Kisame and Uchiha Itaki. As for why the two people who came to Konoha lined up here to use the toilet, it is unknown, maybe they didn't make proper preparations before coming in. Mr. Itaki, Jiraiya, one of the three ninjas Menlin mentioned, is not around. This opportunity is rare, isn't it? Kisame continued. Turn around. Itaka said lightly. Kisame turned his head and saw a figure wearing a black robe and a strange white mask slowly following Naruto in a corner far behind him. Who is this? Kisame wondered. Konoha Anbu. Itaki replied. It seems that Konoha has also noticed it, but if there is only one Anbu, it is far from enough. Kisame laughed strangely. Itaki said in a deep voice, don't be fooled by appearances. Oh. Kisame frowned, but suddenly saw that the Anbu who followed Naruto suddenly looked at them. Although the mask covered his face, Kisame could still clearly feel the gaze from under the mask. The Anbu obviously paused for a moment, and then followed Naruto as if nothing had happened. Have we been discovered? Under the bamboo hat, Kisame's dead fish eyes were bloodshot. Probably not. I didn't feel any disordered breath, but I always felt. Feel what? Nothing. Okay, let's let them go for now. Kisame said, looking at the team in front. How long will it take, Mr. Itaki? I can't bear it anymore, or I'll kill them all. Don't be impulsive, wait a little longer. Itaki sighed. You mean, you saw someone from your organization? Jiraiya looked at Naruto, who was fishing in the river with his trousers rolled up in the distance, and said seriously. Yes. It's Uchiha Itaki. The Anbu beside Jiraiya said hoarsely. Jiraiya glanced at the Anbu and said strangely, Uchiha Itaki is the enemy of your clan. Although Danzo was behind it, Uchiha Itaki cannot be separated from it. How did you work with Uchiha Itaki in the same organization for such a long time? It's amazing that you didn't fight to the death. At this point, the identity of the Anbu has been fully revealed. It was Monlin. It turned out that after he reached a mysterious contract with Jiraiya that day, he was released by Jiraiya, and then he had been disguised as an Anbu to follow Naruto to protect him. This was part of the contract. It was undoubtedly a fantasy to let Jiraiya protect Naruto 24 hours a day, so this happened. Monlin knew that Naruto was actually not in any danger during this period, so he turned a blind eye to it. After all, in exchange, Jiraiya needed to unconditionally provide Monlin with military ration pills that could change chakra aura and restore chakra. But even so, Monlin in the shadow clone state only needs to be attacked seriously before it will disappear. In order to allow him to better protect Naruto, Jiraiya planted chakra in Monlin. As long as Monlin disappears, he will know the specific location at the first time. Monlin knew that it was almost time for Uchiha Itaki and Kisame to come to Konoha to gather intelligence and kidnap Naruto. But there should be no rush to capture Naruto. If his original body returns to the organization, he will definitely provide intelligence. There is no need to hide it, so the possibility that they will not come is also very high. However, they seem to have other reasons, which are the reasons why Uchiha Itaki must come. So it depends on how much Uchiha Itaki fights for it. Today he finally saw Itaki and Kisame, but he was quite confused about what reason Itaki came for. With the information, it stands to reason that Pain should not risk exposing the organization to let these two come. After all, in Monlin's impression, Akatsuki has never dealt with major powers so far. He didn't know that the Akatsuki organization had received an external commission from the Sand Village. If he knew, he would suddenly understand why Uchiha Itaki and the others would swagger around the village twice before looking for Naruto. However, he would never have thought that these two people would actually line up in front of the public toilet. Is it necessary to be so high profile? Monlin is definitely a master at hiding his aura, but when he saw these two people queuing to use the toilet when I saw the toilet, I almost couldn't help laughing out loud, and I almost couldn't control my breath. Mainly because of this scene, it was too inconsistent. Uchiha Itaki and Kisame actually lined up to go to the toilet in Konoha? Ha 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 ha. Chapter 61 Itaki and Kisame's Konoha action. What are you laughing at? I'm asking you a question. Jiraiya frowned, thinking that this kid wouldn't be bored and stupid. Don't worry about it, I have proved what I said, so I hope you keep your word. Menlan said. Jiraiya smiled and said, I always keep my word, don't worry about this. Menlan's face twitched under the mask. To be honest, I was not at ease. Uchiha Itachi and Kisame came to Konoha according to the plot, but Menlan didn't know whether they would follow the plot. After all, history has changed too much. Why has Menlan been cautious and preferably acts in a way that does not change history? The reason is that if history changes, then he can only take one step at a time. As the saying goes, if you have the script in your hand, you have the world. So Menlan can only become stronger or retire while he still knows the plot. It is impossible to become stronger. Looking at Menlan's past battle records, as long as he fights with a well-known and grown-up person, he has never won. What's the point of becoming stronger? Can he beat the cheater? Anyway, the protagonist will win in the end, so why not retire and come out when the world is peaceful? The key is that it is difficult to retire. Menlan made a good calculation, but in the end, he lost everything because of various uncontrollable elements. So no matter which way he goes, he must first build a good relationship with the protagonist. Kill the protagonist or not, can he kill him? Will I be gone after killing him? This damn desire to survive. Naruto has caught a big fish and is dragging it towards this side excitedly. Seeing this, Menlan's figure quickly disappeared. He wanted to show his presence in front of Naruto. But this kind of thing can only wait for the right time, after all, the two had some unpleasant memories before. Hey, lecherous sage, I seem to see someone next to you just now. Naruto asked when he came up. Jiraiya laughed, no, you saw it wrong. Did you see it wrong? We will leave tomorrow. To practice. Of course. Yet. With Jiraiya, Menlan can leave. Shadow clones also need to sleep. If they don't get enough sleep, it will increase the consumption of chakra. If they are seriously insufficient, they will probably disappear directly. Don't look at Menlan wearing the clothes of the Anbu, but after the last incident, the entire Konoha has strengthened the review of the Anbu, so Menlan still needs to be careful. Uchiha Itachi is now in the village, and he will probably meet Kakashi later and start a battle between Sharingan and Sharingan. Menlan had no interest in this battle. After all, it was called a battle, but in reality it was a complete crushing. It was too difficult for Kakashi to face Uchiha Itachi now. The difference in strength was too great, and of course there was also the element of Kakashi being fearless. Although Kakashi also had the Sharingan, he was a foreigner after all, so it was normal that he didn't know the secret of the Sharingan. Is it comparable to mistakenly compare the 3 Megatama with the Mangekyo? The Sharingan with 3 Megatama dared to look directly into the eyes of the Mangekyo, and he kept saying that only the Sharingan could deal with the Sharingan. In fact, this was no different from using a kunai to chop Susanoo. Overestimating one's own ability. Kakashi was chopped alive for 3 days and 3 nights just because he stole a glance at Uchiha Itachi. He never recovered from it. What a sin! Although Menlan was interested in the ninjutsu they performed during the battle, it was obviously not worth the risk of exposing his identity. So Menlan went back to sleep. Where to sleep? Of course, at Naruto's house. Menlan slept very uncomfortably this time. It seemed more lively outside than usual, so Menlan tossed and turned, feeling very uncomfortable. So Naruto came back at night and looked at the messy room. The next morning, Naruto left Konoha village with Jiraiya. At noon, Jiraiya and Naruto came to a small town. Although Naruto, who was very enthusiastic about practicing, was very unhappy, the two of them stayed in a hotel to rest. However, at this time, a beautiful girl came up to chat with the father and son, probably because she was attracted by Jiraiya's unique temperament. And Jiraiya, very naturally, left Naruto alone and left with the girl, starting their adult world, leaving Naruto alone in the room to meditate and practice. It must be said that Naruto is not stupid. He actually realized that the chakra refined by the shadow clone could dissipate when the shadow clone dissipated. At this time, he probably didn't know that the experience accumulated by the shadow clones was shared with him. He was able to think of separating a room of shadow clones to refine chakra together, which was amazing. It was a pity that he was very enthusiastic about cultivation, but his shadow clones didn't seem to have this idea. Not long after, a large area of a them lay down. I don't know how long it took. Naruto, who was bored, suddenly heard someone knocking on the door. He thought it was Jiraiya who came back. So he ran to open the door excitedly. However, the person at the door was not Jiraiya, but two mysterious people wearing red clouds and black robes. Unlike Menlan, who was so gentle, he restrained his momentum when facing these little ghosts, and these two mysterious people were obviously domineering and not low-key. Just one look, Naruto's face was pale. These two people were naturally Uchiha Itachi and Kisame. After using a trick to send Jiraiya away, the two quickly came to the door. "Come out," Uchiha Itachi said lightly. Then Naruto walked out obediently. In fact, this part of the plot is not too worthy of criticism. Why did you come out when someone asked you to? Is there something wrong with your brain, little Naruto? Are you so confident in yourself? I didn't expect it to be so easy. Let me cut off one of your legs first, so that you don't run away. After that, Kisame, who was next to Uchiha Itachi, chopped out directly with the big sword Samehada. Naruto seemed to be frightened and stood there in a daze, not knowing how to dodge. However, at this moment, Sasuke did not appear to save the situation, but a black shadow suddenly appeared and pulled Naruto to dodge Kisame's slash. "Oh? It's that Anbu again." Kisame was quite surprised. Maybe he felt that he had not found the existence of Anbu all the way he was following. In addition, why would Konoha's Anbu leave the village? Uchiha Itachi was also a little confused. This Anbu was naturally Menlan. He didn't want to show up, because he really didn't want to face these two people. He was afraid of exposing his identity and disappearing. If he disappeared here, all his efforts would be wasted. This plot was a close call in the original work, so Menlan didn't care much. But what he didn't expect was that Sasuke, who heard the news, didn't show up in time to attract Uchiha Itachi's attention, so Kisame wouldn't put away his sword. If he didn't show up, Naruto wouldn't die, but he would definitely not feel good. History finally got worse. It was the first time that Menlan felt it so clearly. A slight mistake can lead to a great error. Menlan's little butterfly finally had an effect. This was the result that Menlan didn't want to see the most. In this way, the road ahead would be difficult for him. Chapter 62, Confrontation with Kisame, Escape from Danger. In fact, Menlan wanted to show up just now to ask Naruto not to open the door, but after all, he was a stranger to Naruto, so he did not act rashly, which might backfire. But now it has evolved into this, it is dangerous for both Menlan and Naruto. "Kisame!" Uchiha Itachi shouted, and Menlan's heart was instantly chilled. How could he, a shadow clone, be a match for Kisame? Understood. Kisame laughed strangely, carrying the huge Samehada and rushing directly towards Menlan. Menlan's palms were sweating, and he subconsciously wanted to make a seal to perform the great fireball technique. However, Kisame slashed out of thin air at an extremely fast speed, and instantly interrupted Menlan's action. So fast! Menlan was shocked. Was the distance too close? "It's over!" Kisame sneered grimly. Bang! Menlan raised his kunao to block Kisame's sword, and the heavy impact made him shrink a lot. Menlan's face was red under the mask, and he wanted to cry but had no tears. "Sasuke, Jiraiya, anyone can come on. I can't bear it. I will explode if I resist any more." However, just when Menlan was about to release the force to distance himself and run away with Naruto, a fierce roar that seemed to suppress the incomparable anger suddenly sounded, shaking off a lot of the force on Kisame's sword. Uchiha Itake. As Kisame put away his sword and turned back, Menlan finally breathed a sigh of relief. You are finally here, Uchiha Sasuke. If you don't come, I will die. While Kisame and Uchiha Itake were attracted by Sasuke behind him, Menlan pulled Naruto and turned around to run. Now he didn't dare to bet on Jiraiya to appear in time. Kisame! Uchiha Itake shouted coldly when he saw it, and Kisame chased after him before Uchiha Itake finished speaking. Sasuke is still there. Naruto struggled to shake off Menlan's hand, which made Menlan annoyed. Don't worry about him. Menlan shouted back. Naruto was stunned for a moment, as if he was frightened, and then brother, who are these two? I don't know them. Don't talk. Menlan shouted coldly, and when he looked back, Kisame was already swinging same hata to chop at him. Is it too slow? Naruto is really a burden now. You run away first, go find Jiraiya. Menlan shouted, turned around and held up the kunai again to block Kisame's heavy blow. With a clang sound, Menlan felt his blood boiling and cried out in pain. Such an attack only takes a few times, and Menlan dares to guarantee that he will be directly swung to pieces. Shadow Clone Technique. A loud shout sounded behind him, and Menlan was instantly shocked. Naruto, the little brat, didn't run away. I, Uzumaki Naruto, will not abandon my companions. Naruto said it with a righteousness, and his talent for persuasion was undoubtedly revealed. Menlan was actually a little moved when he heard it. This is a good start for the relationship between the two, but the occasion seems a little wrong. Oh? Good for not abandoning. Kisame sneered, and suddenly pulled out his sword. The strange sword wrapped in bandages suddenly stretched out countless barbs and pulled directly to Menlan's shoulder. Menlan's pupils shrank, and he dodged as if he had been prepared, but even so, he was still frightened and sweated. This kind of attack would definitely kill Menlan. Oh! Kisame was quite surprised, but he didn't take Menlan seriously at all, and swung his sword again. Menlan stepped back, but he didn't know which one to take with the 4 or 5 Naruto in front of him. I'm really an gorilla, you gorilla, Menlan is so annoyed. If the occasion was not wrong, Menlan would definitely beat Naruto hard, and he would not stop until he beat out the 9 Tails chakra. Ah! All Naruto yelled and rushed towards Kisame, which made Menlan tremble with fear. This kid is really not afraid of death? How did he survive to the end? Menlan wanted to cry but had no tears. Can we not do it? Kisame was also happy to see this, and immediately swung his sword, and with just one sword, he directly chopped Naruto's 3 shadow clones into smoke. The key is that this kid didn't give up, and the two of them rushed towards Kisame again. However, at this moment, a cloud of smoke suddenly exploded, and with the cloudy vision, Menlan grabbed one in one hand and turned around and ran again. Brother! I call you brother, can you stop talking? Menlan cried out in grief. Sure enough, Naruto stopped talking and also removed another shadow clone. If Naruto didn't struggle, the speed of running with him by the waist would be very fast. In a few blinks of an eye, Menlan had already approached the window at the end of the corridor. Just jump out and you will be safe. This is what Menlan thought in his heart, so when he looked at this window, it was like seeing a ray of light in the darkness, and he was almost moved to tears. It was too difficult. However, a loud shout suddenly came from behind Menlan. Water escape, big shark bullet technique. Boom! There was a loud noise, which seemed to be mixed with the roar of a giant shark from the deep sea, and then there was a series of walls and houses collapsing and screams of innocent people. Menlan felt his scalp tingling. The window was already closed, but it was obvious that the big shark bullet behind him would definitely hit them before Menlan jumped out of the window. It's hard to go further. At that moment, Menlan wanted to fight back with a mouthful of fire, but suddenly thought of something, so he could only erect a water wall first. Water escape, water array wall. Menlan, who was thousands of miles away in the hidden rain village, was chatting and laughing with the girl Hydrangea, but suddenly he felt something in his heart, and then he looked at the system and found that the water escape water array wall in the storage state had mysteriously disappeared. Menlan. However, a small water wall could not stop the shark with a fang bearing an amazing power. It was like giving the shark a bath. Not only did it not reduce its power by half, but it made its body a little bigger. Menlan's face under the mask was extremely solemn. If he was his real body at this time, he would definitely fight back, but he was not. Sand shield. Suddenly, yellow sand seemed to appear out of thin air around Menlan. The flying yellow sand completely wrapped Menlan and Naruto in it at the moment when the big shark bullet came, leaving no gap. Since chakra can be swallowed, then you can't do anything about physical defense, right? Menlan had a good idea, but he forgot that the reason why the yellow sand formed the sand shield was because of the control of chakra. So when the big shark bomb hit the sand shield violently, the whole sand ball was directly swallowed into the shark's fangs and mouth, and then was carried by the shark to break the window, and in the loud bang, it turned into a pile of loose sand. The huge impact made Menlan and Naruto dizzy, and Menlan almost exploded directly. And from if he falls from the air without adjusting in time, he will definitely explode if he falls to the ground in this posture, and there is no chance of luck. Chapter 63 Jiraiya takes action, and there are constant mistakes. The people on the street suffered the consequences, and they fled in panic, shouting continuously. If Menlan just fell on someone, he might have saved his life, but what awaited him was the thick ground. Bang! Two loud noises in a row. Ah! A scream followed. When the smoke and dust dissipated, Naruto was seen covering his head and trembling all over. He raised his head and burst into tears. After putting down his hand, a big bag bulged on his head, a very abstract big bag. He looked up, looked at the tall figure in front of him, looked at the beautiful girl under his feet, and finally looked at the big brother in his arms, and suddenly became unhappy. Sexy immortal, why did you pick him up instead of me? Ouch! It hurts so much. Naruto felt wronged. Menlan jumped down from Jiraiya's arms in embarrassment, coughed hoarsely and said, "Do you dare to come later?" Jiraiya scratched his head and laughed, "Oh, I know you're here, so I'm too excited, haha. Ha ha ha." Menlan took out a few pills of soldier's food from his arms very weakly, then took off his mask and knocked them hard, and Naruto looked weird and even forgot the pain. "That's the Akatsuki you mentioned, right?" Jiraiya's voice suddenly became serious. Hearing this, Menlan followed Jiraiya's gaze to the second floor of the hotel where a big hole was blasted out, and Kisame was watching them there. "That's right." Menlan nodded. Then Jiraiya suddenly jumped up, "Leave him." Menlan wanted to follow, but after looking at Naruto, he chose to stay. When Kisame saw Jiraiya coming straight at him, he turned around and left. It was unknown whether he was scared or had other tactics. At this moment, Menlan suddenly thought of something and began to tremble. It was unknown whether it was because of excitement or some other reason. He immediately said, "Kid, find a place to hide first. I'm going to support you." "Who is the kid?" Naruto muttered, and then said with an unhappy face, "I want to go too. Sasuke is still inside. I want to save him." Is this kid really stupid or does he not know his place? However, Naruto in the original work seems to be so passionate and fearless, but Menlan always feels that something is wrong? Maybe it's the difference between the second and third perspectives, or the difference between 3D and 2D. After thinking about it, Menlan knocked Naruto unconscious with a knife, and then threw him into the bar next to the hotel door. In the hotel, Uchiha Sasuke was being ravaged by his dear brother, rubbing against the wall, and even performing Tsukuyomi to make Sasuke immersed in the night of the Uchiha clan extermination for 24 hours. I don't know if he is a biological brother, but he is definitely a biological brother. Stupid Hidaudu. Jiraiya drove Kisame to come, and the two faced one. I don't know if Uchiha Itachi was fearless or what, and he was still obsessed with abusing Sasuke. Jiraiya saw that this was not okay. After all, he was my apprentice's friend. If he abused him too much, how could I, the teacher, save my face? So he summoned the intestines of the giant toad of Iwajoku and sucked Sasuke into the intestinal wall. Uchiha Itachi took advantage of the situation and prepared to run away with Kisame. Jiraiya would naturally not let them leave so easily. Good guy, you come and go as you please, do you think this is your intestine? However, it turned out that this indestructible intestine was useless to Uchiha Itachi. Uchiha Itachi was not a doorman, and no one could stop him if he wanted to leave. So he used Amaterasu to burn through the intestinal wall of the so-called Rokujuku Big Toad and escaped easily. Poor Rokujuku Big Toad, not only did he suffer from gastric perforation, but also intestinal perforation. Might Guy followed Uchiha Sasuke to this town, and rushed here after hearing the noise. From a large hole on the second floor, Kai vaguely saw a figure in a black robe dancing like a madman. Well, it's definitely one of the two. After thinking about it, Kai kicked away with a power concerto, but who knew that the figure flashed and a wall was kicked down by it. The naked man and woman in the room hugged each other and shivered in the corner. Oh, sorry. Might Guy walked out of the smoke and dust with an embarrassed look on his face, but he saw that the black-robed man in front of him was not Uchiha Itachi and the other two, but a Konoha Anbu. At this time, Menlan, looking at Might Guy in front of him, was sweating coldly and almost died again. Is it easy to copy Amaterasu? Why is Konoha Anbu here? So it must be a fake. Kai put on a fighting posture and nodded his head repeatedly, showing his own opinion he looked very right and complacent. Menlan didn't want to reason with a guy whose brains were all muscles, so he didn't run away or attack, but just shouted suddenly, Jiraiya. Kai was startled, but smiled brilliantly, and his white teeth shone brightly. It doesn't matter who you call, stay here. Audiobooks. A flying kick attacked Menlan again. However, a figure suddenly blocked Menlan. Jiraiya, with a swollen nose and face, got up from the ground, first glared at Menlan fiercely, and then said to Kai, "What do you want to do, kid?" Kai looked suspicious at first, then squinted his eyes as if he was nearsighted and looked at Jiraiya carefully, and then his face changed instantly. "I'm very sorry." Kai, who was vigorous and resolute, apologized very vigorously. "This is the messenger of Konoha. How can we go to find the next Hokage without the messenger of Konoha? Isn't that right?" Jiraiya first made up a random identity of Menlan, and then said with a gloomy face, "Now let's talk about our accounts." "I'm very sorry." Kai bowed again, feeling ashamed. "I was too fast, I didn't see your face clearly, and you jumped out by yourself." The second half of Kai's voice gradually became smaller, with a kind of complaint. Jiraiya was furious when he heard this. "What did you say? Is it my fault according to you?" Menlan hugged Jiraiya, fearing that he would get excited and fight Kai alone, and kept shouting, calm down, there is no need, no need. Poor my handsome face, I'm afraid I won't be able to find a little sister in a short time." Jiraiya actually started to throw a tantrum. If it weren't for Menlan holding him, he would probably have to roll on the ground. Menlan and Kai were both ashamed, so Menlan frantically gestured to Kai, signaling him to leave first. Kai was stunned for a moment, then understood, gestured goodbye to Menlan and turned away, muttering before he left, "How can this be blamed on me? I am also wronged, okay? You kid said, if you don't blame yourself, then you blame me." Jiraiya punched and kicked the air until Kai left completely. "Okay, stop pretending, I'm gone." Menlin let go of Jiraiya and said expressionlessly. Jiraiya coughed dryly, opened his big hands, and looked proud. How is it? My acting skills as the Toad Sage of Myaboku Mountain are not bad, right? Yeah, not bad. Menlin nodded. Why are you so reluctant? If it weren't for me, your identity would have been exposed long ago. Yeah, thank you, your whole family. Hey? Why are you here? Where's Naruto? I always feel like I forgot something. Jiraiya frowned and thought for a long time, but he couldn't figure it out. Menlin muttered, isn't he lying there too? Jiraiya suddenly realized, but suddenly his face was weird. Why did you say that? Chapter 64 The Clone and the Original Body, Everyone is Happy. You lecherous immortal! Didn't you agree to practice with 2 people? Why is there one more person? Naruto looked at the masked Konoha Anbu on the side with hostility, and said unhappily. It's more fun when there are more people. Don't pay attention to these details. If it weren't for this Anbu big brother, you would be in danger today. You still have to thank him. Jiraiya smiled. No need to thank me, no need to thank me. Menlin laughed dryly on the side, and laughed so humbly. It was supposed to be a closer relationship, but now, he is hated by others. What's the matter? But the great Uzumaki Naruto is not such a petty person. He is a foolish person, so how can he be a petty person? In the whole ninja world, is there anyone that Uzumaki Naruto can't forgive? He squeezed his face and said with the same expression as when Menlan first saw him, what's your name? Menlan was stunned, and then laughed dryly, sorry, it's not convenient to reveal my name, just call me Anbu. In that case. Naruto's face was ugly, and Menlan's face was also ugly. However, he then smiled like an idiot, then I'll call you the big brother of the Anbu. My name is Uzumaki Naruto. Nice to meet you. As he said that, he stretched out his little hand to Menlan. Thank you for saving me before. I will definitely return this favor to you. After all, I am the man who will become the Hokage. Naruto's smile infected Menlan. Although it looked a little silly, it was like the sun, bright, and instantly dispelled the haze in Menlan's heart. You will definitely become the Hokage. For some reason, Menlan said such a sentence. Naruto was so excited when he heard it. His eyes were shining and he said, do you really think so? Of course. Menlan's tone was very sincere. If Naruto could see his eyes, he would definitely be clear. Nonsense, you are the protagonist, if you say it is, then it is definitely true. I will definitely work hard, thank you for your encouragement. Immediately, the atmosphere was cheerful along the way. Naruto seemed to be opened up and began to chat with Menlan without any resistance or vigilance, and no longer had the strangeness and suspicion before. Menlan listened, occasionally echoed a few words, and more often just smiled and listened. He looked at the sunset in the sky. Although it was only the afterglow, it still made Menlan feel warm in his heart, and his face was flushed. He seemed to have a sudden illusion that he might really live in the sun now. Jiraiya looked at the two of them, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. The shadows of the 3 people were stretched longer and farther by the sunset on the road. On the other hand, Menlan's body was also very happy during this period. With a beautiful woman by your side, why not? The Hidden Rain village is rainy all year round, and the air is very humid. Menlan proposed to leave the Hidden Rain village and go to the Hidden Grass village on the grounds that this place is not suitable for the recovery of his feet. Zionin disagreed at first, but later he couldn't stand Menlan coming to his house every few days to complain, so he had no choice but to agree. Hydrangea has a lot of respect for Zionin, even to the point of fanaticism, so Zionin was very angry about Menlan's repeated annoyance. But the result was good. So Menlan and Hydrangea left the Hidden Rain village, which was also the first time Hydrangea left the village. Originally, It was a very beautiful thing for a talented man and a beautiful woman to travel together, enjoy the flowers and bask in the sun, but Xionan was worried because Menlan was now equivalent to a useless person, so she sent a 6-man Hidden Rain Village team to protect him throughout the journey. There were suddenly 6 more light bulbs in the world of 2 people, and Menlan was also frowning all the time, but Hydrangea was laughing all the way. Because it rains all year round in the Hidden Rain Village, basically no flowers or plants can survive in it. In addition, both the roads and buildings are almost all made of metal, and there are very few trees. It can even be said that the Hidden Rain Village is not suitable for the survival of any creatures except humans, not even humans. Therefore, all the flowers, plants, trees, and the scorching sun in the sky are extremely novel things to Hydrangea. Hydrangea jumped all the way and began to bloom the most beautiful beauty of her age. As for Menlan, he was pushed in a wheelchair by the Hidden Rain Village ninja. The road was bumpy and his butt was almost numb. The only thing that could barely relieve his boredom was the laughter of Hydrangea. Suddenly, Hydrangea stopped and squatted under a big tree as if observing something. Menlan signaled the ninja to push him forward. Looking carefully, Hydrangea was actually observing a beetle. There was a light in her eyes like a girl seeing her favorite cosmetics. She wanted to reach out and catch it, but she didn't dare. "Do you have a glass bottle?" Menlan turned back. The ninjas looked at each other, whispered, and then replied, "Master Menlan, no." Menlan pouted, and just wanted to ask these ninjas to catch the beetle for Hydrangea, but suddenly Hydrangea called him. "Master Menlan! Didn't you say not to call me master?" Menlan turned back in annoyance, and a beetle suddenly appeared in front of him. Menlan screamed and almost fell down. "Ha ha!" Hydrangea laughed while holding the beetle. Menlan's face was slightly red, and he turned back and glared at the 3 ninjas behind him. The ninjas were all holding back their smiles and their faces were red. "Do you know what this is called?" Hydrangea asked. Menlan looked carefully at the horn on the beetle's forehead and said in deep thought, "It should be called a unicorn." Unicorn. Ahem. Rhinoceros beetle seems to be. What a beautiful name. Hydrangea was overjoyed and held it carefully. "Do you think it can sign a spiritual contract with me?" Spiritual contract. Menlan twitched his mouth. This little thing shouldn't work, even if it can, it's useless, right? It doesn't need to be useful, just keep it. Hydrangea said seriously. "If you want to keep it, you don't have to sign a spiritual contract, just take it home." Menlan spread his hands. Hydrangea looked around and said, "Pets must be kept in a suitable environment. Our village is not suitable for it. If it dies, just change it. There are a lot of such things anyway." Menlan said nonchalantly. Hydrangea puffed up her lips and said angrily, "How can you be so irresponsible?" Menlan panicked when he saw this, and didn't know what to say for a moment. Hydrangea ignored Menlan and carefully put the little beetle back on the tree again. After a reluctant look, she turned and left. "Why are you standing there? Follow me." The ninja pushed Menlan to Hydrangea's side, and Menlan smiled and said, "Actually, I just said it casually." "Master Menlan, what is your summoning beast?" Hydrangea suddenly asked. Menlan was stunned. "I don't have a summoning beast yet." "You don't have a summoning beast?" Hydrangea looked very surprised. "What's wrong?" Menlan thought it was normal to not have a summoning beast. After all, most people in the Akatsuki organization did not have a summoning beast. Hydrangea looked very sorry, and then jumped away. Menlan looked puzzled, turned around and asked the ninja behind him, "Is there a problem with not having a summoning beast?" The ninja shook his head quickly. Chapter 65, A Date with Hydrangea in the Sea of a Flowers. "Wow, so beautiful." Menlan followed the gaze of Hydrangea and saw a sea of a flowers at the end of the shade of the tree, colorful and beautiful. Menlan looked at the ninja behind him, who smiled proudly. "Before coming here, Menlan had asked them if there were any beautiful sunny places nearby. This place is indeed beautiful. Living in an environment lacking beauty for many years, Menlan is naturally very sensitive to the beauty of nature. Menlan felt that he had asked the right question. How can you be as beautiful as you? Menlan blurted out a rustic love word. The ninjas couldn't help laughing, and Hydrangea blushed and rushed to the sea of a flowers, but suddenly turned back. What's wrong? Menlan wondered. Hydrangea pointed to the ground. Menlan looked and saw that it was a group of ants marching in the middle of the road. Menlan twitched the corner of his mouth and said, "Just lift me up and go over there." When Menlan and a group of ninjas stepped over the ant colony, Hydrangea rushed to the sea of a flowers happily. For Hydrangea, this was a scene that she would never forget. Watching her rolling and dancing in the sea of a flowers, Menlan felt satisfied. Is this love? As long as the other person is happy, I will be very happy. This kind of heart-to-heart feeling is really good. Menlan laughed, which confused the group of ninjas behind him. Menlan was famous for his moodiness in the Akatsuki organization, and his personality had been established long ago, so these ninjas had heard about it to some extent, so they naturally did not dare to speak carelessly, or even walk around. So the whole sea of a flowers was filled with the laughter of young girls. I don't trademark know if Hydrangea was tired of playing, she began to push Menlan a trademark's wheelchair and stroll slowly in the sea of a flowers. Although the wheelchair was a little difficult to push, Hydrangea was also a ninja after all, and these were not difficult for her. Master Menlan, thank you. When Hydrangea pushed Menlan to the riverside, she suddenly whispered. Menlan was stunned and said with a silly smile, "Why are you being polite?" Haha. Suddenly, Hydrangea kissed Menlan's cheek, then turned around and ran away, covering her face, leaving Menlan and the ninjas behind him dumbfounded. Oh! The ninjas shouted in unison. Oh Mao! Menlan shouted coldly, and his face turned red. The ninjas smiled knowingly. No matter how strong or experienced he was still a child after all. Menlan was only 17 years old now, in the prime of his youth, a great time. However, what they didn't know was that as a reborn person, Menlan's mental age was actually 25 or 26. 25 or 26 and still not in love. What a sin! Watching Hydrangea run away, Menlan had a determined face. After being together for so long, they finally made some substantial progress today. I wonder if I won't strike while the iron is hot and make further progress. After thinking about it, Menlan ordered, "Go and play wherever you want, don't follow me anymore." Then Menlan pushed the wheelchair with some difficulty to chase after Hydrangea. At this time, Hydrangea was lying in the pile of flowers basking in the sun, with a happy expression, as if she was full of longing and hope for the future. Menlan pushed the wheelchair to Hydrangea. Although Hydrangea closed her eyes, her pretty face blushed and turned away. Menlan squinted at the sun, stretched his waist lazily, and let out a long and refreshing sigh. Sure enough, basking in the sun is beneficial to recovery. It's a pity. If I could run a few steps, it would be great. Didn't the medical team say that your legs can't move now? Hydrangea stood up and asked. Menlan smiled and shook his head, I haven't tried it yet, how do I know? Hydrangea was quite worried. Menlan then said, it's just corrosion, not a fracture, it should be okay. Hydrangea nodded and stood up, try it first, if it hurts, don't try it again. With the help of Hydrangea, Menlan slowly stood up. When he exerted force on his legs, he felt as if he was stabbed by thousands of needles. The pain made Menlan sweat profusely. Even so, Menlan still said stubbornly, isn't this good? Hydrangea looked at Menlan's ugly smile and immediately helped Menlan sit on the wheelchair, Danti just barely. Menlan smiled, his face full of disappointment. What's the point of dating in a wheelchair? Such a failure! He couldn't let Hydrangea carry him. As if seeing through Menlan's inner thoughts, Hydrangea suddenly smiled mysteriously. If you want to run, it's very simple. Hey! Hydrangea took a step back, bit her thumb, and began to seal, spiritual art. Boom! With a muffled sound, a huge figure gradually appeared in the smoke. When the smoke dissipated, a huge black and white panda appeared in front of Menlan, and Menlan looked up in amazement. Can't you run if my little cat carries you? Hydrangea appeared from behind the panda, patted the panda's furry body and smiled. Little cat. Menlan looked at the huge size of the panda and the ferocious face looking at him, and swallowed his saliva. You keep talking about your cat, is it it? Of course, what else do you think it is? Hydrangea nodded. Menlan remained silent. Is a panda also a cat? But seeing a panda in this world still made Menlan feel quite familiar. After all, this world is full of strange creatures. Is there a summoning beast like a panda in the original Naruto? It seems so. Looking at the giant panda that was grinning at him with hostility, it subconsciously lowered its head after Hydrangea patted it twice, and then was touched on the head by Hydrangea, with a face full of enjoyment and cuteness. Looking at Hydrangea's doting look, Menlan whispered, "Can I ride this panda?" "Of course, my cat is very well behaved." Hydrangea nodded. Just when Hydrangea turned to look at Menlan, the panda's face became fierce again, full of vigilance and hostility towards Menlan, but this face became cute again when Hydrangea turned her eyes back. "Oh? The little panda has two faces? How come this panda saw that I was plotting against his master? Ah, how can this be called plotting against his master? It can only be called mutual affection." Afterwards, with the help of Hydrangea, Menlan successfully rode on the panda, and because Hydrangea was also on its back, it would not matter how much it hated Menlan. Riding a panda on the sea of a flowers is a special flavor. As the saying goes, the spring breeze makes the horse's hooves gallop. Although it is not a horse, but with a beautiful woman by his side, Menlan is still very proud. This also reminded Menlan of a legend he had heard in his previous life, saying that the mount of the ancient demon god Chiyu was a panda. Now it seems that this may be true. After running and laughing, the panda was tired, and Hydrangea and Menlan were also bumped. They lay on the sea of a flowers and talked to each other about random things. Sometimes Menlan would suddenly get inspired and say some earthy love words, but in return, Hydrangea was shy and silent and the panda protested. "What? Today, not only do I have to flirt with your master in front of you, but I also have to lie in your arms to flirt with you, bite me." Chapter 66 3 or 2 Small Things During a Date. For a chubby panda, nothing is more suitable as a pillow than it. Menlan has wanted to do this for a long time, but it has never been done because the zoo administrator did not let him enter the cage. Now it's good, not only can I pillow the panda, but I am not afraid of it biting me. Menlan and Hydrangea rested their heads on the panda's chubby belly, basking in the warm sun. It was so comfortable that they had a desire to have a spiritual beast. They wanted a cute spiritual beast, not a toad, snake, or slug. They could take it out for fun when they had nothing to do. As the saying goes, when you are full and warm, you think about sex. Naturally, Menlan had some crooked thoughts about Hydrangea. Menlan glanced at the one who closed her eyes as if she was ready to be picked, swallowed her saliva, and then stretched out her hand. It would be nice if Hydrangea could rest her head on my arm. This was what Menlan thought. It would be nice if it could always be like this. Hydrangea sighed softly, and Menlan quickly retracted his hand. "Mr. Menlan." "Ah." Menlan looked at Hydrangea with embarrassment. Hydrangea was quite puzzled. "What's wrong with you?" "No. It's okay." Menlan laughed dryly. "Do you think this world can really achieve peace?" Hydrangea asked. Menlan's smile disappeared, and he looked at the sky with his head on his head and said, "Maybe. I really hope that the day of peace will come sooner. Hydrangea looked at Menlan with expectation. If the world is peaceful, our Yuyan village will no longer rain every day, and we don't have to be afraid of outsiders. Residents can come out whenever they want, and you don't have to guard the village all day and night. Then we can come here every day. Menlan was silent for a moment, then smiled and said, yes, there will be such a day, believe it me. World peace? If the plot develops normally, it shouldn't take long for peace to be achieved in a certain sense. For Menlan in the past, trying to live until that time was his biggest dream. And now? He looked at the hydrangea beside him, and suddenly felt a strong desire to protect her. It would be great to work hard with her until that time. By then, I will be like an ordinary person, get married and have a family. And live and work in peace. It's just a pity that once my injury is healed, I will be sent out to perform tasks immediately. By then, we will definitely have very little time together, and it may not even be certain whether I will come back. If I come back, Hydrangea will have married, then it's all over, right? Menlan was a little panicked when he thought of this, and hurriedly said, if I don't come back for a year or two, you. Menlan's voice stopped abruptly because he saw that Hydrangea had fallen asleep. Too tired? Menlan smiled slightly and put his eyes back to the sky. He was thinking, what am I pursuing in this world? Just to live? What is the meaning of my existence? Hydrangea's head rested on Menlan's shoulder, and Menlan felt warm in his heart, and felt that life had a new direction. Gradually, in the warmth and comfort, Menlan gradually fell asleep. This was definitely the most comfortable sleep Menlan had ever had since he came to this world. However, good times are always short, and beauty will always be broken. In his sleep, Menlan was awakened by a low roar. When he looked around, he and his cat were surrounded by a group of people wearing ordinary clothes and without ninja forehead protectors. Looking at the almost undisguised malice on these people's faces, and the greed and evil thoughts in their eyes looking at the panda and the hydrangea beside Menlan, Menlan's face became colder and colder. At this time, Menlan was not wearing any forehead protector and was wearing ordinary clothes. The forehead protector of hydrangea was also covered by purple hair. It seemed that this group of people regarded her as an ordinary person. Turning around and seeing that hydrangea had not woken up yet, Menlan breathed a sigh of relief. He did not want hydrangea to see two bloody scenes. This was the demeanor of a gentleman. The panda was also very smart. After waking up Menlan, it stopped making any sound. It was stared at by a group of people before, but it did not move for fear of waking up its owner. This made Menlan quite fond of it. And these people in front of them were bandits? Bandits? Robbers? No matter who they were. This group of people were naturally not good people. When they saw a huge monster in the sea of a flowers, they were naturally attracted. When they looked closely, they found that there was a disabled man and a thin woman. In addition, after a panda that seemed to have no attack power, they naturally classified them as the kind of people who were easy to bully. But when they approached, the low roars of the panda surprised them. However, animals are animals after all. Can they be defeated by steel knives? At this time, the disabled man woke up. For this group of people who are used to robbing and looting, killing can no longer satisfy their desires. What makes them excited and happy is that they need to trample on the dignity of these lambs to be slaughtered before killing. Torture is the greatest pleasure of BT. Not only do they need to hold the butcher knife, but they also need to let these creatures with no resistance to imprint their image of holding the butcher knife on their bones, and stare fiercely until they die. This is considered a qualified slaughter. Menlan, who has participated in countless large and small battles and seen countless enemies with twisted personalities, knows what these people are thinking when he sees their hideous and ugly faces. However, tooth for tooth is Menlan's setting. When someone was about to say something sweet and was ready to tear apart the psychological defense of the prey bit by bit, Menlan suddenly made a gesture of silence. These people were stunned, but the next moment they saw a pair of blood-red eyes. Tsukuyomi. It was a bit of a waste of talent to use Tsukuyomi on these people, but Menlan didn't feel sorry at this time. You like torture, right? Then enjoy the torture for 3 days and 3 nights. Break the bones bit by bit until the whole body is smashed into powder, but you can clearly feel every bit of pain throughout the process. Enjoy it. I heard that shouting relieves pain? Then keep silent. Everyone collapsed to the ground and began to sob and twitch. The originally hideous face was also distorted, but the meaning of the expression was completely different. Menlan was afraid that their shouting would wake up Zi Lanhua, but he didn't expect that these people had been frightened to incontinence in a short moment. Menlan ignored this point, frowned, turned around and saw that Zi Lanhua had woken up. She seemed to be still asleep, looking at the group of people in front of her in a daze. Menlan laughed dryly and said, "It might be a nearby resident." He suddenly fainted for some reason. "Don't worry. Don't worry, I'll have someone take them away for treatment." Hydrangea looked at Menlan, reached out and wiped Menlan's eyes with her sleeve, and whispered, "I saw it all." Menlan subconsciously touched his face, only to feel a warm sensation, and then his fingers froze. Chapter 67 Menlan and Naruto's training together. Hydrangea, listen to my explanation. Showing your violent side in front of your beloved girl is not what Menlan calls a gentleman. However, Hydrangea's face was full of appreciation, and the light of a girl seeing her beloved flashed in her eyes again when she looked at Menlan. What beautiful eyes! Menlan was stunned, and then he remembered that his Sharingan was not closed. Actually, you don't have to cover it up. Hydrangea nodded slightly, and said with a firm look, "The reason why this world is not peaceful is because of the existence of these garbage. You are just cleaning up the garbage. If it were me, I would do the same, but my strength." Hydrangea was a little disappointed. Menlan didn't know what to say, but the reason why this world is not peaceful is not because of the existence of conspirators and ambitious people. There will always be people like this in the most peaceful times, right? After all, a big bird can find any forest. Now I finally understand why you can become the security captain. Hydrangea smiled slightly, but there was some bitterness in her smile. So strong as an angel, when can I be so strong? Menlan whispered, "Girls, you don't need to be too strong, it's enough to have someone as strong as me to protect you." Hydrangea smiled and shook her head, "I don't want your protection. I want to become stronger too. I also want to participate in the battle to protect the village, so that I can relieve the burden of the angel. Even if it is insignificant, if I make more efforts, the world will be peaceful sooner, right?" Menlan was stunned and laughed. "This world is not a place where you can speed up peace by making a little effort. What are you laughing at? Don't you believe it?" Hydrangea pouted and said angrily. Menlan shook her head quickly, "No. I dare not, but if you really want to become stronger, I might be able to help you." "Really? Do you want to teach me ninjutsu? Can you teach me the eyes that you used to perform illusions just now?" Hydrangea's eyes were full of brilliance. "I can't give you these eyes. They are natural. Some of my ninjutsu are not suitable for you, but you can enhance them through actual combat." "Actual combat?" Hydrangea said dejectedly, "Doing some small tasks in the village every day, where is the opportunity for actual combat?" Just at this time, the ninjas who were responsible for guarding in the open and in the dark arrived and apologized to Menlan. Menlan was not very angry, and did not blame them for anything, but the enemy was right in front of him and he did not notice it. It was really a bit too dereliction of duty, right? But it was also him who asked them not to get close, so Menlan did not say anything, just asked them to carry away those who fell to the ground. "It's really a pity." Watching the sky getting darker and the sunset setting, Menlan said, "Let's go back. When we go back, I will ask the little angel to let you join our security team." Will there be actual combat if you join the security team? Well, but before that, I need to know what skills you have. I can show you now. It's too late now, tomorrow. I don't want it, I want it now. €1. €1 forget it, forget it. €1 trademark I'm too tired. Lita Euro trademark S talk about it tomorrow wa €1 €1. €1 a humph, €1 trademark I'm not going to talk to you anymore. €1. On the other hand, Menlan's shadow clone is very lively. Ever since Naruto opened his mouth, he has been chattering all the way. Menlan was a little interested at first, but later he was completely upset and couldn't listen anymore. In terms of chatterbox, sometimes Naruto can compete with a FI. Of course, it is also possible that Menlan said that Naruto would definitely become Hokage, so Naruto thought that he was a person who had a language speculation with him. Jiraiya could also see Menlan's impatience, so he occasionally changed the topic to let Menlan take a breath. If you are in a bad mood, your chakra will also be unstable, which is not a good thing for Menlan as a shadow clone. The purpose of Naruto's trip is not only to practice, but also to find the 5th generation Hokage. As for the 5th generation Hokage, who is Menlan's natural way after reading the script, but Naruto doesn't know. Jiraiya simply explained to him in detail about Tsunade-sama, who is also one of the 3 ninjas. Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru are all 3 legendary ninjas, and they are well known in the entire ninja world. But compared to one of the 3 ninjas, Tsunade's other name is even more famous. The legendary Fat Sheep. Tsunade likes to gamble, but she always loses. Her strength and luck are extremely poor. She may only gamble with Jiraiya in her life. She won once, but it still couldn't change her gambling addiction. So her reputation spread throughout the ninja world, even far surpassing one of the 3 ninjas. After all, as long as she comes to the major casinos, she will be rich. In other words, it is actually very easy to find Tsunade. You just need to know the approximate location and then check each casino one by one. Even so, it is a big project. Jiraiya only knows that Tsunade is currently in the land of Earth, but he doesn't know the specific location, but he is not in a hurry. Finding the 5th Hokage is important, and Naruto's practice is also important. When Jiraiya asked Naruto what ninjutsu he liked, Naruto frowned and suddenly said, I want to learn the same jutsu as Sasuke. You mean Chidori? Jiraiya touched his chin. Naruto nodded, and then began to make hand seals. Although his speed was not fast, his technique was skillful, and it was obviously not his first time practicing. However, when he held his right hand with his left hand and shouted, Ziduli! But there was no flash of lightning. Naruto's face fell immediately. Why can't I do it? Jiraiya laughed. Sasuke is naturally friendly to lightning chakra, so practicing lightning ninjutsu is naturally a piece of cake, but you may not have the talent in this area. In addition what? Naruto looked up. You are too slow in making hand seals, and it turns out that Shadow Clone is more suitable for you. Jiraiya laughed. Naruto was immediately furious, but suddenly his shoulder was patted. What? Naruto turned back unhappily. Menlan smiled, is this what you are talking about? It was as if the chirping of thousands of birds exploded in his ears. Naruto's face froze, and he saw Menlan's hand flashing with dazzling lightning. Ah! Naruto's cry was a little broken. Menlan laughed loudly, and it turned out that he felt differently about ridiculing the protagonist. The lightning disappeared, and Menlan immediately popped 2 Bingliang pills into his mouth. This thing really costs mana, isn't Reikari even more mana-consuming? No wonder Kakashi had to lie down for a month after only performing Reikari twice. Jiraiya frowned and looked at Menlan, leaning forward and whispering, where did you learn your Chidori? I can learn it after just one look. Menlan said as a matter of course. Jiraiya twitched the corner of his mouth, and when he turned around, Naruto squatted on the ground and began to draw circles with a look of despair. "Don't be discouraged, there are good things that are more suitable for you." Jiraiya patted Naruto's shoulder and said mysteriously, "And it's more powerful than Chidori." Naruto's eyes lit up and he was instantly revived with full blood. Chapter 68 The Old Man is Very Bad. Raise Nan? Compared with Chidori and Raise Nan, although the way of presenting power is different, it should be about the same. Menlan was thinking on the side. In addition, the Raise Nan has no attributes, it is just the manifestation of chakra, and Menlan can also learn it. Thinking of this, Menlan also showed an expectant look. Jiraiya noticed Menlan's gaze and smiled. "Why? Do you want to learn it too?" Menlan hesitated for a moment and nodded. Jiraiya said, "Sorry, this move is not to be passed on to others, but I can teach you some other ones." Menlan was quite disappointed, but not angry, which was reasonable. "It's not clear about your position for the time being. If your original body can clearly express your position later, I can teach you this move." Jiraiya leaned close to Menlan and whispered. Menlan nodded and stopped talking. After all, the original body is far away inside the Akatsuki organization. If the shadow clone leaks the information of the Akatsuki organization without authorization, the original body will naturally not feel too good, so Menlan has no reason to confess everything and wait for the consequences. After that, Naruto started a series of training, such as walking on water and hanging upside down on branches to become more familiar with the heavy chakra. With Menlan as an example, Naruto did it obediently even though he already knew how to do it. A few days later, they came to a small town in the land of Earth, and at this time, Jiraiya officially began to teach Naruto Raise Nan. Menlan actually remembered the training method of Raise Nan roughly, but Jiraiya deliberately avoided him, and Menlan would not make himself bored. At the market, Menlan changed his clothes and masks. Naruto was very curious about Menlan's face that had never been exposed, just like he was curious about Kakashi's face under the mask. So when eating, Naruto always stared at Menlan, wanting to see how Menlan ate with a mask on. Menlan naturally knew Naruto's little thoughts, so he naturally took off the lower half of the mask, leaving only his mouth and started eating. Naruto was speechless when he saw this. Jiraiya likes to take Naruto to the grove for training, and it was the same in Konoha and here. Menlan was actually very confused. "But it's just a ball, can't you practice in the room? Is it necessary to go into the woods?" When Jiraiya and Naruto went to practice, Menlan was bored. She was afraid of exploding when she was out, so she could only stay in the room and sleep. At night, Naruto came back first with a tired look on his face, and fell asleep as soon as he came back. In the middle of the night, Jiraiya came back drunk, and in addition to the smell of alcohol, there was also a strong smell of perfume. Menlan didn't feel sleepy at all because he had slept for a day, but suddenly thought of a good idea to pass this boring life. So the next day, Menlan went to the tavern with Jiraiya. The life of feasting and drinking is really desirable no matter where you are. It's a pity that Menlan can't drink. It has been a month since Naruto passed the first stage of practicing the Raise Nan, and Menlan and Jiraiya have been crazy and unrestrained in the tavern during this month. At first, Menlan still remembered that Jiraiya promised to teach him ninjutsu, and thought that he was just teaching Naruto and had no time, so he never mentioned it. It was normal for him to teach his apprentices during the day and hang out in the pub at night. However, over time, Menlan forgot about this matter in the midst of the beautiful women, and completely ignored that Jiraiya also brought him here during the day. Menlan didn't know where Jiraiya's money came from, and he was not interested in knowing. Because it was free, it was cool. It was a pity that he was not the real body. After Naruto passed the first stage, Jiraiya was busy. He needed to ask around for Tsunade's whereabouts, and Menlan, who had nothing to do, was naturally pulled in to do hard labor. Who made him eat and play for free for a month? In Menlan's impression, Tsunade was in a place called a street with ancient buildings to play, but there were many such places in the land of Earth. In the end, he had to rely on local methods to find her, but he made progress soon after. According to a group of people, Tsunade left their casino after losing all her money, and said she was going to a place called Tenshoku Street for fun. Menlin didn't know why Tsunade could go out for fun before she lost all her money, but he knew that Tsunade was indeed in Tenshoku Street, and he immediately remembered the name. Then he started to hurry on his way again. On the way, Menlin saw Naruto kneading a rubber ball even while hurrying on the way, and then he remembered the purpose of following Jiraiya. Wasn't he also here for training? What on earth have I been doing for this month? Menlin was blinded. He was blinded by a large white cloud. Menlin was extremely regretful and wanted to beat his chest and stamp his feet, but he still pretended to be nothing and suddenly remembered something and asked Jiraiya, "Uncle, didn't you say you would teach me some ninjutsu?" Jiraiya said calmly, "Did I say that? Why don't I remember it? You said you can't teach me the ninjutsu like Naruto, but you can teach me other ones. Why don't you keep your word?" Menlin frowned. Jiraiya patted Menlin and laughed, "Didn't I teach you everything in this month? What did you teach me?" Menlin was suddenly stunned. "You call it teaching me? I didn't say I must teach you ninjutsu." Jiraiya laughed cunningly. Menlin was speechless. "I believe you are very bad, you old man. Don't be discouraged, these few moves I taught you will definitely allow you to walk through the flowers in the future without getting a single leaf on you. These are all my unique skills. That white-haired boy begged me to teach him every day, but I didn't teach him. Shouldn't you be grateful?" "Fuck, not a single leaf on you, are you still fooling me? These few moves have long been played by others in our Blue Star." Menlan complained in his heart, "It's not as good as his cheesy love words." Unfortunately, Menlan, as a shadow clone, didn't know that his original body really relied on cheesy love words to attract hydrangea. Menlan was depressed. The purpose of his and Jiraiya's trip disappeared in an instant, as if his life had lost its direction in an instant, and the whole person became like a salted fish that had lost its dream. Sure enough, the old ginger is still spicy. I guess Jiraiya had seen through my little tricks a long time ago. Menlan wanted to cry but had no tears. We had agreed on the terms, but Menlan insisted on adding the condition that he would follow Jiraiya. Now, he has lost more than he gained. No, I have been eating and playing with him for free for the past month, and I haven't done much for him, so it's not a loss. If it's a shadow clone, it's not a waste of time. It's not bad to experience life in the ninja world. After figuring this out, Menlan felt happy. Before Menlan could be happy, Jiraiya suddenly pulled him aside mysteriously, regardless of Naruto's strange look. "Well, I'm a little tight on money recently, and Tensho Street is a famous tourist destination. You've spent all my money for more than a month, so why don't you give me some?" Menlan was happy when he heard it. "I'm just a shadow clone, uncle, my pockets are cleaner than my face." Jiraiya was also happy when he heard it, "So I have written your IOU for you. I will give you a friendship price of 100 taels for your recent food, accommodation, and entertainment. Just sign here." Menlan looked at the IOU in front of his face. "I am really a gorilla, you big gorilla." Chapter 69 Hydrangea joins the Akatsuki organization. Also in this month, Menlan's original body has been dating Hydrangea almost every day. I don't know which of the two Menlans is better. Zionin turned a blind eye to Menlan, and even stopped asking when he didn't come home at night. Menlan knew that it was time. Although saying this feels like skipping classes at school, it is enough to express Menlan's mood at this time. There is a hint of relief in the uneasiness, and a hint of worry in the laughter. "Mr. Menlan, you said there are so many flowers, which one is the hydrangea?" "Ah!" Menlan was wandering in his soul. "Hydrangea is my name, but I have never seen a hydrangea since I was a child. It may be in this flower field." "Yet." Menlan nodded, looking full of thoughts. Hydrangea frowned and said, "What are you thinking about?" "Nothing." Menlan woke up as if from a dream and shook his head quickly. Hydrangea then said, "Among so many flowers, which one is the hydrangea? Do you know?" "Hydrangea." Menlan was stunned again. "Isn't the hydrangea you? I mean the flower." Hydrangea was angry and turned her head away to ignore Menlan. "You are more beautiful than any other flower," Menlan said without hesitation. Hydrangea snorted and completely ignored Menlan. "Oh, the cheesy love words are useless. Don't be angry, I was just thinking about you joining the security team," Menlan explained. Hydrangea got even angrier when she heard this. "A month ago, they said they would let me join the security team, but there's still no news." "Isn't there news?" "Really?" Hydrangea was skeptical. Menlan nodded, with a sincere face. "Really? Did you apply to the angel? Did she agree?" Hydrangea asked. Menlan twitched his mouth. "Of course she agreed, otherwise how could I have such a big right to let you in? This security team is simply fictitious, and it represents the Akatsuki organization. Based on Xionan's personality that Menlan knows, it is not okay for Hydrangea to get involved in the mission and the organization, let alone act with the Akatsuki organization. So Menlan didn't tell Xionan about this at all. He has his own ideas, which can conceal the truth and retreat unscathed if he can't conceal it." After a month of hard thinking, Menlan is not just joking. Let her in if she is told to. Of course, she is not joining Akatsuki, but carrying out missions with Akatsuki, which is the legendary actual combat training. Hydrangea is worthy of being a genin, and her strength is only worthy of a genin. And she has to learn from Konan and Tenten. They are both rich women, and you are just a poor girl. How can you compare? But men in love, especially men in their first love, always like to swell their faces and pretend to be rich. Although you are weak, I am strong. Just be happy. It's almost time." Menlan looked at the sun in the sky and muttered. "Who is almost there?" As soon as Hydrangea finished speaking, a lazy voice accompanied by the sound of bells suddenly sounded not far away. "Where are we, Kakuzu?" The two turned their heads and saw two tall figures walking out of the dense forest, both wearing red clouds and black robes and wearing bamboo hats. Another low, muffled voice said, "Stop talking nonsense. You're the one who led the way, and you're still asking me. It seems that we're almost at the Hidden Rain village. Hey, is there anyone?" The lazy voice suddenly became excited. "How lucky I am to meet two civilians. It seems that today is another beautiful day." The black-robed figure approached, and one of them had his back to him, while the other girl looked at him curiously. "Hey, pretty girl, do you want to join the evil god cult?" The black-robed figure suddenly screamed. "Stop making so much noise. Do you believe I'll kill you?" An impatient voice came from behind. "Keiku. Kakuzu, it's that brat." The black-robed figure pulled out the three-bladed blood sickle behind him, looking tense. "Which brat?" "Menlan." Kakuzu was very surprised by the harmless boy in front of him. The black-robed figure was naturally hidden. He took off his hat, revealing his neatly combed back hair, and said with a strange look, "Menlan, why are you here? Shouldn't you be recuperating in the Hidden Rain village?" Kakuzu was also a little confused. "You're healed? Are you picking up girls here?" Feijuan pouted. Menlan smiled and glanced at Feijuan, making him he immediately shrank his neck and stopped talking. Menlan pointed to the wheelchair on the side and said, "The injury is not healed yet, but it's almost healed." "But why are you here?" Kakuzu glared at Phaeton, who looked innocent, and said, "Recently, a rebel ninja fled to the land of grass. The bounty is quite high." "Oh." Menlan smiled meaningfully, "It's fate that we met. It just so happens that I haven't exercised for a long time. I might as well go with you to have a look." "This Kakuzu was a little embarrassed. Menlan then said, "It's okay. I have been on missions with you many times. I will tell Sister Zionin when I go back. You can go, but she..." Kakuzu glanced at Hydrangea. Hydrangea was about to speak, but Menlan interrupted, "I am a wounded person. This is the medical ninja that Sister Zionin specially equipped for me. It's okay to take her with me." Kakuzu pondered for a moment, still a little hesitant. Menlan was not in a hurry, just asked, "Feijuan, have you recruited new believers recently?" Feijuan snorted coldly, "A group of ordinary people, how can they know the greatness of the evil god cult? But this little sister... well, I won't say it, tisk." Seeing the smile on Menlan's face getting stronger and stronger, Feijuan didn't continue. Hydrangea asked softly, "What is the evil god cult?" "It's a religion. People who believe in this religion have to dance square dance every day when they get up, eat and go to bed." "What? Are you interested?" Hydrangea stuck out her tongue and stopped talking. Finally, Jiaoda spoke, "Menlan, I can take you there, but if the leader asks later, just say that I want to go." "Really, I'm helping you and I'm still dragging my feet like a woman," Menlan said unhappily, but suddenly he exhaled like a orchid in his ear. "What's wrong with you, woman?" Turning his head to look at Hydrangea, who was also smiling, Menlan swallowed his saliva and stopped talking. Although Kakuzu, who was ridiculed, looked ugly, he didn't say anything in the end. Haiden, who was standing beside him, patted Kakuzu and laughed. "Woman? Kakuzu, you have come to this day. Do you believe I will kill you if you laugh again?" Kakuzu's forehead was bulging with veins, and the words seemed to be squeezed out from between his teeth. Haiden didn't care at all, and laughed even louder. "If I couldn't kill you, you would have died long ago." Kakuzu was murderous. Haiden's laughter stopped abruptly, and he said solemnly, "To be precise, your sentence is a grammatical error, so it is not true." Kakuzu's murderous intent surged again in an instant. "Okay!" Suddenly Menlan shouted in a deep voice. Kakuzu immediately restrained his murderous intent, glared at Haiden, and turned away. "Brother Menlan, let's go!" Feijuan called out and followed. "Let's go too!" Looking at Hydrangea, who was a little pale with fear at the murderous intent released by Kakuzu just now, Menlan said softly, "They are just like that, don't mind it." "Is this the security team?" Hydrangea asked. Yes. It's a little different from what I imagined." "What does he mean by the traders and bounties he just mentioned? Aren't they here to protect our village?" "Well, it's because the traders are more brutal, and wandering around our village may endanger the civilians in our village, so we sent them to encircle and suppress them." "Oh. Will the traders in the land of grass endanger our village?" "Let's talk while we walk, okay?" Chapter 70 Hydrangea's original image appears. As for Kakuzu and Feijuan, Menlan has helped them many times in the past few years, so they are also familiar with each other. As for the content of the help, it is nothing more than finding people, playing infiltration, and collecting intelligence. These are not what these two are good at. When they encounter the kind of hard-to-catch creatures, Menlan has to take action. Menlan couldn't explain why Kakuzu was afraid of Menlan. He had been with Kakuzu for a while and thought he was an easygoing person. Later, when they went on a mission with the duo, he found that he was not. The two had fought countless times, at least 3 or 4 times a month on average. At the beginning, it was almost once a day. Later, they got used to it and fought less. Then why was Kakuzu so tolerant of Menlan? Menlan couldn't explain it, just like Orochimaru was so afraid of him, he couldn't explain it. As for Haiden, the deep shadow left by the first Tsukuyomi was like Deidara, who was still very afraid of Uchiha Itachi and asked Scorpion to assemble a mechanical eye for him. He was not as good as Scorpion in this regard. Scorpion assembled his whole body to prevent Orochimaru's poison. The last time Menlan cooperated with Scorpion to attack a small country, this guy didn't know that his head had fallen off. What is Phaeton afraid of? He is not afraid of death, so what is he afraid of? Death is worse than life. So, he would not provoke Menlan if he could. It is said that illusions are a natural nemesis for Orochimaru, but in fact, Haiden is also afraid of illusions. He may not be afraid of them in general, but he cannot be afraid of someone as strong as Tsukuyomi. Powerful illusions, such as Tsukuyomi, can leave psychological trauma to the opponent, and can also manipulate the opponent's words and deeds when the opponent's spirit is crushed. This effect can last for a long time. Not to mention people, even the tailed beasts can be controlled. When Menlan used Tsukuyomi to crush Haiden's spirit, he also controlled him implicitly. Haiden has developed limbs and a simple mind. Although his will is firm, once his will is destroyed, he can be controlled easily. Of course, if the caster is too far away from the castee, it is not easy to control because the control will become very weak. Although Menlan does not know the specific location of Haiden, Menlan only needs to give Haiden a psychological hint, just like hypnosis, so that he can first find a target close to the hidden rain village and get lost to find himself. Such a small instruction will neither make him realize that he is being manipulated nor alarm others. Fortunately, Haiden rarely met Uchiha Itachi. Since it was his Tsukuyomi, he would definitely be able to see that Haiden had been controlled by Tsukuyomi. However, Menlan was not controlling Haiden all the time. This was the first time that Menlan gave orders since he cast Tsukuyomi on him that day. The reason why he cast Tsukuyomi on Haiden was actually very simple. It was because this guy always killed people indiscriminately. Menlan just wanted him to be more restrained, at least in front of him. Of course, there was also an emotional element in casting Tsukuyomi on him. He was just unhappy, just like the previous thieves. After all, killing is killing, but always killing innocent passers-by is too much. He just came out to play a supporting role and died inexplicably. Is it easy for him? But later, when he teamed up with the Haiden duo temporarily, he didn't need Menlan to control him at all. As long as Menlan stopped him, or even didn't need Menlan to say anything, Kakuzu would not act for no reason. Kakuzu actually didn't like Haiden's senseless killing. On the way, Hydrangea pushed Menlan's wheelchair without saying a word. Because Menlan specifically told him that the two people walking in front were vicious and would kill people if they disagreed with each other in the security team, and they were also afraid of noise, so it was best to talk less. Hydrangea felt that the two people were laughing all the way. Although they would occasionally quarrel over trivial matters, they would always quarrel at the head of the bed and make up at the foot of the bed, not like what Menlan said. In order to make Hydrangea give up, Menlan deliberately found an opportunity and said to the fire when Kakuzu and Haiden were arguing fiercely, "Try to talk less if you can." Then the two people started fighting. After seeing the extremely bloody fight between the two, Hydrangea finally believed it and stopped talking. This was the result that Menlan was happy to see. If he asked too much, he was really afraid of letting his mouth out. Although Hydrangea is usually silly, she is secretly shrewd. During the meal, Hydrangea finally couldn't help asking Menlan questions. But the content of the question was beyond Menlan's expectation. Hydrangea fell in love with the uniforms of Akatsuki. Her eyes once again showed that kind of light, and her original words were, "Your security team's uniforms are pretty good." Menlan bought them without saying anything. "No, I want them." "Kakuzu, do you have any more uniforms?" So the question is, why did Menlan ask Kakuzu instead of Haiden? The answer is very simple. Kakuzu would lift his clothes almost every time he fought, and if the noise was loud, the previous clothes would be ruined, so he must have prepared a lot of spare ones. Sure enough, Kakuzu nodded, took out a scroll from his sleeve, and took out a set of Akatsuki uniforms from it. They were regular uniforms, not the hooded ones that Menlan had seen before. Menlan was very opposed to this style, but the conditions were difficult, so he could only make do with it. After receiving the uniform, Menlin asked with a strange face, "You haven't worn it before?" Kakuzu was stunned and said in a deep voice, "No." "That's good." Menlin turned around and threw the clothes to Hydrangea, "Another one." Kakuzu had a gloomy face and had to do as he was told. When Hydrangea took off her purple robe and put on the Akatsuki cloak, her whole image was instantly refreshed. Under the previous lively and innocent image, there was a mysterious gothic beauty. Menlin nodded and expressed his satisfaction. On the side, Haydn whistled, "Buddha relies on gold clothes, people rely on clothes, this saying is right, little girl, do you want to consider, just ignore what I said." Kakuzu laughed, "I didn't expect that you could spit out ivory from your mouth." "Hey, there are so many things you didn't expect. You dare to call me a dog?" Haydn instantly exploded. The two happy enemies were fighting, but Xianghua blushed and said to Menlin, "Does it look good?" "It looks good." Menlin gave a thumbs up. "As expected, the girl we all like new clothes, why don't we consider taking her to buy clothes when we go back? There aren't many places selling clothes in Yuyan village, so let's take a look on the way." Menlan thought, and inadvertently glanced at Hydrangea who was spinning and playing with the hem of her clothes, but suddenly her vision was dazed, as if she saw another figure. "Wait! Hydrangea!" Menlan waved, "Come here." Hydrangea walked forward with some doubts, "What's wrong?" Looking closer, it seemed more like it. "You, why don't you summon the panda to carry me? You're always pushing me, you must be tired, right?" Menlan said. Hydrangea nodded in agreement, bit her finger and performed a few seals. Spiritual summoning technique. When Hydrangea pressed one hand on the ground, Menlan's face turned pale instantly. Chapter 71, Intrusion into Kakuzu and Haydn's mission. "Wow, where did this thing come from? It's so fat." Haydn looked at the huge panda and sighed, "It can't even fit in one pot." "Lord Menlin." Hydrangea looked at Menlin's ugly face and asked, "What's wrong with you? Did your leg injury flare up?" "It's okay." Menlin smiled, and this smile was uglier than crying. He had been searching for the original character with purple hair in his memory to make sure that Hydrangea had never appeared in the original work. But he would never have thought that Hydrangea did not appear in the plot with purple hair, but orange hair. Orange hair like pain. Although Menlin was not sure at this time, and was unwilling to believe it, the possibility that Hydrangea was the person he guessed was so high that Menlin could not imagine it. "Menlin." Kakuzu looked at Menlin's extremely pale face and said, "If you are not feeling well, we are not too far from the village now." Don't get me wrong, he is not concerned about Menlin. First, he doesn't want Menlin to follow them, and second, he doesn't want Menlin to have physical problems while following him. Menlin waved his hand and forced a smile, "It's really okay, let's go." "Don't you want the kitten to carry you?" Hydrangea said. Menlin shook his head, "Just push the wheelchair." Hydrangea didn't know what Menlin wanted to do, but didn't say anything and lifted the summoning technique. On the way, Menlin didn't understand. The 6 paths of pain should have been together long ago, not to mention that one of the 6 people could summon Yama to restore the physical bodies of all the members of the 6 paths of pain. There was no reason to make any more reserves, right? Given the powerful strength of the 6 paths of pain, it would be unrealistic to forcibly abduct any of the 6 paths of pain without Jiraiya's strength, right? Menlin suddenly determined one thing. If Jiraiya had not forcibly abducted anyone during the battle with Pain's 6 paths, then Hydrangea would not have suffered such a tragic death. If you figure out the cause and effect, it will not be difficult to change Hydrangea's fate. Let Jiraiya not come to the Hidden Rain village to investigate, or prevent him from abducting one of Pain's 6 paths, or even kill all this in the bud. Menlin was ruthless and evil. So far, Menlin has tried his best to avoid changes in history without affecting his rigid needs, and has never easily changed the destiny of anyone. But now, Menlan can't care so much. After a long journey, Menlan and his party finally arrived at their destination, a town in the land of grass. The rebel ninja is addicted to gambling and is now in a casino. This is the information from Zetsu. Addicted to gambling? Why is this setting so familiar? There are only 3 casinos in this small town, and it is very fast to check them one by one. For the sake of speed, Kakuzu suggested to search separately, but Menlan was afraid that they would find it first, so she refused. Because once Kakuzu and Haiden find the rebel first, it is estimated that the battle will be over in a few words, and then Menlan and Hydrangea will have nothing to do. The fundamental purpose of Menlan taking Hydrangea with her is for her actual combat. If it is hastily solved, what's the point? Since Menlan came to this world, he has never been to a casino, not even a tavern. The same is true for Hydrangea, so she is very curious about everything in the casino. If time is not limited, Menlan would like to play with Hydrangea. Winning or losing is not important, the most important thing is to have fun. Haiden is also a little childish, and is very curious about these casino equipment, but Kakuzu is impatient and urges him to die. As for the 4 people of Menlan who only watched but did not play, and were also dragging their feet and affecting the customers, they finally angered a group of thugs who were watching the place at the second casino. Kakuzu had been furious for a long time, and immediately opened his clothes to set fire to the place and raze it to the ground. For these 2 bloodthirsty people, Menlan stopped them on the grounds that making a noise would alert the target and make them escape. Finally, in the 3rd casino, they found the rebel. Seeing this, Kakuzu immediately threw out his heart and didn't ask if he was interested in joining their organization. But the rebel ninja was also quite capable and dodged very flexibly. Feijuan drew out the 3-edged blood sickle, with a BT smile on his face, and said, "Brother, are you interested in joining the evil god cult?" The rebel ninja probably drank some wine, or the kind who didn't eat vegetables, and said arrogantly, "Then you are not interested in joining my money cult." Money cult? Feijuan was stunned, looked at Kakuzu and said, "Is it because you are also in this cult that you have always been unwilling to join the evil god cult?" Kakuzu's veins bulged, and he was extremely angry. The rebel ninja smiled and said, "We are the money cult, and the god we believe in is called money, so if you join us, you will be guaranteed to have a good life." Kakuzu shouted, "Then your leader should be me." After that, Kakuzu's back began to wriggle, ready to use a big move. "Kakuzu!" Menlan stopped Kakuzu. Kakuzu turned around with a ferocious face, "What's wrong?" Menlan smiled harmlessly, "Why bother you with such a small matter? Let my medical ninja do it. Anyway, there is only one door, and the rebel ninja is surrounded by Menlan and others. There is no escape. Although he looks capable, with Menlan and 3 people present, can he still kill him?" Kakuzu finally understood why Menlan brought a burden with him. Is it to gain experience? Although Kakuzu was furious, he still nodded. "A little girl, is it okay? Why don't I just chop it off?" Feijuan looked at Hydrangea with some suspicion. Hey, have you discussed it? Otherwise, it doesn't matter if you come together." The rebel ninja shouted. Menlan nodded to Hydrangea, who looked at him nervously, and said softly, "I'm here, it's okay, just treat it as a normal sparring with those chunin." Hydrangea nodded slightly and walked forward. "Are you really sending a little girl? Are you guys still men?" The rebel ninja sneered. Suddenly, a piece of paper with a curse seal appeared in Hydrangea's hand, and she shouted, "Opening technique, paper blowing snow." In an instant, the overwhelming papers rushed towards the rebel ninja like a tide. The rebel ninja was stunned, and his hands instantly formed seals, and a mouthful of fire sprayed directly. Fire escape, great fire technique. Unfortunately, this small flame had no way to burn this large amount of paper, and the paper instantly covered his body. Opening technique, shuriken. I saw Hydrangea took out another piece of paper, and as soon as the voice fell, countless shurikens appeared out of thin air and shot into the pile of paper. This girl's technique is almost the same as Tenten's, both are time-space ninjutsu, and because she admires Konan too much, she also has a ninjutsu that uses paper, but it is not as lethal as Konan's paper dance. In addition, Tenten's scroll contains almost all kinds of weapons, even some water and fire. First of all, the medium used by Hydrangea is inferior, not to mention that she only has shuriken. Sure enough, there is no harm without comparison. Chapter 72, Meet Deidara and Scorpion again. When Scarlet seeps out of the pile of paper, Hydrangea's palm chakra forms a light blade, which is the chakra scalpel that Menlan taught her. This trick is perfect for her to use as a melee self-defense. Hydrangea glanced at Menlan, then carefully entered the pile of paper, ready to finish off the enemy. In fact, this is not the first time Hydrangea has killed someone. The Hidden Rain village is indeed ruled by terror. In order to train the willpower and execution of the genin in the village, the captured foreign spies who invaded the village were often left for the genin to execute, so Hydrangea had killed people before. However, when Hydrangea was checking the paper pile bit by bit, Menlan suddenly shouted coldly, "Kakuzu!" Kakuzu was stunned, and then he understood instantly, and broke through the roof with a leap. "What's wrong?" Haydn was confused, and Hydrangea also looked back at Menlan in confusion. Kakuzu was very fast, and soon he jumped down from the hole in the roof, with the corpse with shuriken stuck in his back, and the fatal blow was the bloody hole on his chest. Hydrangea only saw a deep hole under the paper pile at this time, and he had escaped by burrowing into the ground just now. Hydrangea walked to Menlan in a rather listless manner and whispered, "I'm sorry to disappoint you. It's already great, it's okay. It will definitely be better next time." Menlan smiled and comforted. Kakuzu's shoulders slumped instantly after hearing this. Haydn saw this and said, "Are you okay, Kakuzu? How about I carry it?" "No, you are so clumsy, what if you break it? These are all money." Kakuzu refused decisively. Menlan didn't care about that and asked directly, "Are there any other rebel ninjas near the land of grass? Let's solve them together." Kakuzu was silent for a moment and shook his head and said, "Probably, there are no more." "No more?" Menlan smiled strangely, "Okay, I have nothing to do, let's gamble a few games here before leaving." "Kakuzu, we helped you so much, we should at least sponsor you, right?" Upon hearing this, Kakuzu immediately took out the scroll and looked at it, and said seriously, "There is another one in Taki country. If you don't mind it being too far, we can go together. In that case, we will reluctantly help you once more. But before that..." Menlan's smile made Kakuzu shudder, "You go to the gold exchange first and exchange this stuff for money. We will play a few games here. Come back to get the money and forgive us." Kakuzu turned around and left, with veins popping out on his forehead. Haydn suddenly said, "Why don't you go by yourself, Kakuzu? I want to stay and play for a while, maybe I can get new followers." "Whatever you want. Hey, where are you? Is it closed now? Come out, don't you see the distinguished guest?" Kakuzu just left the casino and heard a loud shout, which made him even angrier. However, when Kakuzu came back from the gold exchange, he almost laughed out of anger. After that, Menlan and Hydrangea followed Kakuzu and Haydn to Taki country. Hydrangea was still the target of Hydrangea, but this rebel was a bit strong. In the end, Hydrangea was called down by Menlan, and the target fell into the hands of Kakuzu and Haydn. It can only be considered bad luck. It took about 10 days to play around. Menlan felt that he had enough fun on this trip, and Hydrangea also showed some fatigue, so he went back. If he went back, he would probably be scolded by Konan again. However, just as Menlan was about to part ways with Kakuzu and the others, he suddenly heard a shout. "Kid! What's that voice? Menlin looked up at the sky, and saw a plane hovering in the sky. When the plane landed from the sky, it turned out to be the duo of Scorpion and Deidara. At this time, Scorpion was still dressed as a short old man in the style of Hirudo, and Deidara was handsome with blonde hair. At first glance, this combination was really a beauty and the beast. Kakuzu Haiden had no friendship with Scorpion and Deidara, so he didn't say hello. "Kid, why are you together?" Scorpion's gloomy and hoarse voice matched his weird eyes, which was indescribably terrifying. Menlin looked at Kakuzu and said, "Nothing, just accompany them to complete the mission." "Oh." Scorpion groaned meaningfully, and then said, "Don't run around if your injury is not healed." Menlin smiled and said, "You can't sit still for a long time, come out and stretch your muscles." "Isn't a Fi with you, Mr. Scorpion?" "Where is he?" Deidara said unhappily, "A Fi ran away when he heard that he was going to find Orochimaru." "Humph, coward! Are you going to find Orochimaru?" Menlin grinned. "After the last battle of Konoha, I heard that the stinky snake was seriously injured. My informant found his hiding place. Now it's a good time to settle new and old grudges together." Scorpion sneered. Menlin touched his chin and suddenly smiled, "Why don't you take me with you? I can take care of you." "I just had the same idea. After all, you scared off that stinky snake 3 times. If you were included, I wonder where the stinky snake would go. But what about you?" Scorpion smiled sinisterly. "It's okay. I just have a lame leg, but I'm not blind." Menlin frowned and said, "What do you mean by scaring off Orochimaru 3 times? A Fi told us how you scared off Orochimaru in Konoha, how you disguised your identity, and how you played tricks on those juniors. I'm so annoyed. If you are really that powerful, let's have a competition some other day?" Menlin looked at Deidara's provocative eyes and the mechanical eyes that were looming under his golden hair, and laughed in his heart, but said, "Some other day." Suddenly, Menlin's face became weird again. "What do you mean by playing tricks on juniors? Am I such a terrible person? What does a Fi mean? I must teach him a lesson when I come back. What a big mouth. I went there because I admired him, okay? When you come to someone else's plane, you should say hello, right? Since there is nothing else, we will leave first." Kakuzu suddenly said. Menlin turned around and said, "Okay, thank you for your care these days." "You're welcome." Kakuzu was stunned and nodded and left. "Goodbye, little sister." Haiden greeted Hydrangea and caught up with Kakuzu. "Who is this?" Scorpion looked at Hydrangea. Deidara has also been looking at Hydrangea since the beginning, and said with interest, "Is she a new member of the organization?" Cough. Menlin coughed dryly and smiled, "It's just the medical ninja arranged by Xionin to take care of me." "Just a medical ninja?" Deidara was quite disappointed. Menlin smiled politely at Deidara, "So, can you please carry me to your plane?" Deidara looked disgusted, "Can't you come up by yourself?" "Deidara," Scorpion said. "Okay, big brother, I'll carry you." Deidara was about to get off the plane, but suddenly asked, "Is your medical ninja coming too? What do you think?" Okay, since she's a girl." Chapter 73 If Jiraiya is killed. Are they also from the security team? On the plane, Hydrangea supported Menlin's wheelchair and whispered in Menlin's ear. Menlin enjoyed this feeling and felt a little proud. "Yes. Who is Orochimaru you are talking about?" "Well, he used to be a member of our security team, but later stole the information from our village, so we have been chasing him." Menlin had already thought of the wording. Hydrangea nodded, "He should be killed." Menlin was stunned. But the people in the security team are really powerful. "Is this bird the ninjutsu of that arrogant guy?" Hydrangea asked. "Yes." Menlin hesitated and nodded. To be honest, Menlan was very worried about Deidara, who made him handsome. Although Hydrangea was not a superficial girl, many men would have such little thoughts, and would feel a little jealous when their beloved girls talked about other handsome guys. Who knew that Hydrangea said, "The ninjutsu is good, but the person is too bad." Humph, what's so great about it, isn't it just a bird? Hearing this, Menlan was relieved. However, Hydrangea's next sentence made Menlan nervous again. But this ninjutsu is really good. After world peace, I am determined to travel around the world and collect many rare and exotic animals. It would be great to have a bird to travel. Unfortunately, I have never found a suitable bird summoning beast. It's a small thing. After my injury is healed, let's go catch a bird together. Menlan immediately made a bold statement. Really? Hydrangea's eyes were full of stars. Menlan smiled and said, "When have I ever lied to you?" "Thank you." Hydrangea calmed down, and then said it very seriously. Menlan pretended to be angry. "If you are polite to me again, I will be angry." Hydrangea laughed, her eyes full of expectations for the future. The wind blew Hydrangea's purple hair, but the smile on Menlan's face gradually stiffened. The future is promising, but what can we expect? Blown by the cold wind, Menlan gradually woke up from the stupidity of being in love. Scorpion was going to find Orochimaru, and Orochimaru seemed to be seeking medical treatment for his sealed hands. His hands were useless, and it was actually useless to find anyone, but this did not prevent him from trying his best. And among his old friends, it seemed that only one person could cure his hands. Medical expert Tsunade. So the next plot should be the battle of the three ninjas? According to the time schedule, it is very likely. Why should I join in the fun of the three ninjas' war? It's not too late to get off now, right? Wait, if we can kill Jiraiya at this opportunity, then Hydrangea won't have to be killed by the plot, right? But if we kill Jiraiya, we have to bear the consequences. First of all, whether we can kill him is a problem. After killing him, Naruto will definitely hate Menlan to the core. However, the little Naruto should be with Jiraiya at this time. As long as Jiraiya can be killed, the little Naruto can be killed in 3 or 5 strokes, right? But if there is no Naruto, how can the world achieve peace? Rely on Sasuke? I guess Sasuke will go crazy if he loses Naruto. If he grows up, he will definitely chase Menlan and beat him. In addition, this guy has some psychological problems. He has been twisted by Uchiha Itachi. Why not kill Sasuke who hasn't grown up yet? I will never kill Sasuke or Uchiha Itachi. Menlan is much more afraid of Uchiha Itachi than anyone else. Then why not just go all out and kill Uchiha Itachi? It is obviously unrealistic to kill Uchiha Itachi now. We can only kill him while he is sick, which will take a long time. By this calculation, the protagonist group will almost be wiped out. If you want to kill one, you must kill all of them. If you want to cut the grass and root it out, then Konoha must be destroyed. If Konoha is gone, the world will definitely be more chaotic, and how can we talk about peace? Really rely on Pain's painful way to achieve peace? Or rely on me? Menlan doesn't have the courage. Today, Menlan finally integrated his previous intermittent thoughts, and he found that his previous approach was really right. This is obviously a dead end. Menlan fell into deep thought. In Menlan's previous life, he once heard a very romantic sentence. It said, "For your smile, what is the use of all the world? But if the world is really in turmoil and the whole world is in mourning, will the Hydrangea, who is so passionate about peace, really be happy?" "Little boy, what are you thinking about?" Scorpion walked up to Menlan and asked. Menlan smiled and said, "It's okay. Mr. Scorpion is about to get his revenge. How do you feel?" Scorpion smiled and said, "I will make that stinky snake into my most proud and perfect work of art." "What are you talking about, brother?" Deidara suddenly interrupted, the most perfect art is of course explosion. The so-called art is of course eternal beauty that will never decay. Your art is just child's play, Deidara. Scorpion retorted in a gloomy voice. Deidara was even more unhappy when he heard it. Brother, only the beauty that blooms to the extreme in an instant is art. What did you say, bastard? It's not common for these two to quarrel, but they can't reach a consensus on the recognition of art, so they can only quarrel. They are not like Kakuzu and Haiden, who fight to the death at every turn. Why do all the people in your security team seem a little abnormal? Menlin was happy to watch the joke on the side, and suddenly Hydrangea asked softly. Abnormal? Menlin thought about it and found it a little abnormal. Yes, these two and the previous two look like BT. Hydrangea did not hide her disgust. Menlin smiled bitterly. For a terrorist organization, normal is abnormal. But fortunately, I am normal. Menlin just affirmed himself, but Hydrangea said, if you were not a little more normal, I would even think that this security team is actually the envy of our rain-hidden village. It's not a bad idea to say that. But what does a little normal mean? Menlin was very upset. Brother, can you stop quarreling? We seem to have arrived. Deidara suddenly said, and the quarrel between the two came to an abrupt end. Menlin looked down and saw a building looming in a dense forest. The north of Taki country seems to be Orochimaru's Otagakure village. It is normal for Orochimaru to be here. But he should have gone to seek medical treatment now, so this must be an empty cave. Orochimaru has many nests. He is almost as suspicious as Danzo. As the saying goes, a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. No wonder Scorpion has not been able to find the shadow of Orochimaru in all these years. Should we blow him up directly? Deidara suddenly had a few more clay bombs in his hand. Scorpion said gloomily, last time you blew up Orochimaru's hiding cave, you didn't see him killed. We have to take it slowly and find a place to land first, don't alert the enemy. Just follow me in a while, you can't get involved in this kind of battle. Menlin told Hydrangea. Although he guessed that Orochimaru was not here, nothing is absolute in the world. Chapter 74 The Conflict Between Hydrangea and Scorpion. Mr. Scorpion, didn't you say that Orochimaru had one of your puppets by his side? How come Orochimaru hasn't been caught in all these years? Menlin said intentionally or unintentionally in the dense forest. Scorpion said in a gloomy voice, it's okay to find it, but if it's so easy to catch, the stinky snake won't be called a stinky snake. Oh! Menlin asked, are you confident this time? Do you believe me when I say no? Scorpion glanced at Menlin. Menlin smiled and said nothing. Deidara shouted from the side, brother, don't boost others' ambitions and destroy your own prestige. This time, you'll see how I blow him into a dead snake. If it was a strategic battle, Deidara would have a set of skills. All his attacks were ranged and extremely destructive, but this kind of infiltration battle was not Deidara's home ground. So his words could be completely understood as pretending to be stupid. Scorpion's Higurashi form was not very suitable for invasion. He looked at Menlin, if your legs were not injured, I would have more confidence this time. I learned from a FI that Menlin's camouflage ability was not ordinary. He could hide in Konoha for more than a month, and no one else in the entire Akatsuki organization could do it. Invading Orochimaru's lair without anyone noticing and completing the sniper without alerting the enemy was as difficult as assassinating Danzo in the root's nest. They overestimated Menlin. Menlin just smiled and said nothing. How about I sneak in and take a look? Hydrangea suddenly said. Menlin didn't turn his head back, you just need to stand behind me. Hydrangea pouted and said no more. Scorpion sneered at Hydrangea and said, Deidara, let your clay insects go in to explore the way, don't alert the enemy. Okay. Deidara put his hands into the clay bag under his robe, and soon released 2 small moths into the building without even a guard. It doesn't look like there's anyone here. Hydrangea muttered again. Menlin explained patiently, don't underestimate Mr. Orochimaru, his existence is beyond your imagination. Hydrangea was stubborn, she really wanted to see who this Orochimaru was. Not long after, Deidara said with a strange face, there is no living person in the building, only a corpse. Are you sure? Scorpion said. Sure. Deidara nodded. Go in and take a look. After entering the building, there was indeed no one inside, only a corpse lying next to a big bed, and medical supplies were scattered around. It looked like a doctor. Seeing this, Scorpion laughed strangely and said, it seems that this stinky snake is really seriously injured, and even a folk doctor has been found. Take advantage of his illness to kill him, but unfortunately he has already run away. Brother, do you know where he is now? Deidara asked. Scorpion shook his head and looked at Menlin, do you know? How could I know? Menlin still didn't dare to easily get involved in the battle of the three ninjas. It would be fine if he went alone, but Hydrangea was by his side after all. That's a pity. Scorpion sighed. Have you gone back, brother? Is this the border of the Union village? Scorpion suddenly asked. Deidara nodded and said, go a little further northeast and you will reach the Union village. Small village, just destroy it. Scorpion sneered. Brother speaks, I'm free. Yet. Deidara agreed. Do these two know that the Hidden Sound village was founded by Orochimaru? If they knew, they should have destroyed it long ago, right? Kabuto Yakushi is Scorpion's spy beside Orochimaru, but Kabuto has long been loyal to Orochimaru. Most of the information he revealed to Orochimaru in recent years was false, which Orochimaru knew. He had no reason to tell Scorpion that the Hidden Sound village was founded by Orochimaru. So maybe Scorpion and Deidara just wanted to find someone to vent their anger. The Hidden Sound village was just a small village, which was very suitable for their strategy team's mission. Menlin didn't care so much. Since Orochimaru couldn't find it, let's go back. At this moment, the voice of Hydrangea suddenly came to Menlin's ears. Why do you want to destroy the Hidden Sound village? Won't this provoke a war? Menlin was shocked when he heard it. Damn! How could he forget this? It is reasonable for the security team to arrest wanted criminals and hunt down rebel ninjas, but it is obviously unreasonable to destroy other people's villages for no reason. This is a bug. Menlin was thinking about how to answer. As Deidara took out the plane from his arms, Hydrangea suddenly shouted coldly, why do you want to attack other villages? This is not the responsibility of the security team, right? Security team? Responsibility? What's wrong with this little girl's brain? Deidara laughed. Scorpion also looked at Hydrangea and said in a gloomy voice, girl, don't ask if you shouldn't ask. Menlin, shouldn't you keep your men's mouths shut? What do you mean you shouldn't ask? You will provoke a war. Hydrangea was anxious. In some aspects, her persistence was even inferior to Menlin. Menlin wanted to pull Hydrangea back, but Hydrangea didn't care about him at all. What if he continued to say this? At that moment, Menlin could only yell, shut up. Hydrangea was stunned, looking back at Menlin in disbelief. After all, this was the first time Menlin got angry at her. Little ghost, take care of your little girl. I'll give you 3 minutes. If you don't want to go, go back to the village first. Scorpion smiled sinisterly. Well, what a cute little girl. Deidara also smiled. Looking at Hydrangea's dull face, Menlin felt distressed, and then pulled Hydrangea and whispered, the Sound Village was founded by Orochimaru, and there must be our information in it, so they are also going for the information. You don't understand, don't talk nonsense. Hydrangea was skeptical, really? When did I lie to you? I feel like you've been lying to me all along. Hydrangea's eyes revealed a sad mood. Menlin saw that it was too much. How could a gentleman make a girl cry? Menlin gritted his teeth and said, "Then I won't let them go, okay?" "Really?" Hydrangea still didn't believe it. "Just wait and see. Just don't talk nonsense." Menlin felt bitter, but he could do nothing about it. He never expected that things would develop to this point. For Deidara and Sasori, the strategy team, destroying a country and slaughtering a village is simply commonplace, but for Hydrangea, a pacifist who was deeply influenced by Conan's peace speech, it was completely unacceptable. In Conan's speech, what was promoted was only hatred for the big country. If Deidara and Sasori were angry and wanted to destroy Konoha, Hydrangea would probably have no objection. Menlin said, "I might know where Orochimaru is." "Oh." Scorpion was immediately attracted. Chapter 75 Tsunade's suspicion of Menlin. After following Jiraiya to Tansho Street, Menlin saw the ruins in the center of Tansho Street at first sight. "What's going on?" Naruto looked at the ruins in confusion. Menlin said, "Isn't this a tourist attraction? There's no need to demolish it, right?" "I'm afraid it's not that simple," Jiraiya said with a serious face. Of course it's not that simple, Menlin thought to himself. Orochimaru came to the door. There was a noise in the distance, and soon countless people poured out from the alley, shouting for help. "Brother, please stay, what happened?" Jiraiya asked. The man stopped when he heard it, and said in a horrified voice, "You guys should run away too, there is a monster up there." "Monster?" Jiraiya said, "What kind of monster?" "It's a snake, a big snake, it destroyed the castle in an instant." The man said, and turned and ran away. When Naruto heard this, he immediately asked, "How big is the snake?" "My village was also attacked by a super big snake." Before Naruto finished speaking, the man had already fled far away. Jiraiya said in a deep voice, "Naruto, that snake is probably the same one you saw. Let's go and have a look." "The same thing, hasn't the snake in Konoha village been made into a snakeskin wallet by your toad? There are so many snakes like this, Orochimaru." Menlin still complained in his heart. Since being deceived by Jiraiya, Menlin is now full of resentment. Following Jiraiya, they came to another ruin, but it was already empty. "It seems that we are a step late. Let's go." Jiraiya groaned, and then pulled Naruto away directly. "Where else are you going?" Naruto complained again and again. Menlin ran with him. "Of course we are looking for Princess Tsunade, she must not have gone far." As a result, after running for a day, he found nothing in the end. Naruto was exhausted. Compared to looking for people, it was more comfortable to practice. "I have searched all the major casinos, why can't I find anyone?" Jiraiya was puzzled. "Has he left here?" Menlin muttered, "I don't think we should look for him in the casino, but in the tavern." Jiraiya glanced at Menlin and happened to look at the tavern next to him. "Well said, let's go in and have a meal." Naruto immediately disagreed, "I'm still a child and can't drink." "Can't you just not drink and eat the food?" Menlin touched Naruto's head. As soon as he entered the tavern, Menlin looked around and was immediately attracted by a beautiful scenery. "Tsunade!" Jiraiya exclaimed, and the beautiful girl sitting in the corner who looked like she was about 20 years old but had a luxurious cleavage also exclaimed, "Jiraiya!" Covered by the mask, Menlin's eyes were somewhat unscrupulous. "Oh my god, what blinded me?" As expected, she is Tsunade. Naruto muttered to the side, "Is this Tsunade? She doesn't look like an old woman in her 50s. Menlin reached out and wiped the mask. "Don't say you don't believe it, I don't believe it either. How can she be only 20 years old with such a huge size?" "Ah!" Naruto said he didn't understand. After that, Jiraiya and the other two sat together with Tsunade and her disciple Shizuan. Tsunade had no interest in Menlin and Naruto at all. She didn't ask anything, but just drank in silence. Jiraiya was also tactful and poured wine for her from time to time. Today is really a good day to meet old friends. After 3 rounds of wine, Tsunade said softly with a little tipsy, and the worry on her face did not dissipate with the rise of alcohol. Jiraiya kept a serious face throughout the whole process, contrary to his usual behavior. Is it Orochimaru? As soon as the voice fell, Tsunade didn't react, but Shizuan was surprised. What happened? Jiraiya asked. Shizuan was stopped by Tsunade's eyes, and said calmly, nothing, just a greeting. As soon as the voice fell, Tsunade took out a deck of cards from her deep V chest and shuffled them by herself. Although the scene was quite explosive, Menlin saw a hint of gunpowder. Although Tsunade had the appearance of a little girl, her momentum was amazing. Tell me, what do you want to talk to me about? Tsunade put the cards on the table. Jiraiya picked up the cards and shuffled them again, and then put them on the table. Then I'll say it straight. The village requires you to succeed the 5th generation Hokage. As soon as the voice fell, the whole audience was in an uproar. Naruto was completely unaware of this matter. He only knew that Jiraiya was looking for Tsunade to treat the people in the village, so when he heard this, he choked to death. Menlin gently patted Naruto's back and continued to listen quietly to the conversation between Jiraiya and Tsunade. Their conversation took place during a card game, and Jiraiya told Tsunade about the death of the 3rd Hokage. Tsunade remained expressionless. And Shizuan beside him showed a sad expression as expected. Did Orochimaru do it? Tsunade suddenly said. Jiraiya nodded, yes. He has told me in person. Tsunade's expression remained calm throughout the whole process, as if she was talking about something particularly ordinary. Naruto finally couldn't help it, and stood up and said, Orochimaru? Is this the guy who killed Grandpa Hokage? Then who is he? He is one of the 3 ninjas like us. Jiraiya replied calmly. But aren't the 3 ninjas all ninjas from Konoha? Why? Naruto's tone gradually rose, indicating that he was very incredible about this matter. Perhaps it was a bit noisy. Tsunade glanced at Naruto and showed an angry look. Who is this kid? Uzumaki Naruto. Jiraiya answered Tsunade's question directly. Tsunade was stunned and said no more. Wait a minute, didn't you hear me? Seeing that the 2 of them didn't seem to listen to him, Naruto finally got angry and immediately slammed the table and stood up. What on earth is that Orochimaru you just mentioned? Isn't he one of the legendary 3 ninjas? Why do you know about the lecherous sage but remain indifferent? And why do you want to find such a person to succeed the Hokage? Naruto pointed at Tsunade, who looked innocent. Okay. Jiraiya sighed, don't say any more. Seeing this, Menlin immediately pulled him to sit down and covered his mouth at the same time. Woo woo. Even so, Naruto was still very angry and struggled violently. Okay, adults are talking, children don't interrupt. Menlin said softly. Naruto calmed down, but he became extremely dissatisfied with Menlin and glared at him fiercely. Menlin shrugged innocently. Who is this masked gentleman? Tsunade looked at Menlin. Jiraiya said softly, the Anbu in the village. Since you are asked to succeed the 5th Hokage, you naturally need someone from the village. Oh. Tsunade smiled teasingly, was it that stinky old man who arranged to kill me? Menlin was silent. Is it the root or the Anbu? Menlin smiled slightly, it's the Anbu, Tsunade-sama. Your chakra is very unstable? It seems that you have taken drugs that hide your chakra. Tsunade continued, and Shizuan looked at Menlin with some vigilance after hearing this. Chapter 76 The bad old woman is very bad. Menlin looked at the piglet next to Shizuan who was looking at him with hostility, and laughed dumbly. Don't worry about this, Tsunade, I can guarantee his identity. What's your answer? Jiraiya continued, will you accept it? Tsunade looked at the cards in her hand and fell silent. It's so incomprehensible. Naruto said that he didn't understand what the adults were saying at all, and covered his head in pain. How is it, Tsunade? Jiraiya asked again. Tsunade stuck the cards in her hand on the table, and her face finally became firm. Impossible, I refuse. Tsunade said in a deep voice. Jiraiya laughed and said, I remember that a long time ago, when I confessed to you, you also rejected me with the same words. What are you talking about? Didn't the lecherous sage say that he would take her back to the village for Kakashi and Sasuke to treat? Suddenly he said that he wanted her to be Hokage, and she refused. Naruto finally collapsed. Menlin observed that Tsunade looked a little lonely, and remembered something, but didn't speak. Naruto continued to collapse and scream. He couldn't believe that someone would refuse the position of Hokage. This caused great trauma to his young heart. Calm down, Naruto. Jiraiya stopped Naruto and explained in a deep voice, no one else can be the fifth Hokage except her. During the terrible war, she made great contributions to Konoha's victory. As far as the entire ninja world is concerned, no one can compare with her in medical technology. In addition, she is also the granddaughter of the first Hokage. With her ability, it is hard to imagine who is more suitable to be the fifth Hokage than her. So as long as she agrees to be the Hokage, she must return to the village so that she can save those people. In addition, this order is also the decision of Konoha's senior advisors. Jiraiya glanced at Naruto. There is no room for you, a genin, to speak. However, even though Jiraiya praised Tsunade to the sky, Tsunade still righteously refused to succeed the Hokage. The reason for Tsunade's refusal was that all the previous Hokage died in battle for the village. Although she loved gambling, she did not like gambling with her life. It was obviously something that only a fool would do to succeed the Hokage at the cost of gambling with her life. These words immediately angered Naruto. In Naruto's heart, the position of Hokage is supreme. Especially when Tsunade finally admitted that even the Hokage who died for Konoha was a fool, Naruto finally lost his mind completely and wanted to rush forward in a rage. Menlin was quick-witted and immediately rushed forward again. He hugged Naruto, and Naruto struggled like a kitten. I don't care if you're a woman, I'm going to beat you up. Naruto, who was baring his teeth and claws, finally said these words. Yoho, you're quite courageous. Tsunade was happy, I accept your challenge. Needless to say, Naruto lost miserably, and was knocked to the ground without even touching a hair of Tsunade, and he was no longer able to fight. However, during the battle, what made Menlin's eyes light up was that Naruto actually performed the Raise Nan. During the journey, Jiraiya and Naruto would use clones to isolate Menlin when practicing the Raise Nan, so Menlin didn't know how far Naruto had reached. Now it seems that he has already practiced it, although he is not very proficient. But Menlin doesn't care whether this move is proficient or not, as long as he sees it, it's his. Menlin was very happy. Suddenly, Jiraiya patted Menlin on the shoulder. You said you learned Chidori after just one look. Have you learned this move? Seeing the smile on Jiraiya's face, Menlin shuddered and shook his head. I didn't see the hand seal, how can I learn it? That's right. Menlin was speechless. Did he teach Naruto the Raise Nan without hand seals to prevent me from stealing it? I really thought too much. Even if Naruto rolled the balls, he still lost to Tsunade in the end. There is no doubt that it was not a battle of the same level. After Naruto lost, they went back to their own homes and looked for their own mothers. Tsunade and Jiraiya went to drink together, while Naruto secretly went to the grove to practice. It seems that this miserable defeat made him a little discouraged. As for Menlin, Tsunade and Jiraiya did not let their followers follow, so Menlin and Shizune were free. Wait, when did I become Jiraiya's follower? Menlin was a little depressed, looking at Shizune sitting opposite him and teasing the piglet, bored. Menlin had no interest in this girl who was ordinary in every aspect, and whose only advantage was her good temper. Ida Euro trademark s. Not that Menlin was a superficial person, it can only be said that he was realistic. If it was Tsunade sitting opposite him, Menlin would definitely find something to say, but forget it if it was Shizuan. After a long silence, Shizuan finally spoke first, and heard her say, "Are you the Anbu of Konoha?" Menlin nodded and said politely, "Yes, are you Tsunade-sama's follower?" "I am Tsunade-sama's apprentice." Shizuan smiled friendly, "Then are you Jiraiya-sama's follower?" "Why does it feel like a household registration check?" Menlin looked weird, "I'm just here to make soy sauce, not Jiraiya-sama's follower." "Just to make soy sauce?" Shizuan was puzzled. Menlin explained, "What I mean is, I came here with Master Jiraiya, and there is no other relationship." "Oh." Shizuan nodded, and then there was another silence. "Do you know how the third Hokage sacrificed himself?" Shizuan asked again after a long time. Menlin looked at Shizuan and found that she pretended to be indifferent. There was something strange. Although she thought so, Menlin could use this opportunity to kill time. Then, Menlin vividly described to Shizuan the battle between Orochimaru and the third Hokage, but in fact, Menlin, as a shadow clone, was sent out to collect intelligence in the middle of this battle, so he did not watch the whole thing, so most of what he said were fragments of the plot in his previous life. In the process, Menlin found that Shizuan was intentionally or unintentionally asking about Orochimaru's specific moves and the way to crack the third Hokage. Especially after the third Hokage Shikigami sealed Orochimaru's hands, he repeatedly confirmed whether Orochimaru's arms were really unusable. Menlin already knew roughly what Shizuan was up to, but he didn't care too much. "After talking so much, you must be thirsty, have a cup of tea." Shizuan handed Menlin a glass of water when Menlin finished speaking. Menlin was quite happy talking. Nothing could kill time better than chatting. Once he started chatting, he didn't even notice that several hours had passed. He also drank the water Shizuan handed him without caring. Just as he was about to continue talking, he suddenly felt dizzy. What the hell? He looked at Shizuan, who was becoming more and more double-imaged, and felt depressed. How did he get hit again? "Hey, why do you say again?" Chapter 77, Meet Orochimaru again. Big brother from the Anbu. Little brother. In a daze, Menlin opened his eyes in a call, and two figures appeared in his sight, which were Naruto and Shizuan. "What are you doing?" Menlin was still a little dizzy, making him a little confused. "I'm glad you woke up." Jing-Ian breathed a sigh of relief. Menlin then remembered what happened last night. And he was not angry, but just asked, "What did you do to me last night?" As he said that, Menlin also lifted the quilt and took a look. Shizuan was stunned and said unhappily, "I didn't do anything to you, but Lady Tsunade told me to control you." Tsunade? Menlin was stunned, "So what's the situation now?" "Now we are all set up by Tsunade." Suddenly the window was opened, and Jiraiya lay on the window with a painful face, and even speaking seemed to be very difficult. Lecherous immortal. "Uncle, you were also drugged." Menlin was very happy to see Jiraiya's frustrated look. "Let you fool me, old man. Tsunade, that guy, drugged my wine, making me paralyzed all over, and I can't use a trace of chakra at all." Jiraiya ignored Menlin's gloating and said, "Naruto, why don't you help him quickly?" Menlin suppressed his smile. "Humph, you always brag about how powerful you are as a ninja, but now you are knocked down, and you are knocked down by a beautiful attack. You are really a lustful immortal." Naruto also looked like he was adding insult to injury. "You are so nagging, help me up." Jiraiya instantly exploded. After Naruto helped him up, Jiraiya's face returned to seriousness. "No matter how corrupt that guy is, she is still a medical expert. Only she can make such a colorless and tasteless thing to deal with ninjas. Is the medicine you gave me this kind?" Menlin suddenly asked. Shizuan shook her head and said, "Tsunade-sama gave me the same kind, but I didn't use it. I only used a medicine that made you fall asleep. It's not that serious. Jiraiya glanced at Menlan and said, if you were given this kind, you would no longer exist. Menlan felt very lucky when he heard this. Tsunade's medicine directly acts on suppressing chakra. If there is no chakra running, then Menlan will disappear as a shadow clone. What's the point of playing if it doesn't exist? Wouldn't this trip be fruitless? It seems a little bit. There is no time to waste. I'm sorry to lie to you, but time is tight. Please allow me to explain while running. Shizuan said nervously. Okay. Jiraiya tried hard to stand up, but Menlan held him up. Let me do it. Menlan said to Naruto. I want to go too. Naruto shouted. I didn't say I won't take you. Let's talk about the other side. As Tsunade said, Orochimaru had come to her before Jiraiya came, and asked Tsunade to treat Orochimaru's hands that were sealed by the Shiki Fujin under the condition that Tsunade's lover and brother would be reincarnated by the impure world reincarnation. Tsunade knew that if Orochimaru's hands were restored, the first thing he would do would definitely be to destroy Konoha, so although she didn't refuse at the beginning, she still wouldn't treat Orochimaru. She didn't know the power of the Shiki Fujin, but just thought that Orochimaru's hands were simply abolished, so in her mind, Orochimaru was still the dangerous and evil Orochimaru. It was also out of kindness that Tsunade stunned Jiraiya and Shizuan, and chose to face Orochimaru alone when Naruto was exhausted from practicing making balls, and make a break with him. But what she didn't expect was that Naruto's body recovered very quickly because of the Nine Tails, or perhaps because of his own reasons. He woke up the next day from the injury that was supposed to last for a day or two. After waking up, she found Shizuan fainted beside her and Menlan unconscious beside her. And then nothing happened. Tsunade went to the meeting alone, and wanted to sneak attack Orochimaru to kill him, but the extremely sensitive Kabuto Yakushi discovered her murderous intent, so she could only launch an open attack. Orochimaru could not participate in the battle because his hands were sealed, so he had to let Kabuto Yakushi go, and Kabuto Yakushi's strength was at best a jonin, and it was too difficult to face Tsunade, who was at the level of Kage. But Tsunade had not fought for many years, and her body was already rusty. For a while, she was helpless against Kabuto Yakushi, and was taken advantage of by the calculating Kabuto Yakushi. However, just when Kabuto Yakushi was about to give Tsunade a critical blow, it was suddenly filled with smoke, and Menlan and Jiraiya finally arrived. This smoke instant body is amazing. What a good pretender! But this move is not a ninjutsu, but a basic physical technique, which Menlan cannot copy. Simply put, it is fast. It is not a time-space ninjutsu that teleports from point A to point B, but it is just the principle of chakra bursting in an instant and moving from point A to point B. In fact, it is just a flash body, which is similar to the principle of the substitute technique. Both move at a high speed that is almost invisible to the naked eye, rather than a space jump. If it is really a space jump, it is a bug. Tsunade was extremely surprised by Jiraiya's appearance, but Orochimaru did not show too much surprise, as if he had expected it long ago. Long time no see, Jiraiya. Orochimaru greeted him affectionately. Jiraiya smiled slightly. Your eyes god is still so evil, Orochimaru. Orochimaru didn't care about other people, but his eyes slightly focused after seeing Menlan. Menlan was not afraid, after all, his chakra aura was completely different from before. If he could smell anything again, it would be a ghost. Did he really think that Orochimaru had a dog's nose? Jiraiya, you have to follow an Anbu with you when you go out? Jiraiya, you are old. Orochimaru laughed. Jiraiya shrugged and joked, compared to you who rely on evil ways to keep young, it is more comfortable to have a naturally aged body and appearance. Orochimaru's smile froze, but he smiled again, you are still as stubborn as ever. But it's not appropriate to say this in front of Tsunade, right? Jiraiya turned around when he heard that. Tsunade was staring at him angrily, like a tigress about to go berserk. Tsunade, I'm not talking about you. Besides, what you did is not evil, right? How could Tsunade tolerate such a bad temper? She immediately pushed Jiraiya aside and rushed towards Kabuto Yakushi again. He didn't expect that he would be entangled with a little kid for such a long time. It was really embarrassing for the three ninjas. He had to get back the place no matter what. Jiraiya stumbled and fell to the ground after being pushed by Tsunade. Because the effect of the drug had not passed, he was still in a state of weakness. Naruto looked at Kabuto Yakushi, who was fighting with Tsunade. Wasn't he the good senior who took good care of him and his group in the Chunin exam? Naruto, who always valued feelings, was immediately confused. Menlin looked at the complicated emotions on Naruto's face and shook his head. Just say that this place is not suitable for little kids. This did cause a deep blow to Naruto's young heart. After all, they were friendly at first. But they were enemies when they met again. How could a child accept this? Chapter 78 The Secrets of the Summoning Technique. The battle between Tsunade and Kabuto Yakushi continued, but since Kabuto Yakushi knew Tsunade's weakness of being afraid of blood in advance, he quickly defeated Tsunade. This guy is also a ruthless person. In order to make Tsunade sick, he even pierced his own hand. Watching Kabuto Yakushi and Tsunade fighting back and forth, Menlan couldn't help but think of the first time he saw Kabuto Yakushi. At that time, he was far from being as powerful as he is now. This guy's growth rate is also terrifying. What will happen if he is given a few more years? However, the later Kabuto Yakushi almost never appeared after Orochimaru's death. Is such a talent also buried? Note that Menlan at this time did not know that Kabuto Yakushi later became one of the later bosses because of the limited knowledge of the plot. Tsunade was defeated, and Naruto, who saw this, naturally woke up from his confusion. Naruto is a stupid person in some ways, and his brain doesn't work fast, so he still doesn't understand the situation in front of him. He doesn't understand why Konoha's genin Kabuto Yakushi would help Orochimaru, who wants to destroy Konoha, to attack Konoha's three ninjas Tsunade. Naruto's ninja way is to say what he wants to say. So he asked it. This is actually a very stupid question, and even Jiraiya couldn't help but complain. The key is that Naruto doesn't believe Jiraiya's words, and he has to let Kabuto Yakushi explain it himself. Menlan was speechless on the side. I guess Kabuto Yakushi doesn't have any temper at all. Is he here to fight or chat? Anyone with a discerning eye can see my identity at a glance, okay? Is there any need to explain this? The key is that Naruto still has to let him explain. There was no other way, Kabuto Yakushi could only explain. He told Naruto everything about his true identity, the purpose of going to Konoha, etc., and mixed in words that belittled Naruto and praised Sasuke. Naruto couldn't stand it when he heard it. It doesn't matter how weak you say I am, but you can't say he is weaker than Sasuke. Then Naruto lost his mind and rushed towards Kabuto Yakushi. And then there was nothing else. Although Kabuto Yakushi didn't have any powerful ninjutsu, his combat experience was better than Naruto, and there were several Sasukes in between. Naruto was knocked down, and finally calmed down. The real battle has just begun. Jiraiya ordered, leave Orochimaru to me, and as for the kid with glasses, leave it to you and Shizuan. Menlan nodded slowly. Although his current physical condition may not be as good as that of Kabuto Yakushi, it will be much better with Shizuan's help. The key is that there is still a highlight to be performed. But before that, I want Tsunade to recover my body first. Jiraiya continued. Shizuan apologized, I'm afraid the effect of the medicine will last for a while, and I can't do anything about it. Ah? Is that so? Jiraiya collapsed instantly, but then a confident smile appeared on his face. Smiled, but there is no other way, this is the only way. Although Jiraiya didn't know the physical condition of Orochimaru at this time, he knew it roughly, so they should be said to be evenly matched at this time, and he was naturally not afraid. Tsunade, you should use the recovery ninjutsu to let your body rest first. Jiraiya ordered. What about me? Naruto shouted. You are responsible for taking care of Tsunade, together with the pig. I also want to participate in the battle. Naruto was not happy. Jiraiya rejected Naruto righteously. Don't be stubborn, Naruto, neither of these two people is your enemy, let alone Orochimaru, who is also a Sunin. Even the glasses man has the same strength as Kakashi. In that case, you should stay here. Well, taking care of Tsunade is also an important task. Menlin touched Naruto's head and smiled. Humph. Naruto snorted and acquiesced. Okay, the battle begins. With Jiraiya's shout, the battle was declared to begin. Almost at the same time, Orochimaru and Jiraiya in the distance performed the summoning technique together, wanting to summon the summoned beasts to fight, because they were all very weak now. Because Orochimaru's hands were sealed and he couldn't make seals, he had to let Kabuto do it for him. Orochimaru didn't need to make seals, he just needed Kabuto to smear his donated blood on Orochimaru's arms and make seals himself. With a muffled bang, 2 giant snakes were summoned in the smoke on Orochimaru's side. On Jiraiya's side, as the summoning engraving unfolded, the smoke dissipated, but only a tiny figure appeared. Ah! Jiraiya and Naruto were dumbfounded on the spot. Jiraiya, you are still as clumsy as before. Orochimaru thought that Jiraiya had made a mistake, and he sneered, but he was not in a hurry to attack. Maybe this is the tacit understanding between opponents. Jiraiya's face was solemn. It would be too bad if he couldn't summon the summoned beast. How could he fight? Naruto couldn't stand it anymore and performed the summoning technique on the spot. When in Konoha village, Naruto went into the woods with Jiraiya every day to practice summoning techniques. He had also signed a summoning contract with the toads of Myaboku Mountain. In a later battle, he successfully summoned the toad boss. However, unlike Jiraiya, under normal circumstances, Jiraiya summoned whoever he wanted, while Naruto summoned whoever was free, so even if Naruto was in normal condition now, the chance of summoning an adult toad was very small. So, he just summoned another little toad. Thinking of what Kabuto had said before that he had no talent for being a ninja, Naruto was a little upset, and tears were about to flow out. Orochimaru, who had been waiting beside him, finally couldn't stand it anymore and shouted, "Since you are wasting time like this, we will be rude first." Wait! Menlin suddenly shouted and stopped Orochimaru, who was about to control the giant snake to rush over. What's wrong? Orochimaru's eyes revealed that he was very interested in this masked man. Menlin just saw Orochimaru borrow Kabuto's steps to summon the giant snake, so he also wanted to try it. He wiped a little blood from Naruto's finger, then smeared it on Jiraiya's hand, and then began to seal and perform the summoning technique. Summoning technique. As Menlin slapped the ground with one hand, a huge array pattern appeared on the ground, a large amount of smoke suddenly emerged, and a figure also appeared in front of Menlin. Success! This trick works. Menlin had never used the summoning technique before, and this was the first time. Didn't expect that he could summon such a powerful summoning beast for the first time. However, when the smoke dissipated, a toad with green skin and bright red lips appeared in front of Menlin, and its size was also very different from the previous two. What is this? Menlin almost collapsed. Jiraiya said helplessly, "Even if I use your hand to activate the summoning technique, I use my chakra, so the result is actually the same." Chapter 79 The Battle of the Three Ninjas begins. 3 idiots. With a loud shout, Orochimaru finally couldn't bear it anymore and controlled the giant snake to hit this side. With a loud bang, the earth was torn into pieces and the dirt flew. Although everyone on Menlin's side dodged the collision of the 2 giant snakes, Naruto fell into the scarlet mouth of a giant snake because of his lack of strength. Naruto! Jiraiya screamed. Seeing this, Menlin wanted to save Naruto without saying anything, but the giant snake closed its mouth and swallowed both Menlin and Naruto. As his vision went dark, Menlin only felt himself sliding and wriggling along with the saliva in the giant snake's mouth, obviously swallowing. Menlin was panicking now. If he was swallowed, what would happen? Menlin Lan wanted to smoke the giant snake with fire to release them, but he had to give up because he didn't know where Naruto was. He called out but got no response. The snake's mouth was pitch black and it was hard to find him. Anyway, Naruto was lucky. Even if he was swallowed by the snake, he would be fine. I'd better escape by myself first. After thinking about it, Menlin pried open a corner of the snake's mouth and jumped out. This time he got out, it was terrible. The ground was full of mud and swamps. Looking at the other side, Naruto had already escaped first. This little bastard! Menlin was speechless. This giant snake was completely submerged in the swamp. On the other giant snake, Jiraiya and Orochimaru were fighting fiercely. One of them could only use his neck and tongue, and the other couldn't even perform ninjutsu. They were evenly matched. Go help Shizuan! Jiraiya shouted, and Menlin reacted and immediately went to the battlefield between Shizuan and Kabuto Yakushi. At this moment, Orochimaru stretched out his long neck like a poisonous snake and bit Jiraiya's neck, which was completely wrapped by the ninja needle Jizo. Menlin saw this scene and was a little surprised. Orochimaru can impose a curse seal on his opponent by biting. Sasuke was cursed by Orochimaru in this way, but what if Jiraiya was also cursed by Orochimaru? Menlin felt that this trick would definitely not be able to do anything to Jiraiya. It would be sealed casually and it would be completely useless. On the other side, Kabuto Yakushi was fighting with Shizuan. Shizuan sprayed poisonous mist from his mouth. This was not an ordinary poisonous mist. As long as you smelled a little bit, you would be unable to move. But Kabuto Yakushi was very good at the earth dragon hiding technique. After drilling into the ground, the poisonous mist could not hurt him. Just when Shizuan was blinded by his own poisonous fog, Kabuto Yakushi came out from under her feet and easily cut Shizuan's tendons with a chakra scalpel, making her unable to move instantly. After getting past Shizuan's obstacle, Tsunade, who had lost her ability to fight, was left with only Naruto. Menlin rushed over after Naruto was knocked down, and then fully demonstrated his acting skills. He was knocked to the ground by Kabuto Yakushi in a few moves. His hands and feet were paralyzed, and he lost his ability to move. Having his tendons cut by a scalpel is indeed an injury, but it is still within the range that the shadow clone can bear. Jiraiya must have been able to see that he was playing a fake match. This old man is very smart. If he asked, Menlin would have already explained it. Let Naruto play well, and only his mouth-to-mouth can save Tsunade. Otherwise, how should Tsunade deal with her hemophobia? Heart disease needs a mouth-to-mouth doctor. The result was not what Menlin expected. Naruto knocked down Kabuto Yakushi with a ball, and he himself fell to the ground exhausted and unconscious. Tsunade was completely stunned by Naruto's words just now. Menlin secretly peeked at the side, and suddenly felt that the pitiful Tsunade before was more lovely. That's right, Tsunade is about to defeat her inner demons now, and her expression has become more determined. Orochimaru, who was confronting Jiraiya on the side, didn't know what medicine he took wrong at this time, and rushed towards Naruto like crazy, wanting to kill Naruto as soon as possible. This guy had been in the Akatsuki organization before, so he naturally knew that the Akatsuki organization was determined to get Naruto, or he might be afraid of the Akatsuki organization, so he thought of simply killing Naruto, not wanting anyone to get it, and leaving Sasuke to me. So Orochimaru spit out a snake, and the snake spit out a sword at a very fast speed, and wanted to stab Naruto through the heart. But how could Tsunade, who was already moved by Naruto, let Orochimaru get his wish? So she stood up to block the knife for Naruto, and the knife hit her right in the heart, a fatal injury. Here it comes. Menlin's eyes lit up, and the Sharingan under the mask quietly opened. When Orochimaru almost ravaged Tsunade to the limit, Tsunade's body trembling finally stopped, and a flying kick kicked Orochimaru, who was confused, away, and then opened the Yin seal. At this time, Tsunade finally strengthened her belief, admitted her identity as the 5th-generation Hokage of Konoha village, defeated her inner demon, and once again became Tsunade, one of the 3 ninjas. The 100 Healings technique compresses the accumulated chakra into a seal, seals it on the forehead to form a mark, and releases it when necessary. The chakra accumulated over the years bursts out instantly, which can instantly greatly increase the limit of one's strength. If you then use the ninjutsu to create regeneration, you can use all the accumulated chakra to heal yourself, and you can instantly recover your fatal injuries completely. This is the horror of the 100 Healings technique. It can attack or defend. It is the greatest medical ninjutsu of this century, nothing else. As Tsunade said, this is not a recovery technique, but a regeneration technique. So as long as she is not killed instantly or her accumulated chakra is exhausted in battle, she is almost immortal. It is just like the cells of the 1st-generation Hokage, Hashirama. However, since the number of cell divisions in a human body is limited, the side effect of accelerating cell division and regenerating body organs and tissues is shortening life. This may also explain why the 1st Hokage died so early. Menlan, who was lying on the ground pretending to be dead, burst into tears. Finally, this beating was not in vain, and this trip was not in vain. Finally, he got something real. That's right, Menlan was planning to use Tsunade's 100 Healings technique. He clearly remembered that in the battle of the 3 ninjas, the 3 of them almost did not use any ninjutsu, but Tsunade actually used her unique skills, so Menlan's purpose of playing soy sauce throughout the whole process was just to follow the plot and profit from it. If a person does not work for himself, he will be punished by heaven and earth. Menlan finally felt that the value of his shadow clone had been achieved. It was not in vain. As Tsunade recovered, she began to perform the summoning technique. Seeing this, Orochimaru flew back and asked Kabuto Yakushi to help him perform the summoning technique again. At the same time, Jiraiya also began to use all his chakra to perform the summoning technique. When there was a loud explosion and smoke filled the air, 3 huge figures finally appeared. The real battle of the 3 ninjas seemed to have officially begun. However, at this moment, a loud voice suddenly rang out from the sky, "Is it a party? It's so lively." Chapter 80 The Arrival of Akatsuki. The 3 ninjas who were having a class reunion looked up and saw a big white bird circling in the sky. Menlan, who was no longer pretending to be dead and hiding with Shizuo Naruto, saw the pupil shrink. What's going on? Why did Deidara come here? This plot is wrong? The big bird slowly landed on the 3 ninjas and their summoning beasts. They saw 4 figures flapping their wings above them, and they were dressed the same, red clouds and black robes. Jiraiya looked solemn. He naturally knew that this was the uniform of Akatsuki. Uchiha Itachi, who had met before, was wearing this kind of clothes. He quietly glanced at the Menlan clone who was with Naruto behind him, and then at the boy sitting in a wheelchair on the big bird with an indifferent expression, and his mood became heavier. He did have reason to suspect that this was done by the Menlan clone. As for Orochimaru, he looked at the figure on the big bird with an extremely ugly face. He glanced at Kabuto Yakushi beside him and found that he was also sweating profusely. Kabuto Yakushi hurriedly explained, "Lord Orochimaru, if you want to believe me, I just attracted Scorpion to our previous residence, and I didn't reveal anything else. Of course I trust you, otherwise you would have died long ago," Orochimaru said coldly. Kabuto Yakushi's face was pale. Whether it was the ridicule of Wan Shi just now or the murderous intention of Orochimaru, he felt extremely uncomfortable. The key is, in this situation, how can he hide his identity and protect himself? Kabuto Yakushi is very similar to Menlan in one point, that is, he will do whatever it takes to survive in this cruel world. Orochimaru, I finally found you. Scorpion, who was in the state of Higurashi, stared at Orochimaru with his big and small eyes and sneered. Orochimaru was sweating profusely, but his eyes were always on the boy sitting in a wheelchair behind him who was thinking about something. Deidara shouted loudly, "Two uncles and little sisters, no matter who you are, or what grudges you have with Orochimaru, but Orochimaru's life has been guaranteed by my eldest brother, so you should leave quickly." Okay. Deidara looked arrogant, as if he didn't take the three behemoths seriously at all. Jiraiya and Tsunade looked at each other. He wanted to wait and see. But who would have thought that Tsunade would coldly shout, "This is the business of our three ninjas, how can you interfere?" Scorpion didn't speak, but Deidara sneered, "What a bullshit, three ninjas, leave quickly, or I will kill you all, okay? Where did this weird guy come from?" Tsunade clenched her fists and frowned slightly. Jiraiya jumped from Gamabunta to Tsunade and whispered, "They are members of a mysterious organization called Akatsuki. They are extremely powerful. We may not be their opponents in our current state. Why don't we wait and see? Are they here to kill Orochimaru?" Tsunade asked. Jiraiya explained, "Orochimaru once joined this organization, but later defected, so that should be the case. But I don't want Orochimaru to die so easily in their hands," Tsunade said hatefully. Jiraiya smiled and said, "Don't underestimate Orochimaru. Even if we are both at our best, we may not be able to stop him, let alone these people." During Jiraiya's discussion with Tsunade, Deidara was quite impatient, but Scorpion didn't say anything, so he couldn't just take action. Scorpion just stared fiercely at Orochimaru and Kabuto Yakushi beside him, his eyes flickering, and he didn't know what he was thinking. Orochimaru was timid. He valued his life like gold. How could he fight Scorpion in his current state? Not to mention that there were so many of them. None of the Akatsuki members were ordinary people. "Lord Orochimaru, let's run away." Kabuto Yakushi was also timid. In the hands of Scorpion, he would definitely live a life worse than death. Orochimaru was silent. If he wanted to escape, no one could stop him, but what about Kabuto Yakushi? Orochimaru was a cold-blooded person. He didn't care about Kabuto Yakushi's life or death. He only cared about his own intelligence. Kabuto Yakushi knew him inside and out. If he was caught by Scorpion and his mouth was pried open, then the foundation that Orochimaru had worked hard for several years would be completely destroyed. Orochimaru looked at Kabuto Yakushi coldly and made up his mind. If it really didn't work, he would get rid of him first and then leave. Kabuto Yakushi looked at Orochimaru's cold eyes, trembled all over in an instant, and his heart suddenly chilled. Who would have thought that Orochimaru would say the next moment, "You leave first"? Kabuto Yakushi was stunned. "Lord Orochimaru, you escape first, I have my own way to leave." Kabuto Yakushi nodded and prepared to evacuate immediately, but the moment he turned his head, a black-robed figure appeared in front of him. It was Scorpion's beloved puppet, third-generation Kazekage. "I won't let you escape, Kabuto." Scorpion's eyes were full of cold, murderous intent. Seeing that the battle was about to start here, Deidara shouted, "It seems that you will not give up until you see the Yellow River." Seeing this, Jiraiya immediately waved his hand and said, "This little brother, don't worry, let's leave." As he said that, Jiraiya asked Gamabunta and Tsunade's slug to retreat. "Deidara." But suddenly, the wheelchair boy behind Deidara shouted coldly. Deidara turned back, and the cold eyes that had no warmth at all scared him. What? The boy sitting in the wheelchair was naturally Menlan, that is, Menlan's body. In order to prevent Hydrangea from getting angry with him, he wanted to lead Scorpion and Deidara away first, and then discuss with Hydrangea to return to the Hidden Rain village. But just after he arrived in the land of Earth on Deidara's plane, he suddenly had a very magical feeling. This feeling was like something was calling him and attracting him in the dark. Menlin followed the direction of the call and came here. From the feeling, this thing was like his own, or something very familiar, but it was left here. However, after arriving here, they found that the three ninjas were preparing for a war. What could attract me in the battle of the three ninjas? Menlin couldn't figure it out, but the feeling became stronger and stronger. He also gradually discovered the source of this feeling. Clone. The chakra connection between the clone and the original body will become stronger with the distance, and the feeling that Menlin feels, the connection between the clone and the original body, is the same chakra fluctuation as his own. But after coming here, I didn't find my clone or anything. On the contrary, the closer I get, the more vague this feeling becomes, as if it is covered by something. However, when I saw Jiraiya, Menlin didn't care so much. Menlin has forgotten what state Jiraiya is in the original plot, but judging from the surface phenomenon between him and Tsunade at this time, it will definitely not be much better. Take advantage of his illness to kill him, and the opportunity will never come again. As long as everyone here is solved, who can know that it was me? Menlin, who has been thinking about whether to kill Jiraiya, finally couldn't resist the temptation. After all, this opportunity is rare. The three ninjas gathered together, so why not kill three people? Deidara frowned and listened to Menlin's whisper, and looked at Scorpion next to him. In that case, let's make a big scene. Deidara laughed loudly and immediately controlled the bird to take off. C3. Chapter 81 Akatsuki vs Konoha Sunin. As Deidara threw a clay bomb in his arms, a loud shout came from his mouth. Ha! Boom! A dazzling light like a giant starfish flashed up, and then there was a loud bang. Art is an explosion. After the deafening roar, the whole world seemed to be silent, only Deidara was laughing wildly, and it seemed that he was very satisfied with his art. Don't say such childish words, take a closer look. Scorpion said in a somewhat yin and yang tone. Deidara looked down and saw that the Sunin were still the Sunin. Although they looked a little embarrassed, they did not have any superficial injuries. And their summoned beasts were only blown back a little, and they were covered with smoke. The only change in the scene was that a deep pit was blown out of the ground. How is this possible? Deidara was stunned. So far, no one has ever survived this move of his, but he didn't expect three to come out at once today. However, at this moment, the snakes under Orochimaru's feet suddenly cursed, "Damn Orochimaru, summon me! Did you summon them just to let me resist the damage? Just wait for me!" After that, the snakes turned into a cloud of smoke and disappeared. Orochimaru looked extremely ugly, and Kabuto Yakushi behind him also looked pale. Then there was another bang, and Gamabunta disappeared, leaving only Jiraiya who was gasping for breath. It still has some effect. Deidara smiled awkwardly. It was more than just a little effect, he just didn't see it. Jiraiya looked at the giant bird hovering in the sky, feeling extremely heavy. The ninjutsu Jizo had really been used to the limit, and Gamabunta was blocking it. Even so, he was not only injured, but also completely used up his remaining chakra. Now it's time to play. And Tsunade, she was in the state of the 100 healings technique at this time, with amazing regeneration ability. It is estimated that except for Orochimaru who let 10,000 snakes block all the damage, she was the one who was least injured. And the slug was thick and durable, and it was just half the size. Menlin's clone, who had been watching the battle from a distance, sighed faintly. Why did things develop to this point? He naturally knew that his original body had come, but it seemed that it was not the right time to return to his original body now. Forget it, let's wait and see. Menlin's clone would never have thought that Sasori and Deidara, who were just chasing Orochimaru, would have the courage to attack the three ninjas directly. He didn't expect his original body to agree to do this. Menlin's clone clearly remembered that there was absolutely no such scene in the original plot, so it could only be that he, the variable, changed history again. He didn't seem to be such a short-sighted person, Did he? What water can be weighted and what water cannot be weighted, there is no reason for him not to understand. However, when he saw the battlefield begin to split, he was shocked and speechless. In his opinion, his original body was absolutely crazy. Scorpion, you should take your revenge, but don't let Orochimaru escape. Deidara, if you don't mind, help me get rid of these two too. Looking at the indifferent boy behind him, Deidara scratched his head and said, Brother, can you do it alone? Don't talk nonsense, go help Menlan. Scorpion said coldly, and then jumped off the plane. Menlan didn't care about the battle between Scorpion and Orochimaru. He just wanted to kill Jiraiya first. Is Naruto nearby too? Menlan glanced and found several people peeking behind a stone. When he saw the masked man, his heart suddenly trembled, but after careful observation, he found that the chakra was very unfamiliar, and Naruto was nowhere to be seen. It's impossible for Naruto not to join in such a lively scene. If no one is seen, it should be Koma. Menlan almost forgot the details of the plot, but if the masked man is in the plot, Menlan should have an impression of him, right? Forget it, who cares who he is, let's kill him together. If Naruto really fainted, it would make Menlan feel relieved. After all, saving the world depends on you, and it's really a bit of a knot in Menlan's heart to really kill him. But everything is fine now. You entangle that woman first, I'll go get rid of that uncle and then help you. Menlan said again. Don't order me. Deidara was a little annoyed, but still said, Is your body okay? You have to let me down. Tisk. Deidara controlled the plane to land, and Hydrangea pushed Menlan down slowly from the plane. Don't be so stubborn, we still have a competition. Deidara shouted loudly, and then took off and rushed towards Tsunade. Menlan took a deep breath and set his eyes on Jiraiya. Looking closely, he was indeed at the end of his strength. Lord Menlan, why do you want to kill these people? Hydrangea asked softly behind Menlan. Menlan said, they are Orochimaru's accomplices, and they are also Konoha's people. Konoha. Hydrangea was stunned. Why do I say that Lord Menlan seems to have become a different person from just now? Menlan and Hydrangea told each other about his own affairs, but of course he deliberately concealed the hatred and resentment. These hatreds were all false. He just said that he could not stay in Konoha anymore and fled to the Hidden Rain village. But now it seems that Hydrangea has made up something in his mind. Menlan did not explain much, but just said, a lean camel is bigger than a horse. This man is not simple. I may not be able to take care of you when the fight starts. You hide first. Hydrangea shook her head and said, with you here, I am not afraid. Menlan felt warm in his heart, but he stood up slowly, refused Hydrangea's support, and smiled, push the wheelchair to the side to watch the fight, it will be over soon. Hydrangea finally nodded and pushed the wheelchair to the side, be careful. Although he was stepping on the bandages and his feet were still painful, Menlan could already bear it. Since Mr. Raya, I am also a patient, so I am not taking advantage of someone's misfortune. Please. Menlan said to Jiraiya. Jiraiya's expression was extremely complicated. Looking at this familiar yet unfamiliar face, he was speechless for a while. Don't blame me, Mr. Jiraiya, I actually respect you very much. Menlan stopped talking nonsense. As soon as he finished speaking, he quickly formed seals with his hands and sprayed a mouthful of fire directly at Jiraiya. Jiraiya turned over to avoid it. Just by looking at it, you can see that his physical strength has been overdrawn and he looks quite embarrassed. Menlan, I think there may be some misunderstandings between us. Jiraiya stretched out his hand and shouted, trying to stop Menlan from continuing to attack. The misunderstanding is big, but... I'm sorry. Menlan gently spit out a few words and threw a shuriken. Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. Shurikens flew all over the sky and shot at Jiraiya. Jiraiya could not say anything and could only dodge in a panic. His movements were quite flexible. He saw that Menlan was not able to move well, so he rushed towards him, ready to capture him first and then have a good talk. Menlan naturally saw Jiraiya's thoughts and sneered. Earth escape, Huang Chuan swamp technique. My technique. Jiraiya's face changed drastically. Chapter 82 Kick the shadow clone to pieces. Jiraiya was worthy of being a Sunin. When he saw the order of Menlan's seals, he reacted instantly and jumped up directly. At the moment he jumped up, the ground under his feet had turned into a swamp. Jiraiya's face was very solemn. With his current physical condition, he could not touch Menlan at all. Menlan, although your leg was caused by me, I also tried to save you later, and we are friends, not enemies. Jiraiya shouted loudly. Menlan didn't listen to what he said, and immediately sprayed another mouthful of fire directly at Jiraiya in the air. If it was the previous Jiraiya, it would be easy to change his body shape in the air, but now he is powerless to save the situation. Seeing this ball of fire coming towards him, even if Jiraiya is calm, his physical condition makes him helpless. Is he going to die in the hands of this little devil today? Jiraiya is a generous person. He can accept his fate calmly no matter what. However, at this moment, a stream of water suddenly rushed out from the side, and the two collided, instantly cancelling each other out and turning into steam. Menlan was stunned, looking at the masked man who saved Jiraiya, very confused. Mysterious masked man? Who is this guy? Is there such a person in the original work? Who else could it be? Of course, it is his own shadow clone. It can be said that if there is a destiny, we will meet each other thousands of miles away, and if there is no destiny, we will not meet each other. That's it. Menlan, what happened? Jiraiya, who was saved by Menlan's clone, asked hurriedly. Menlan's clone shook his head and said, I don't know either. Maybe something happened to my original body during this period. What a sin, what kind of thing is this? Jiraiya wanted to laugh. He never thought that he would see such a funny and bloody scene with his own eyes. The original body met the shadow clone and stood on the opposite side. Such good material, I must write it in the novel. This is Jiraiya's idea. Menlan's clone was also helpless and said immediately, you restore your chakra first, I will go and deal with him first. It can only be like this. Jiraiya sat down cross-legged and began to gather chakra. Menlan's clone stood up and looked at his original body at this time, speechless. What the hell is this? How could he think of killing Jiraiya? And looking at this posture, it is obvious that he is coming for Jiraiya. Is his brain crazy? Or has my memory been tampered with? Don't mind your own business. Seeing himself threatening himself, Menlan felt indescribable weirdness. Even wanted to laugh. Lord Menlan, do you need help? A call came from the side, and Menlan's clone looked at the quiet girl in Akatsuki clothes holding a wheelchair in the distance, and suddenly an idea flashed. In an instant, he seemed to understand everything. Damn! I still suffered from lack of education. Menlan's clone thought about it carefully, and the only thing that could make his brain what was probably falling in love. I have never been in love, but I was overwhelmed by love. Once I fall in love, I want to give everything. Is it necessary? The person in charge is confused, and the bystander is clear. I didn't expect that I would become my own bystander. This feeling made Menlan's clone feel indescribably uncomfortable. No, you are too close, I am afraid that the aftermath of the power will hurt you, please move away. Menlan's original body smiled and waved to Xianghua. Xianghua took 2 steps back again, just 2 steps. It's very my style, I am worthy of you. Seeing this, Menlan's clone nodded in his heart. As for Jiraiya, Menlan was sure that he would not use any tricks, so he was very confident about hydrangea. But he would not be so confident about this mysterious person who suddenly appeared. What him? Mine, it's too messy. Menlan's clone wanted to directly remove the clone and give all the memories to the original body, and put an end to it. But he was really afraid that he had gone completely crazy. It was almost the nature of all otakus to value love over friendship. What if the original body still didn't let Jiraiya go for hydrangea at that time? He was planning to get rid of Naruto too. I can't let myself do stupid things. Menlan's clone decided to stop the original body from doing these things no matter what. After this matter was resolved, he would remove the shadow clone. While Menlan's original body was distracted, Menlan's clone took 2 Bingliang pills and then directly blew out a mouthful of fireballs. Earth escape, earth flow wall. Menlan's original body reacted instantly, and subconsciously erected an earth wall. The earth wall not only blocked the fireball, but also blocked the figure of Menlan's clone. I'll write masked man later, for easy distinction. Suddenly, the soil under Menlan's feet broke open, and a pair of palms emitting light stretched out directly from the ground. Menlan reacted quickly and jumped away directly, while the masked man had already broken out of the ground, holding a chakra blade and slashing at Menlan. Menlan was inconvenient to move, but his body was relatively agile. He dodged the masked man's attack by ducking down, and at the same time, he quickly formed seals with both hands, and a lightning cut was completed instantly. Seeing this, the masked man flew back, and Menlan missed. While the thunder attribute chakra in his right hand had not dissipated, he chased the masked man and slashed wildly. The masked man seemed to see through all of Menlan's attacks and dodged them all. Chidori. At the moment when Menlan's Reikari disappeared, the masked man's right hand was also covered with lightning chakra. Accompanied by countless bird calls, the masked man turned defense into offense. This guy actually knows Chidori? Could it be Kakashi? Menlan thought so in his heart, but his body was also easily dodged. Although the inconvenience of his legs made his dodge seem a little stiff, with the assistance of the Sharingan, this kind of close combat, unless there is no escape, he can't stand it at all. After a wave of skills exchanged between the two sides, they retreated at the same time and made plans. It's me. The masked man panted and knocked 2 more soldiers' grain pills. Menlan was in doubt. The pain from his footsteps stimulated his nerves, making him stay absolutely calm. He found that the other party seemed to see through his attack, as if he also had the Sharingan. And his attack, why does it feel so familiar? If we waste more time, it will be even more difficult to kill Jiraiya after he recovers. We must fight quickly. Menlan's eyes were firm, but at this time, he missed Uchiha attackist Tsukuyomi. Menlan used Tsukuyomi to deal with those scumbags, and he never saw Uchiha Itaki again during that time, so he didn't get any more. Tsukuyomi can be said to be a one-shot kill weapon, what a pity. Just when Menlan was about to use his trump card, he suddenly heard 2 loud shouts from behind. Lord Menlan! Be careful! Menlan turned his head subconsciously after hearing the words, but saw a beautiful figure getting closer and closer to him, at a very fast speed, like lightning. Asshole! With a shout, Menlan saw the sole of a shoe clearly. Tsunade! Before her figure arrived, a strong gust of wind had already hit Menlan, and with the heavy pressure, Menlan's pupils shrank. He suddenly found that he couldn't move. It's over. If he gets kicked, he will die immediately. How can there be any room for maneuver? Chapter 83 Menlan's Final Decision. A-Phase Space-Time Ninjutsu. This is the only way Menlan can think of to avoid Tsunade's kick. However, at this moment, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Menlan. Menlan was stunned. Tsunade, stop! Jiraiya shouted from behind. But all this could not stop Tsunade's heavy kick. Boom! There was a loud bang like a bomb explosion, the earth trembled, and dust flew. Lord Menlan! Hydrangea was running towards this side, but with her ability, she could not save Menlan in the situation just now. Jiraiya in the distance was also covering his forehead, with a black line on his face. However, when the smoke and dust cleared, Tsunade was seen standing in the deep pit, but beside her stood a figure. It was Menlan. After seeing Menlan was unharmed, whether it was Hydrangea, Deidara who was rushing over here, or Jiraiya was relieved. Compared with the cold Menlan before, Menlan now looked stunned, and his eyes were full of complexity. The man who stood in front of him just now was the masked man who had fought with him just now. Menlan looked carefully. The moment Tsunade touched the masked man suddenly turned into smoke and disappeared, and a memory appeared in his mind out of thin air, and countless ninjutsu appeared in the system out of thin air. The 100 healings technique, the Great Samadan technique, and even Amaterasu. The most important thing is that the word Izanagi almost made Menlan ecstatic. Tsunade was also confused. Just now, she clearly found that the Anbu next to Jiraiya actually stood in front of the little devil, but she kicked him to pieces? Exploded? What happened? Is it really someone's shadow clone? It's really my shadow clone. Menlan smiled bitterly. The extra memory made Menlan know about his shadow clone's experience during this period. As Jiraiya said, they were friends, not enemies. Tsunade finally came to her senses at this time, and didn't care about it anymore. She punched Menlan again. However, Tsunade's fist flew into the air, as if it had passed through Menlan's body. Tsunade's face changed, and she punched again, but the result was still the same. Space-time ninjutsu. Although she said that she had indeed kicked the masked man, she had no impression of whether she had kicked Menlan. Now it seems that she did kick him, but it went through his body just like now. What kind of jutsu is this? Tsunade, don't do it again. Jiraiya, who was far away, naturally saw this scene, but based on the friendly attitude of Menlan's clone, he still persuaded Tsunade not to do it. He also saw that Menlan's clone was kicked to pieces by Tsunade, and Menlan's main body received the clone's memory, so he thought that he would not continue to fight. However, Jiraiya was wrong. It is rare to see a real fight between the clone and the main body in 100 years, but it is rare to see that the memories of the two still choose to diverge after sharing. That's right, Menlan did not give up after receiving the memory of the clone. Although the clone did not want Jiraiya to die easily, he told Jiraiya a lot of information about the Akatsuki organization. Except for the ultimate goal of the Akatsuki organization and the specific information of the members, everything else was told to Jiraiya, and even the location. Menlan made up a river country and told Jiraiya, for fear that she would go to the Hidden Rain village. This information is enough to make Jiraiya very likely not to go to the Hidden Rain village for investigation, so there will be no series of reactions later. But Menlan did not dare to bet the life of Hydrangea that Jiraiya would not go to the Hidden Rain village. He could gamble with his own life. At the beginning, he bet on Konoha to let him join the Akatsuki organization in order to survive. Then, he bet on Uchiha Itachi not to kill him in order to escape suspicion. Later, he went to Konoha to bet on Izanagi at the cost of his life. Although these were all cruel realities that forced him to gamble, he couldn't do it if he gambled with Hydrangea's life. The idea of a euro the clone was also Menlan's own idea, but people would change, and the clone would also change with the growth of time. This was the difference between the two. But for Menlan, the idea of a euro the clone could no longer influence Menlan's thoughts at this time. This was the reason why Menlan's clone did not directly cancel the shadow clone and let the main body share the memory. He was afraid that the main body would not change its mind because of the extra memory and ideas. Now it has become a reality. Tsunade ignored Jiraiya's words and continued to punch Menlan in disbelief. It was at this moment that the side effect of Tsunade's creation and regeneration appeared. Her muscles began to paralyze, and her punching speed began to slow down involuntarily. Seeing the opportunity, Menlan grabbed Tsunade's neck with her backhand, and at this time, she was paralyzed and could not move. Stop! Jiraiya was anxious when he saw this. He thought that the memory of the clone could not influence the thoughts of the original body, which was what he was most afraid of seeing. Menlin may have seen something, and whispered, "This is a matter between Jiraiya and me, I hope you don't interfere." After that, Menlin threw Tsunade aside. At this time, she had temporarily lost the ability to fight. "Little devil, if you dare to touch Jiraiya, no matter where you escape, I will kill you." Even so, Tsunade still shouted hard, which moved Jiraiya quite a lot. Menlin ignored Tsunade and walked straight to Jiraiya's side. "Menlin, I don't know what you are thinking at this time. If you really decide to kill me, I respect your wishes. Anyway, I am powerless to resist now." Jiraiya looked at Menlin and smiled bitterly. Menlin's face was uncertain. He turned back to look at Tsunade and then said softly, "Thank you for taking care of me these days. I will use my last move. If you can block it, I will not bother you anymore and will continue to abide by the agreement with you. Since you have made up your mind, make a move." Jiraiya's face became serious. "Deidara, don't make any more moves until I'm done with this." Menlin suddenly shouted. Deidara, who was not far behind him, snorted coldly, "You said you won't make a move, so why should I listen to you?" Menlin looked back at Deidara, and a drop of blood actually flowed from his scarlet eye sockets. Deidara was stunned, then pouted and nodded, "Okay, isn't it enough to promise you? You cry all the time, and shed blood and tears, who are you trying to scare?" "Amaterasu." Menlin looked back, and blood was already pouring from the corners of his eyes. At the same time, a dark flame ignited on Jiraiya's body, flashing an extremely seductive arc. "What is this?" Jiraiya was stunned, and then the skin where the flame was attached began to fester. The severe pain made Jiraiya's face a little distorted, and finally he couldn't help screaming. "Jiraiya!" Tsunade screamed, and then shouted angrily, "Little brat, stop it! If anything happens to Jiraiya, I will kill you." Menlin covered his eyes and half knelt on the ground. Not paying any attention. "Jiraiya, what are you going to do now? If you can't even deal with Amaterasu, then the argument between you and Uchiha Itachi will probably come to an end." Chapter 84 Akatsuki retreats. Lecherous Immortal. Suddenly a loud shout sounded, and Jiraiya and Menlin were both stunned and looked to the side. Naruto was rushing towards this side, and Chizun was chasing him from behind. Why did this little guy wake up? This was the same thought in Jiraiya and Menlin's hearts. Jiraiya also ignored Naruto, and quickly took out a scroll from his arms. After spreading it out, a pure black flame appeared in the middle. Fire Seal. With Jiraiya's trembling shout, the black flame that had spread to half of Jiraiya's body instantly turned into green smoke and disappeared, and the flame on the scroll began to turn red and hot. What a domineering black flame! Jiraiya looked at the severe burns on his skin, then looked at the trembling scroll, and immediately threw it away. Instantly, the scroll began to spread with black flames. It actually broke through the seal? Is the seal not strong enough? Jiraiya glanced at Menlin, who was half kneeling on the ground, and then took out another scroll. After writing some words, he sealed all the black flames on the ground. Fortunately, the spread speed is not very fast, otherwise the consequences will be unimaginable. Jiraiya tied the scroll tightly and put it in his arms, looking at Menlin and said, "Is this your last trick?" Menlin did not answer. Hydrangea had already pushed the wheelchair up and helped Menlin sit on the wheelchair. Just at this moment, Naruto finally came in front of them, and rushed towards Menlin with a sharp fist. Menlin's face was calm, but his right eye was a little bloodshot, but the hydrangea behind him took out a piece of paper. Who knew that Naruto was directly grabbed by Jiraiya and lifted up? Now that Naruto has woken up, there is no way to regret it now. Menlin sighed in his heart, but felt relieved. People are really contradictory. Lecherous Immortal, don't stop me, it's him, he was the one who injured Sasuke in the Chunin exam, and he is also a member of the Uchiha clan. Naruto bared his teeth and claws at Menlan, but was firmly grasped by Jiraiya, and there was nothing he could do. After careful identification, Naruto also suddenly realized, and then became even more angry, so you and Uchiha Itachi are in the same group. Menlan felt something and looked back at Deidara in the distance. I hope Deidara doesn't know that this kid is the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, otherwise things will really get out of control. After looking at Jiraiya meaningfully, Menlan turned back slightly and said, Hydrangea, let's go. Hydrangea nodded and pushed Menlan towards Deidara. Lecherous immortal, why don't you stop him? He and Uchiha Itachi are in the same group. Naruto was still struggling, looking at Jiraiya in confusion. Jiraiya smiled bitterly without words. How can I stop him? Stop fart, I want to stop all of them. It's hard to save some chakra, and just now a sealing technique has all gone. What? Deidara looked at Menlan who was staggering over and asked in confusion, why didn't you kill them? Let's go. Go? Just go. Deidara looked incredulous. Menlan didn't answer this question, but said coldly, go and see what's going on with Scorpion, let's go. No, why? Deidara was confused. Do you have to have a reason? Yet. Deidara nodded. Menlan said, I lost the bet. Is that the reason? That's the reason. Menlan nodded. What's wrong with you? You said you were the one who attacked them, and you are the one who is leaving. What do you want to do? Deidara was a little annoyed. Killing them is useless, it's just a waste of energy. Menlan said calmly, don't you want to spar with me? I promise you. Really? When? Deidara was immediately interested when he heard it. Deidara was extremely unwilling to be defeated by Uchiha Itachi. It was precisely because of the psychological shadow that he did not dare to attack Uchiha Itachi casually, so he could only find a substitute. In the original work, he found Uchiha Sasuke, and here, he found Menlan. Menlan said, after my injury is healed, come to me in about a month. Okay. Deidara was full of expectations, and Jiraiya and Tsunade did not ask. Hydrangea helped Menlan get on the plane, and Deidara drove the plane towards the battlefield of Scorpion and Orochimaru. I don't know where the two have been fighting. Seeing Asuka disappear at the end of his sight, Jiraiya sighed. Naruto had calmed down at this time, and looked around and said, Tsunade, Shizuan, the lecherous sage and Gameki and Gamelong are all here, but where is the Anbya brother? Jiraiya smiled bitterly again. Where is the lecherous sage and the Anbya brother? Jiraiya said softly, be quiet, I'll tell you later when I get back. Lord Menlan, why didn't you kill them in the end? If they were enemies? Hydrangea asked Menlan softly on the plane. Menlan shook his head and said, there is no hatred. Hatred is the seed of desire. If I kill that white-haired uncle, the yellow-haired boy will hunt me down in the future. Only hatred can be inherited. I don't understand. If you are afraid of that kid, why don't you kill him? Hydrangea said. Menlan was stunned and looked back at Hydrangea. Hydrangea smiled and said, they are from Konoha, aren't they? Even if they are children, they will grow up to be ninjas who have killed many people in war. According to what you said, hatred will be inherited. Wouldn't it be better to nip it in the bud? Is Hydrangea's prejudice against the big villages of Konoha so deep? It seems that Conan's speech is quite tireless. Forget it, let's leave it at that for today. I'm tired. Menlan sighed. Hydrangea said no more. What happened today really made Menlan feel very uncomfortable, and his brain was also in a mess. It seems that relying on shadow clones to share experience for cultivation is not a realistic thing. Although sharing is true, if the amount of information is too large, it will become more and more difficult for the main body's brain to receive it. After all, it takes a certain amount of time to digest it. Menlin now finally knows why multiple shadow clones are classified as forbidden techniques. Because once there are too many shadow clones, the amount of information obtained by the main body when the shadow clones dissipate will be extremely large and cumbersome. If the main body handles it improperly, it may even freeze its brain. Don't use it carelessly next time. Brother! A shout awakened Menlan from his thoughts. As the plane landed, Menlan saw a slender red-haired figure standing not far away. Scorpion's main body? How did this guy get his Hiragoku blown up again? Brother? What's going on? Where's Orochimaru? Deidara asked. Scorpion turned around, his handsome face like a boy raised a sneer. Escaped. Escaped. Deidara was stunned, and then comforted. It's okay, big brother, let him escape today, next time you won't be so lucky, hey. Scorpion sneered, last time, that stinky snake poisoned me, and this time it actually wanted to do the same trick again, but unfortunately I got the better of it and it was poisoned by the poison I carefully prepared for it. I want to see how this stinky snake can cure it. Who is he? Hydrangea suddenly asked. Menlin instantly became alert. It's the short old man just now, he is a transformer, don't worry about him. What is a transformer? Transformers can change their body shape and appearance at will. The one just now was his original body, and now this one is just borrowing a body. Oh, it's pretty. Fuck. Chapter 85 Summary of Menlin's thoughts. Kid, is there something wrong? On the plane, Scorpion found that Menlin had been staring at him with a weird look on his face, so he asked. Menlin shook his head decisively, it's okay. Scorpion laughed strangely, I heard from Deidara that you didn't attack Jiraiya who had lost his ability to fight. Who said he had no ability to fight? Menlin frowned and looked at Deidara. Deidara immediately curled his lips and said, why are you looking at me? The white-haired uncle and the big-eyed girl obviously have no ability to resist. I saw it clearly. You also said that you let them go because you lost the bet. Don't try to fool me, Menlin said calmly, those two are Konoha's three ninjas, as famous as Orochimaru, with countless means. I have used the most powerful move on Jiraiya, but I didn't take his life. Even if he has lost his ability to move, I have already can't kill him anymore. Still want to fool me? According to what you said, the three ninjas are all old men and women in their 40s and 50s. That girl is obviously only about 20 years old. How can she be as famous as them? Deidara was frantically trying to sabotage. Menlin was prepared and smiled. Tsunade is proficient in the art of rejuvenation and can even change her body shape. She is a world-renowned medical expert. She can not only affect others, but also herself. She has an almost immortal ability. You don't know it, Deidara. Deidara looked at Scorpion. Scorpion nodded and said, Tsunade is indeed as you said. In this case, you are lucky to be able to escape unscathed. Menlin looked at Scorpion's tone of pretentiousness and his playful expression, and was speechless. Forget it, whatever you say is what it is. It is worth mentioning here that in the original work, Deidara always called Scorpion Dana, which means master in Japanese, but it can also be translated as big brother, but in fact, master is more suitable for Scorpion's character. Immediately, Deidara wanted to send Menlin and Hydrangea back to the Hidden Rain village first, and there was no word during the whole journey. On the way, Menlin was thinking about one thing. His shadow clone gave him a rare gift, Izanagi. If he had this technique, then the trip to Konoha would not be in vain. And once he had this technique, then leaving the Akatsuki organization would no longer be a dream. Menlin's original strength is actually not strong, just like Itaki. In addition to the Sharingan, he can only use a mouthful of fire and an explosive clone. If it is really added, there are some physical skills, shuriken techniques, and strong thinking ability. As for Menlin, although his shuriken technique or thinking ability is not as good as Ataka's, his other skills are definitely not inferior to Ataka's. He can even use the explosive clone and Uchiha's fire escape technique that Ataka can use. Menlin can even use many techniques that Ataka can't use, such as some fire escape techniques from Jiraiya and the third Hokage, as well as Kakashi's Reikari and Sasuke's Chidori, and other lightning escape techniques copied from the ninjas of the Hidden Cloud Village. These techniques are all techniques that Menlin has learned and can use for a long time. But once the Sharingan is involved, how can Menlin's 3 Megatama compare with the Mangekyo? Even so, apart from the problem of Menlin's limited chakra, his actual strength is already very strong, at least not evenly matched with Kakashi. But even so, if Menlin rashly escapes from the Akatsuki organization, he will just be courting death. He doesn't have the strong vitality of Orochimaru. Just take Deidara's Patrick just now as an example. If Menlin doesn't have a Fi's time-space ninjutsu, if he is hit, his end will definitely be miserable. Therefore, faking death with Izanagi is the most ideal way to escape, which will not anger Akatsuki and can get away with it. Menlin is very clear about the fate of Akatsuki. Even with the limited plot that Menlin knows, Akatsuki will only have a Fi, Zetsu and Kisame left in the end. The others will either be killed by the plot or judged by justice. Even Pain is just a pawn, not to mention a small minions like himself. Although everyone in Akatsuki except Phaeton has a tragic past and is not an unforgivable person, a villain is a villain, and the only redemption can only be a worthy death. After all, there is no way around the word death. If you don't want to die, you can only leave. If Naruto grows up and Akatsuki officially starts the plan to collect the tailed beasts, it will be difficult to leave at that time. Even in the case of survival, Menlin just wanted to join the logistics department of Akatsuki, see Chapter 3 for details. But confused, he became a formal member. Even so, Menlin still refused the uniform of Akatsuki. Because this uniform is an ominous sign, once put on, it is difficult to take it off. Later, after 4 years of growth in Akatsuki, Menlin's hands were stained with blood. Originally, Menlin's idea was very naive, just to hang out in Akatsuki and hide before being killed by the plot. But the reality is cruel. If he continues to stay, Menlin will be assimilated soon. The environment affects a person. You can't change the environment, you can only change yourself. If you are assimilated, then even if you escape the fate of Akatsuki later, you will not be able to escape the so-called justice. This is not a prodigal son turning back, what is putting down the butcher knife and becoming a Buddha on the spot. Naruto will indeed forgive many people, but can others forgive him? After being in prison once and committing a crime once, even if you repent and reform yourself, you will never escape the white eyes of others for the rest of your life. If Menlin wants to live a good and stable life, he must not stay in Akatsuki. However, all of this was ruined by an unexpected event. Hydrangea. Menlin initially thought that the Konoha plan had failed, and that he had not obtained Izanagi, and that faking his death to leave the Akatsuki organization was just a fantasy. And such a hopeful and sunny girl appeared in his sight, making him deeply involved and unable to extricate himself. Now even if he already had Izanagi, how could he abandon Hydrangea? His own life was important, and in a love-struck mind, the life of the lover is equally important. Even though Jiraiya was fooled by the half-true and half-false information of Menlin's shadow clone, Menlin was still very worried. So the existence of Hydrangea changed Menlin's plan. He had to consider Hydrangea first, and then consider his own fake death. But through Menlin's understanding of Hydrangea in these days, it was simply a foolish dream for her to leave with him. Hydrangea's love for the village, her admiration for Xionin, and her desire for peace far exceeded her immature feelings for Menlin. But things still have a chance. It's very simple, either knock Hydrangea out and take her away, or let her return to her heart completely and be willing to die for herself. The latter is unlikely. Menlin is very self-aware, and the former will make Hydrangea very unhappy and cause a rift between her and Menlin. A forced melon is not sweet, but it quenches thirst. Forget it, let's consider the latter. Anyway, there is plenty of time now. If he stays with Hydrangea all the time, Menlan really doesn't believe that he can't move Hydrangea. It has been decided that after returning to the Hidden Rain village, he will first fulfill his promise and take Hydrangea to collect rare and exotic animals. He must leave the Akatsuki organization within 3 years, and in these 3 years, Menlan needs to do everything possible to make Hydrangea rely on him. If it doesn't work in the end, he can only use tough measures. Otherwise, don't leave. Guard Hydrangea day and night. Even if he is killed by the plot in the end and becomes a stepping stone for the protagonist group, can he survive with the relationship between Menlan and Jiraiya? Maybe he can save Jiraiya's life and change his fate? Is it possible? Chapter 86 Xionin and Hydrangea. Where have you been these days? Menlan looked at the beautiful figure in front of him and said with a wry smile, I went out to play for a while. Really? Looking at Xionin's half-smiled face, Menlan swallowed his saliva and said stiffly, I did go out to play, but I ran a little far. Where did you go? Xionin asked. Menlan said truthfully, first I went to the land of grass, then to the land of Taki, and finally to the land of earth. That's all. Really, that's all, just these few. Just these few? Still think it's not enough? Xionin glared at Menlan. No, I just went out for a walk, and didn't make any trouble. Menlan said with a wry smile. The land of grass smashed 3 casinos, the land of Taki destroyed a village, and the land of earth intervened in the 3 ninjas of Konoha and almost killed 2 of them. This is called not making any trouble. Xionin's smiling face began to turn pale. It must be Kakuzu and Deidara who told the secret. Menlan cursed in his heart. He knew it would be like this, but he didn't expect it to happen so soon. No, I don't want to either. It's just to stretch my muscles and help them with their mission. It's also kind. Menlan explained, besides, the casino was smashed by Haiden, the village was destroyed by Kakuzu. And the intervention of the 3 ninjas of Konoha was also to allow Scorpion to play a better role and take down Orochimaru. So they still have to thank you. Konan smiled even more. Menlan waved his hand and smiled awkwardly, you're welcome, it's a small matter. As soon as Menlan finished speaking, he noticed Konan's angry eyes and immediately shut up. Konan's voice was still soft, but his tone was a little annoyed. I always told you to take care of yourself, but you ignored it, right? No, I'm fine, aren't I? Menlan was a little panicked. Very good. You met the 3 ninjas of Konoha. Although I don't know the specific situation, if they were not so weak, do you think you could escape by pushing the wheelchair? Xionin immediately scolded, frightening Menlan so much that he shrank his neck and dared not speak. Okay. Xionin turned back and stood in front of the window, saying faintly, you can go out for activities, but don't run around anymore. Got it, you don't blame me. Menlan breathed a sigh of relief and tried. Xionin whispered, it has already happened, and it's useless to blame you. Don't do this again next time. Oh, I promise there won't be a next time. Menlan vowed. Did you really almost kill Jiraiya and Tsunade? Xionin turned around, his eyes became a little sharp. Menlan didn't understand what Xionin meant. Was he blaming him for not killing him, or for attacking Jiraiya? At that moment, Menlan nodded and said ambiguously, that being said, the strength of the 3 ninjas should not be underestimated. I have used up my chakra, so I will retreat. Xionin sighed and said, the 3 ninjas of Konoha, if you can kill them, Konoha village will basically be finished. Menlan frowned. What does this mean? Do you want me to kill them or not? Menlan simply stopped answering. Since your chakra is used up, it's not your fault. Go back and heal your wounds. If you run around again before your wounds are healed and I know about it, you can't leave the village. Xionin ordered him to leave. Menlan shrugged and pushed the wheelchair away. Suddenly Xionin was flat. A faint voice came from behind him. I have assigned a mission to Hydrangea, and I will arrange a new medical ninja for you. Why? Menlan turned back immediately after hearing this, looking unhappy. Xionin did not turn his head back. No reason, you can't see Hydrangea before your injury is healed. Menlan wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Xionin. Go back and take good care of your injury. The best way to see her is to get well soon. Bullshit, after I recover from my injury, won't I still be a tool man? Menlan's mouth twitched for a while, but he didn't say anything in the end and left quietly. After Menlan went out, Xionin, who was looking at the drizzle outside the window, sighed faintly. Your angel doesn't let you take care of me anymore, and said he would assign me a new medical ninja. Looking at the hydrangea in front of him, Menlan said innocently. Hydrangea was stunned and said, since the angel said so, there is nothing we can do. Did she tell you whether the medical ninja she sent to you is a man or a woman? Menlan thought seriously and said, it should be a woman. After all, there are more men than women in the Hidden Rain village. Almost all the men are involved in the village's security work. It seems that few men learn medical ninjutsu. Humph! Hydrangea snorted and ignored Menlan. Menlan laughed dumbly, are you jealous? I'm still eating soy sauce. Hydrangea said unhappily. Menlan smiled and said, okay, I can move on my own with this injury. Even if a medical ninja is sent, it will only help me check it out. Really? When have I ever lied to you? Did the angel tell me what to do? Hydrangea asked. Menlan said truthfully, she just said she wants to arrange a mission for you. Hydrangea was immediately interested when she heard it. I haven't been on a mission for a long time. I hope this time it won't be D-level, but C-level. It seems that C-level and D-level are similar, right? Hydrangea. Suddenly there was a call from outside the door. Hydrangea ran out of the door, and soon ran in with excitement and said, Master Menlan, the angel is going to summon us. Seeing Hydrangea trembling with excitement, Menlan frowned and said, you guys. It's my team. I won't say anything. I'm going to see the angel and will be back soon. Go ahead. Menlan looked at Hydrangea rushing out of the door like a gust of wind, and called out, run slower. Got it. Menlan frowned deeply. It might be difficult to change this girl's admiration for Xionin. How should I plan? Menlan pushed the wheelchair to the corridor and looked at the drizzling rain. His mind was in a mess. I can't see Hydrangea until the injury heals. How miserable. Did Xionin see something? Nonsense, it would be strange if he didn't see something when they go out together every day. So what if he saw something? Who cares? In the evening, Hydrangea came back. How is it? What task did the angel assign you? Menlan asked, but saw Hydrangea frowning. What's wrong? Is the task difficult? Menlan was halfway through his words, but saw two girls following behind Hydrangea. These two are Hydrangea's teammates, right? It's not about the task, it's just that Menlan. Hydrangea hesitated. What's the matter? Menlan suddenly had a bad omen. Hydrangea said seriously, but why is Angel wearing the uniform of the security team? Ah! Menlan was stunned, and then suddenly realized. Xionin must be wearing the standard cloak of the Akatsuki organization. It was normal that she couldn't see her clothes clearly when she was flying in the sky to give a speech before. Now she can see it clearly. But this matter is still easy to explain. Menlan smiled and said, Angel is the head of our security team, so of course he is wearing the uniform of the security team. After all, Angel is also responsible for protecting the safety of our village. Is that so? Yes, that's right. Menlan was sure. Chapter 87, Speculations at the beginning of the war. After a conversation, Hydrangea and her teammates left. Although Hydrangea's mission became a sea-level mission, it was not too dangerous, which also made Menlan relieved. Menlan's worry is not without reason. In the original work, Hydrangea became the substitute of Pain's 6 paths, and it must be Xionin who pulled the strings. There is no doubt about it. Now she asked Hydrangea to go on a mission, although it was also for Menlan's good, and she didn't want Menlan to lose her ambition. It was normal. But Menlan was really afraid that Xionin would see Menlan's feelings for Hydrangea and take measures to control Hydrangea and thus manipulate Menlan. Although Xionin would not do this. Who knows whether Pain behind her would let her do this? It's hard to say. Menlan was not sure about the things in the original work. Blame Conan. After all, the general trend is unstoppable. Who made the entire Hidden Rain village a pawn? What a tragic fate! You manipulate them, others manipulate you, and there are more behind-the-scenes masters behind the scenes. But now it's different. Menlan wants to change the fate of Hydrangea. At this time, Menlan suddenly had an idea. What if the fate of all members of the Akatsuki organization is changed? Don't consider the immortal duo. Let them die. You can consider saving Deidara and Sasori. Sasori's death is too worthless. He played himself to death. It's definitely a let-off, but it can also be said that he died for what he deserved. In Menlan's previous life, a great man once said that some people's childhood healed their entire lives, while some people's lives are spent healing their childhoods. Sasori was like this. In the end, he died at the hands of his parents who were puppets, which can be regarded as completing his own healing. As for Deidara, Menlan didn't know much about Deidara. When he got to know him, he just felt that this person was like a child who never grew up, stubborn, crazy, and rebellious. Deidara was too stubborn, and he died in a completely unnecessary self-explosion in the end, which can be regarded as a plot killing. One of these two people is opinionated and impatient, and the other is rebellious but calm. If they are rescued, they probably won't listen to Menlan, which is also a headache. Let's talk about Kisame and Uchiha Itachi. Kisame is a real man, but I don't know whether he died later, so I won't consider it for the time being. As for Uchiha Itachi, he mainly died of his serious illness and sacrificed himself to pave the way for Sasuke, so the final battle with Sasuke was just playing house. Although people can be saved, diseases cannot be cured. In addition, there are Pain and Conan. Well, let's talk about it later. A month later, Menlan recovered from his injury. Although his leg injury has almost healed, it has also left a root of disease, and his tendons and bones have become extremely fragile, so he may have to limp in the future, and in the case of strenuous exercise, he may directly click and end up with broken tendons and bones. To put it simply, Menlan's physical skills are useless. I just copied the 8 gates. Menlan wanted to cry but had no tears. The first thing Menlan did after her injury healed was to find Conan. After all, she could see Hydrangea when she recovered. Hydrangea had been out on a mission for a month, and no one knew how she was doing. But what made Menlan helpless was that Conan didn't see Menlan. She had no choice but to wait in the village because she didn't know where Hydrangea was. This time, Hydrangea didn't wait for her, but waited for another person. Deidara. Why are you here? Looking at the big bird at the door, Menlan looked around and found that the residents and ninjas around her had disappeared. Deidara was eager to try after hearing this. You said we would have a sparring match after your injury is healed, and asked me to come to you in a month? I'm here to see you now, and there is a mission together, let's go. Okay. Menlan frowned and said, mission. Yes, at the meeting last night, it was said that your injury has healed and you can carry out the mission. So the leader asked me to pick you up. Afei and Brother Scorpion are already waiting outside the village. Deidara explained. It just happened that you are going on a mission? It turns out that he is a tool man. But... Menlan hesitated a little, He hadn't waited for hydrangea yet. Deidara interrupted, "No buts, let's go quickly." "What mission is so urgent?" "Orochimaru is jumping out again." "Orochimaru? I don't know, maybe he has been poisoned by the big brother. You come up first, we will talk while walking," Deidara said impatiently. Menlan sighed and jumped on the plane. "Can you tell me now?" "Well, there was a war between two small countries recently, and our organization has created a deterrent force there over the years, so the leader asked us to intervene." "Interfere in the war? What if these two small countries ignore us?" Menlan asked. Deidara laughed and said, "Why ask such a stupid question? If they ignore us, of course we will be wiped out." Menlan then asked, "Which two small countries?" "One is the Kingdom of Gold, and the other is called the Swamp Kingdom, in the northeast, near the Kingdom of Iron." Deidara said. "Iron Country? It's the small country with no ninjas but only samurai. It has remained neutral for many years. Although it is not one of the 5 major countries, it is a powerful country and is also a target that our organization dare not provoke." "Why go if you don't dare to provoke?" "It's not the Iron Country that we are provoking. In recent years, almost all the small countries and villages in the west and south that we can occupy have been occupied by our organization. Now we are going to develop to the northeast. Although there are grass country and Taki country between us, there are many small countries and villages around Iron Country. We only need these 2 countries to form an encirclement of Iron Country. Iron Country is rich in resources, but it is a little far from the 5 major countries. Otherwise, such a resource-rich country would have been snatched away by the 5 major countries long ago. The leader means to swallow up the Iron Country." Menlan frowned. "I guess that's the idea, but the Iron Country is not easy to swallow. If we just destroy it directly, it's okay, but the consequences are a bit serious. But it's hard to rule it, it might be a tough nut to crack." Menlan frowned and looked at Deidara. This guy has a clear mind. "So this time we intervene in the war between the Gold Country and the Swamp Country, will the Iron Country also come forward?" "No, the Iron Country is neutral. Although the Gold Country has a good relationship with them, and they have also begun to practice the way of the samurai in recent years, the Iron Country hardly participates in the war." "Then how did these 2 countries fight?" Menlan asked. Deidara said, "Brother Scorpion has spies in the Swamp Country. Although they are not very high level, they planned a terrorist attack on the Gold Country. Although the Gold Country's governance is similar to the Iron Country, it acts with iron and blood, so they are naturally not happy, so the 2 countries started a war." Euro. Menlan couldn't help but think of Akatsuki's organizational plan. Monopolize small country wars, plunder resources, and then use super-strong armed forces to gradually erode the 5 major countries. If small places resist stubbornly, they will be suppressed by the forces of small countries. The armed forces here may refer to the weapons formed by the 9 great Jinchuriki. However, looking at the original work, although the plan has been implemented in this way, it seems that Akatsuki has never used the power of these small countries that have been ruled, and it has been destroyed step by step in the process of capturing Jinchuriki. At this time, Menlan understood why Jinchuriki was not captured from the beginning, but had to wait until these Jinchuriki grew up before catching them. It was not only because of the plot and the halo of the protagonist, but it was very likely that Scorpion and Deidara's strategy team did not achieve their set goals. Only armed forces, without military power, are obviously not enough. Even if Akatsuki really made weapons to destroy the 5 major countries later, it could not stop small-scale stubborn resistance and friction, that is, local small wars. So Akatsuki still needs to have a certain military foundation. But later, when they started to capture Jinchuriki, Scorpion died first, and Scorpion was the foundation for ruling those small countries, so these conquered small countries also scattered like monkeys when the tree fell, and there was no more. Chapter 88 Menlan vs Deidara. Where do you want to spar? Suddenly, Deodara's words woke Menlan up from his thoughts. What? Aren't we going to spar? Let's choose a place with fewer people. What do you think of this place? Deodara looked excited. Menlan's face was a little bitter. To be honest, if he had a Fiai's space-time ninjutsu now, he could fight Deodara, and he would definitely win. The current Deodara is different from the Deodara that Uchiha Itachi killed in seconds before. He asked Scorpion to help him install a mechanical eye that is immune to illusions. If illusions were Deodara's weakness before, it is completely different now. However, although Deodara's clay bomb belongs to explosion, the material is soil, which is resisted by lightning. And Menlan now knows more about lightning, and it is not certain what the outcome will be if the two fight. It's just that Menlan is not mobile, and it may be difficult to escape Deodara's explosion range. Don't you go to Scorpion and Fiai to meet up first? Menlan said. Deodara shook his head, don't look for them first. Brother Scorpion, you know that he hates waiting the most. It's definitely not okay to fight in front of them now. Well. Then it seems that this battle cannot be avoided no matter what. It's just a sparring match, let's fight. Menlan nodded and said, then let's do it here, you put me down, and we'll start. After Deodara put Menlan down, Menlan looked at Deodara on the side of the line and said, stop when it's done, okay? Okay, start when you say start, stop when you say stop. Yet. Deodara's mouth curled up a bloodthirsty smile. I stop when I say stop. If I say stop during the explosion, can you stop? Seeing that the distance between the two sides was about the same, Menlan took a deep breath and shouted coldly, start. Watch this. Deodara shouted loudly, and the explosive clay in his hand had already been molded into the shape of a bird, and he threw it directly at Menlan. The bird bomb flapped its wings and flew towards Menlan at a very fast speed. Just a test first? Menlan made seals with both hands and spurted out a mouthful of fire. Fire escape, Phoenix fire technique. Uchiha Itachi also knows this move, which Menlan copied from the third Hokage and has mastered it. Several fireballs rushed towards the bird, and the speed was so fast that the bird could not change its flight trajectory, and the two collided directly. Boom! After a series of explosions, silence returned. Menlan's Sharingan had been opened, his brows were slightly frowned, and his figure soared into the air. Sure enough, a centipede bomb had drilled out from the ground. Deodara actually released the centipede bomb in the smoke produced by the explosion and attacked Menlan from underground. Is it okay? Deodara sneered, aren't you from the Uchiha clan? Why don't you cast an illusion? Menlan looked strange. Why did this guy expose his own weakness? He was defeated by Uchiha Itachi's Tsukuyomi before. I think he wants to overcome the psychological shadow of illusion and also wants to try his mechanical eyes. Menlan will not do such a waste of chakra. He spews out a mouthful of fire in the air. Fire escape, great fireball. Too slow. Deodara shouted coldly and jumped up instantly to avoid the fireball. Menlan's eyes and hands were quick. While Deodara was in the air, several kunai were thrown out instantly. However, at this moment, a huge flying bird took Deodara away, and all of Menlan's kunai were inserted into the bird's body. It's useless. Deodara sneered repeatedly, but his smile suddenly stopped. He saw that the giant bird under his feet began to melt, and lightning arcs flashed between its body. Is it a kunai with lightning chakra attached? Deodara's color changed slightly, and then he didn't care at all. He waved his sleeves directly, and countless clay spiders were scattered from the air, swelled against the wind, and soon turned into the size of a human brain. C1, clay spider. Deodara then used the detonating clay to make a flying bird again, and the other melted one directly hit Menlan. With a flying bird hitting in front and spiders chasing behind, Menlan seemed to be in a dilemma. However, Menlan easily avoided the flying bird falling from the sky. When the flying bird was completely disintegrated, lightning flashed in Menlan's hands at the same time. Thunder escape, ground walk. €. This is a task that Menlan copied from the ninjas of the Hidden Cloud Village during the 4 years of the mission. It can make the lightning chakra flow on the ground or in the hands, paralyzing the enemy. When the lightning chakra flows on the ground, once the clay spiders touched will be melted instantly and lose their function. However, Deodara's clay bomb is very restrained by the lightning escape. It only needs a certain degree of lightning chakra to destroy it. Not only will it melt like ordinary soil, but it will also lose its explosion effect. The lightning chakra has a strong destructive ability and is naturally restrained by earth escape. Although Deodara's detonating clay, that is, the explosion escape, is a secret technique, a large amount of materials are ordinary clay, and his chakra is equivalent to the mixed gunpowder. As a result, whether the fuse is broken or the gunpowder is broken, the explosion can no longer be detonated. Deodara's face is a little ugly. Menlan saw that the weakness of his detonating clay was a little unexpected for him. But it doesn't matter. Menlan, there's really no point in fighting you. Hey! Deodara shouted. Menlan asked in confusion, what's wrong? Deodara shook his head and said, I'm sparring with you so that I can defeat Uchiha Itachi in the future, but why are the ninjutsu you use completely different from Uchiha Itachi's? It's normal that it's different. Menlan said, but he was complaining in his heart. Didn't Uchiha Itachi just perform a moon reading from beginning to end to beat you? It was a moon reading or an ordinary illusion, Menlan forgot. Deodara said unhappily, how about this, I'll perform the last move, if you can take it, we'll end it, how about it? Menlan's face became ugly, it can't be C3? How can Menlan interrupt such an instant explosion technique? He can only escape, and the key is that he can't escape far. At this time, Deodara has already held out a handful of detonating clay, and he doesn't know what shape it is. Menlan looked at it with bitterness in his heart. C2. Deodara shouted loudly, and then threw the explosive clay in his hand. The clay swelled in the wind, and soon it turned into 2 huge flying dragons. I was shocked, and thought it was C3, but 2 of them were a bit tricky. The key is that this flying dragon is still big, and a small amount of lightning chakra can't destroy it at all. However, as long as it is this kind of delayed explosion, Menlan has a way. When the huge flying dragon has not yet landed, Menlan directly began to seal. Thunder escape, lightning bomb. €. This move is also a common lightning escape in the Hidden Cloud Village. Menlan raised his hands, and countless light beams shot towards the dragon. Seeing this, Deodara curled his lips, tisk. However, as Menlan expected, simple lightning chakra could not destroy such a huge clay bomb. But Menlan still had a trick. When the dragon was about to land, a figure suddenly emerged from the ground. It was Menlan's shadow clone. He was seen holding lightning and directly inserted it into the dragon's belly. The dragon began to wilt and shrink, and Menlan's shadow clone didn't care at all, and attacked another dragon again with the main body. Boring! Deodara cursed and shouted. Ha! Boom! Chapter 89 Akatsuki organization begins to gather. There was a loud bang, the earth trembled, and the whole forest was windy, and both Menlan's shadow clone and Menlan's main body were covered. In the explosion range. After the wind calmed down, the ground was in a mess. Deodara smiled slightly, and was very satisfied with the artistic achievements in front of him. Okay, Menlan, come out, the competition is over. Deodara shouted. It was quiet. Deodara frowned slightly. Wouldn't this kid die in my explosion? What happened? Suddenly, a strange and low voice sounded. Senior Deodara, didn't you go to pick up Senior Menlan? Where is he? Deodara looked down and said with a strange face, Brother, Fei, why are you here? I came here when I heard the movement here. Haven't you picked up Menlan yet? I said I hate waiting. Scorpion still looked like a red-faced amber, with a cold look in his strange eyes. Brother, don't be angry, Menlan has been picked up. Deidara explained immediately. Where is the senior? Afei looked around, but did not see Menlan. Seeing Scorpion's increasingly gloomy eyes, Deidara panicked. Menlan, stop playing, come out quickly. Deidara, are you lying to me? Scorpion shouted coldly. But suddenly a weak groan sounded, I'm here. Senior. As soon as Afei heard it, he immediately followed the sound and found Menlan in a bush. Senior. What's wrong with you? Afei hurried to help Menlan. Menlan said unhappily, slow down. Humph, I thought you died in my art. Deidara was relieved to see Menlan, but he also snorted coldly. It's almost the same if you're not dead. Menlan smiled bitterly. What happened? Scorpion asked coldly. Deidara said immediately, it's nothing, I just had a fight with brother Menlan on a whim, are you okay? Menlan shook his head and said, it's nothing, I just sprained my ankle. Sprained ankle? Afei was shocked. Senior, is your ankle so fragile? Menlan glared at Afei, who was annoyed and didn't dare to say more. Scorpion asked with a strange face, your injury hasn't healed yet. It's healed, but it has left sequelae. Because of the corrosion of strong acid, my muscles and bones have become extremely fragile. Just now, in order to avoid Deidara's explosion, I ran in a hurry. Menlan was quite embarrassed. Scorpion glared at Deidara and said, you are about to participate in the war, and you sprained your ankle at the right time. Deidara didn't dare to say more. It's just a sprained ankle, it's a small matter, it will be healed in a few days. Menlan said. Senior, I can treat sprained ankles, I'll help you. Afei volunteered. Menlan was a little unconvinced, really? Of course it's true, Senior, take off your shoes first. Afei squatted down, but suddenly did a tactical backward move. What are you doing? Menlan frowned. Senior, your foot smells so strong. Get lost. Aren't we going to the Iron Country? Why are we going all the way east? If we run any further, we'll be in the Fire Country. On the plain, Menlan wondered. We still need to bring Kakuzu and Haiden. Scorpion explained. We still need to bring them both? Is this matter so important? Almost all the members are out, so do we need to find Uchiha Itaki and Kisame? Menlan was quite surprised. Senior Kisame and Senior Itaki have already gone. Afei said with a smile, the leader separated you because of the little friction between you and Uchiha Itaki. You may not meet on the battlefield at that time. The leader is still very considerate, right? Menlan didn't pay attention to Afei's words, but was shocked in his heart. Really, all members are dispatched? Isn't the Akatsuki organization good at Calabash Brothers saving Grandpa? Why is there a group battle? Akatsuki participates in a group battle. In the current ninja world, who can stop it? Is this the rhythm of doing something big? There is no such part in the plot, so Menlan doesn't know what the purpose of this action is. In fact, in the first part of the original work, except for Uchiha Itaki and Kisame, there are not many shots of Akatsuki. Mr. Scorpion, are we really just intervening in the war between two small countries with such a big battle this time? Menlan asked Scorpion with narrowed eyes. Scorpion replied, the specific action leader has not been explained. After finding Haiden and Kakuzu, there will be another meeting. You will know then. But before that, what's the matter? Menlan was stunned. Scorpion took out a standard cloak of the Akatsuki organization from somewhere and handed it to Menlan, put it on. Menlan was very resistant, but had no choice but to make do with it. You have never worn it before? Menlan asked. Scorpion was very upset, new one. Menlan smiled, put it on, and then his eyes were on Ah Fei. Senior. Senior, why are you looking at me? Ah Fei said with a wry smile. Take it, I've let you play with it for so long, it's time to return it to its original owner, right? Men Lan stretched out his hand and said. Ah Fei scratched his head, feeling reluctant, but he had no choice but to take off the ring. But he tried to take it off for a long time, but he didn't take it off. Senior. Senior, don't be anxious, I've eaten a lot recently, my fingers have grown fat, wait a little longer. Pa Ah Fei said, lowering his head and spitting, but he forgot that he was wearing a mask now. Ah! Men Lan looked disgusted, and quickly waved his hand and said, forget it, you keep it first, just give it to me before the meeting. Ah? Really? Thank you, Senior. Ah Fei looked like he had found a treasure, it seemed that he really liked the ring. Men Lan looked at it with a smile in his heart, thinking that he might as well give it to him, anyway, he just couldn't attend the meeting. Mr. Scorpion, where are you going to find Kakuzu and Haiden? These two guys are running all over the place. Scorpion replied, we only know that they are in the territory of the Fire Country, but we don't know the exact location. When we asked them at the meeting, they didn't know either. Good guy, chasing the bounty is gone. Then how do we find them? This is the Fire Country. It might not be appropriate to attract too much attention, right? No need to look for them, just let them come to us. Ah! Menlan was puzzled. Is it possible to let Kakuzu and Haiden, two people with ADHD, come to us? Unless they go directly to Akatsuki's nest. How do we have a base in the Fire Country? Menlan asked. Deidara interrupted, what are you thinking about, Menlan? If the Fire Country can have our base, I'm afraid it won't be long before the country is destroyed. Then how do we let them come to us? Scorpion laughed strangely, you will know. Menlan shuddered at the gaze, and suddenly a bad premonition rose in his heart. Are you trying to fish for law enforcement? Menlan frowned and whispered to Deidara, doesn't Mr. Scorpion hate waiting for people the most? Deidara said nonchalantly, Big Brother hates waiting for people, and he also hates looking for people. Menlan was silent for a moment, and then set his eyes on A Fei. A Fei shuddered, and then looked at Menlan with an innocent face. That clearly meant, I didn't say anything. Chapter 90 The Arrival of Kakuzu and Haiden. Senior, why do you want me to pretend to be a bounty target? A Fei had already changed into casual clothes and said aggrievedly. Menlan nodded and said, if the bounty is posted on the bounty list, Kakuzu and Haiden can come over, then there is actually no need to pretend to be a target. Isn't it enough to just wait for them here? Menlan felt that this method was unreasonable. Why? You can find the bounty target by looking for it, but you can't find it by looking for teammates, right? Where is there such a sense of smell system? Does it also have automatic recognition of which is the prey and which is not? Besides, where is this place? There is no other landmark building except a dilapidated house next to it. In this case, how can a ghost find it? And pretend to find someone to pretend to be the target, can't we just wait here together? It's a waste of time, it's nothing. Scorpion chuckled and said, only the fishy smell can attract wild cats. Senior, didn't I ask you to disguise yourself? Why did you change me? A Fei continued to mutter. Menlan continued to nod, are you sure it's not the smell of copper? Senior, are you listening to me? A Fei, go there and lie down and take a nap. When Kakuzu and the others come, we will call you. Deidara pointed to the door of the dilapidated house. A Fei shook his head and said, I don't want to. The floor there is too hard and too cold. What if I catch a cold? Even if I don't catch a cold, I may have a backache. Are you going? Deidara's face turned black instantly. Ah Fei was startled, and immediately ran to sleep dejectedly. Actually, think about it, Ah Fei is a pitiful kid. He was called here and there. Did I treat him badly before? Menlan looked at Ah Fei's rather lonely back and yawned. Ah Fei, come back, I'll wait there. Ah. Ah Fei turned around and said with surprise, Senior, are you telling the truth? Why would I lie to you? Come back. Anyway, I was a little sleepy, and Menlan complained in his heart. I have been idle for the past few months. Long live the senior, long live. Ah Fei jumped up excitedly. Menlan threw the Akatsuki cloak to Ah Fei, waved his hand, and whispered, Don't disturb my sleep, remember to notify me when Kakuzu and others come. It's really weird that they can come. Forget it, go to sleep. In a daze, Menlan heard someone calling him. Senior, move aside. Menlan he opened his eyes in confusion, and then he saw a broken door pressing down in front of him. Menlan was startled, and immediately lost all sleepiness, and got up and left. Boom! At the moment Menlan left, the whole small broken house was instantly torn into pieces, miserable. The dust dispersed, and a figure wearing a black robe and a bamboo hat, holding a three-bladed blood sickle appeared. It was Phaeton. It's really here, Kakuzu! Phaeton roared, and an arm connected with a black line behind him rushed directly towards Menlan. Before Menlan could say anything, he dodged this heart-piercing blow again, and then he sprained his foot again. I'm really a gorilla, you gorilla! Menlan grimaced in pain, and immediately wanted to curse. However, before he could say anything, Phaeton rushed up again with the blood sickle. Fuck you! Menlan's face was extremely ugly, and he immediately formed a seal, and lightning flashed in his palm. Rakery! Stop it! Just then, Scorpion finally spoke. Kakuzu stopped immediately after seeing Scorpion and the other two, but Feijuan couldn't stop. When Feijuan's sickle came into contact with Menlan's palm with strong lightning chakra, lightning flashed instantly, and Feijuan froze instantly. This sickle is of good quality, but it didn't cut directly. Menlan curled his lips and sat on the ground. My leg. Are you okay, senior? Fei hurriedly stepped forward and scratched his head. You sprained your foot again. Get lost. Menlan said unhappily. Menlan, I'm sorry, I didn't see clearly. Feijuan, what's wrong with you? Kakuzu stepped forward to apologize, because it was normal that he couldn't see clearly from a distance, but what was wrong with Feijuan? Menlan looked at Feijuan who was still in a slashing posture, with a bad face. Has this guy wanted to kill me for a long time? Hey, Feijuan! Seeing Feijuan ignoring him, Kakuzu was also a little angry. However, at this moment, Feijuan suddenly laughed strangely. Great! That obscene laugh gave Menlan goosebumps. Feijuan! Kakuzu shouted. Feijuan came back to his senses and asked in confusion, What's the matter? Kakuzu knocked off Feijuan's hat, revealing Feijuan's somewhat charred face, and even his hair stood up a little. Feijuan, who had regained his sight, could see the people in front of him clearly. Ah! When Feijuan saw Menlan sitting on the ground with a hideous face, his expression was obviously panicked. Menlan looked at the hat with white cloth strips on the ground and was speechless for a long time. This hat blocks your vision, and there are wind chimes on it, which make a sound when you walk. I can't believe that the Akatsuki organization doesn't wear it anymore in the later period. It's too useless. No need to apologize, just be more careful next time. Menlan was really angry. After all, if it weren't for Feijuan, he wouldn't have sprained his ankle again. But in front of so many people, he had to be more generous. However, Feijuan said with a weird excitement, that Menlan, what was that move you just made against me? It was really fucking cool. Can you do it again? I beg you. Everyone was speechless. This masochist setting is really disgusting. Kakuzu couldn't stand it and stepped forward to punch Feijuan. Feijuan rubbed his head, but suddenly looked at Kakuzu. Kakuzu, I remember you also have a lightning escape move, Right. Get out. Do you believe I will kill you? Kakuzu cursed. Feiduan immediately said excitedly, come on, use that thunder escape to kill me. How is it? What did the leader say? Sitting on the ground, Menlan looked at the consciousness of the people in front of him gradually waking up and asked. Ah Fei jumped up and said, let me tell you, Senior, the leader said that we should gather in Swamp Country first. Senior Itaka has used illusion to control the leader of Swamp Country, and then let us help Swamp Country to annihilate the armed forces of Gold Country first, and then we will dominate Swamp Country. That's all. Also, the leader also said that after Gold Country is taken down, Senior Itaka will immediately kill the leader of Swamp Country, and then we will dominate Swamp Country. What's next? That's all. That's all. Oh, the only thing left is the division of labor within the organization. Mr. Scorpion and Senior Deidara are responsible for the frontal assault, Senior Kakuzu and Senior Haiden are responsible for attacking the interior of Swamp Country while Gold Country is disintegrating, and then Senior and I are responsible for surprise attacks. Menlan laughed when he heard this. You can still remember so much. Ah Fei scratched his head and smiled shyly. Who should we surprise attack? Menlan asked. Ah Fei hummed and groaned for a long time, then smiled and said, I forgot. Chapter 91, Division of Labor, Infiltration Plan. Deidara's plane was full of people. This was the most Deidara had ever done. He even changed the bird to a bigger one. The 6 of them were now bypassing the territory of the Fire Country and heading northeast to the Iron Country. Further east of the Iron Country was the Lightning Country. Menlan and Afei had been there several times before when they were on missions. However, unlike the last time, they flew there this time. The last time they walked the entire way from the Wind Country to the Lightning Country, which almost spanned the entire ninja world. Menlan and Afei took a full month to get there. Now thinking back, it was really a bitter tear. It wasn't easy. It's good to have a means of transportation. Menlan suddenly thought of finding a bird-summoning beast for hydrangea, and it had to be a big bird. It was just that this time, almost everyone participated in the war, and I didn't know how much time it would take. Afei remembered the division of labor for everyone, but he forgot his own work. It was still Scorpion who told Menlan. Menlan's mission is simple to say, just need to attack the top leaders of the Kingdom of Gold. The Kingdom of Gold has a political system similar to that of the Kingdom of Iron. Unlike other countries where all the daimyo have the final say, the Kingdom of Gold has only one top leader, who is the target of Menlan and Afei. Although the Kingdom of Gold is a small country, the number of samurai is also extremely large. These people believe in the spirit of Bushido, which is similar to ninjutsu, but there is only one Bushido, while ninjutsu varies with people's personalities. Bushido is similar to a code of conduct, and the first one is absolute loyalty. Therefore, it is obviously difficult to break their will with terrorist attacks, so Pain did not let Kakuzu and Haiden participate in the war, but only let Deidara and Sasori do guerrilla warfare, because no matter how many people there are, it will only increase the killing. As long as the leaders of these samurai are still alive, their beliefs will not be shaken. The goal of the Akatsuki organization is to rule, not to annihilate the clan. Once all the armed forces are killed, they can still rule. It is useless to rely on civilians. This is also the reason why Uchiha Itachi did not try to control the leader of the Kingdom of Gold through Tsukuyomi. Although it is difficult for the two of them to break through the layers of defense and come to the leader of the Kingdom of Gold, it is also difficult to control these warriors who believe in Bushido. Besides, there are spies arranged by Scorpion in the Swamp Country, so it is easy to sneak in without anyone noticing. The leader of the Kingdom of Gold is a cautious and suspicious person, and his degree of caution is no less than that of Danzo and Orochimaru, so let alone attacking him, it is a very difficult thing to find him. Menlan and Afei stayed in Konoha for a month before. Yes, it is the old things again, so Menlan and Afei are the best candidates for sneaking in. They think too highly of Menlan. But it doesn't matter, just paddling and playing soy sauce, it's okay. If you can't find it, you can't blame me, right? Even if a Fi is around, what can it do? Can it stop me from paddling? Where are we now? Menlan asked. We should be close to the land of waterfalls now, senior. A Fei replied. Menlan was stunned, so fast. With this pace, we will probably reach the land of iron before night. Isn't the land of waterfalls next to the land of waterfalls the hidden sound village? If it weren't for me, this small village should have been destroyed. Not entirely, the hidden sound village also has the 4 heavenly kings in charge. Which 4 heavenly kings? Of course, the 4 sound ninjas. Thinking of the 4 sound ninjas, Menlan suddenly remembered that according to the plot progress, Suzuki should have defected by now. Menlan calculated that it had been more than a month since he returned to the Hidden Rain village from the land of Earth, which means that Tsunade had returned to Konoha a month ago to succeed the 5th Hokage. Not long after that, Suzuki was fooled by the 4 heavenly kings to go find Orochimaru, and then a series of tense and exciting, playing house, also known as the temptation to return to the village, began. So Naruto and Suzuki have already fought in the Valley of the End. Then Kimimaro has died before? What a pity! Gaara and Lee were there when Kimimaro died. Gaara is the one-tailed Jinchuriki. If the Akatsuki suddenly appeared at this time, Gaara would be captured even if he showed off his strength. Menlan looked at the people around him and sighed twice. This lineup is luxurious in the current ninja world. Haiden and Keiku are both immortal and are responsible for the vanguard. Deidara is a long-range gunner who is good at range attack, Scorpion is the foundation of the army, and the 100 Machines exercise is a puppet army. Menlan and Afei are responsible for protecting Scorpion. This team is invincible. Scorpion once said that he conquered a country in one day with the 100 Machines exercise. It must be a small country, but according to Menlan's idea, even a medium-sized country like the Land of Grass will be easily conquered. With such a lineup, let alone Gaara alone, even if the Sand Village troops are pulled over, they will not be able to escape the bad luck. That's not right. Orochimaru was killed by Scorpion's poison. This is not in the original story. Oh my goodness, if Orochimaru really died at the hands of Scorpion, wouldn't the rest of the story be gone? Suzuki won't defect? Orochimaru is dead, so why do we need a container? The key is how can Suzuki become stronger if he doesn't defect? It seems that he can become stronger even if he doesn't defect. As long as he can kill his brother, he can instantly cheat. Why don't I have a brother? Otherwise, I can not only open the Mangekyo, but also directly ascend to eternity. Menlan suddenly realized, how could I have such an idea? Is the Uchiha blood really so evil? Senior. Ah. Menlan looked at Afei. Afei scratched his head and said, we are here. Here. Menlan looked at the sky. It was getting late, and the speed was really fast. Next, we will separate. Menlan and Afei will go directly to the Kingdom of Gold, Phaeton and Kakuzu will go to the Kingdom of Swamp, and we will go directly to the front line. Scorpion gave the order. It has to be said that this kind of team-scale mission seems to be always commanded by Scorpion. Although Kakuzu is old and experienced, he is too lazy to give orders and hates being ordered by others. Others are unreliable, including Menlan. Of course, if Uchiha Itachi is involved, Menlan does not know because he has not done missions with Uchiha Itachi. But it should be commanded by Sasori. The reason is that except for Kisame, it seems that other people do not respect Uchiha Itachi. After all, he is not much different from Menlan in age. Even if he has the thinking of a village chief, it seems that he is not enough to convince the crowd. In addition, Uchiha Itachi and Kisame are people who are outside the Akatsuki organization. Generally, there are group missions, that is, the kind of missions that require more than 3 people. They rarely do not participate. It may also be because of Menlan. But more often Uchiha Itachi is a loner, and Kisame also has some inexplicable disgust for the team. Don't order me. Sure enough, Kakuzu spoke. This guy has always been self-willed, and only Phaeton makes him lose his temper. Scorpion sneered, you dare to disobey the leader's order. Kakuzu said nothing and jumped off the plane directly. Haiden, let's go. Wait for me, Kakuzu. Senior, let's go too. Afei said. Yet. Menlan nodded and glanced at Deidara. Deidara curled his lips. Your physical fitness is unparalleled. It's really puzzling that you can be arranged for a surprise attack, hey. After that, Deidara landed the plane reluctantly. In the past, Menlan would have disdained such a height, but now it's not possible. If he jumps down, his legs will probably be directly disabled. Chapter 92 Failed Infiltration, Negotiation. In the forest, Menlan and Afei are moving slowly. Maybe it's too long since he saw Menlan. Afei was very excited and chattered all the way. Menlan is also used to it and doesn't feel any discomfort. The territory of the Kingdom of Gold is very small, but it can be said that all the people are soldiers, so that's how the tens of thousands of samurai troops came from. The total population of this small country is estimated to be no more than 50,000. Excluding the old, young, women and children, there are only tens of thousands of young and strong people left. It's no wonder that it's hard to bite. The geographical location of the Kingdom of Gold is infinitely close to the Kingdom of Iron, and the relationship with the Kingdom of Iron is similar to that of a master and apprentice, so most people think that the Kingdom of Gold is a vassal of the Kingdom of Iron. But in fact it is not. The Kingdom of Gold acted domineeringly in its founding period. 100 years ago, it was just a small village, and then gradually developed into a small country. It can be said that most of its land area was even snatched from the Kingdom of Iron. Although the Kingdom of Iron believes in Bushido, it advocates peace and likes to solve problems in a harmonious way, so it is also tolerant again and again. Later, when the Kingdom of Gold was founded, it established friendly diplomatic relations with the Kingdom of Iron, and at the same time learned the Bushido of the Kingdom of Iron, but in fact, who knows if it has the idea of a euro teaching the apprentice to starve the master to death. After all, the ninja world has always liked to do so. So in the past few decades, the Kingdom of Gold has also begun to learn the peace formation of the Kingdom of Iron and acted neutrally, until it was attacked by the Kingdom of Swamp some time ago, and then began a series of counterattacks. Swamp Country is also a small country, located in a swamp east of Taki Country and south of Iron Country. It has a lot of origins with the Kingdom of Gold. At the beginning, it was also a small village, and it did not follow the ninja way, but as the name of the country suggests, it used poison and goo when walking. Later, the area of the swamp expanded, and the small village successively destroyed several other small villages, and then established the swamp country. The land area is smaller than that of the Kingdom of Gold, and the population is much smaller than that of the Kingdom of Gold, but because of its geographical location in the swamp, it also made other countries helpless. Also because of the alternative means of attack of the swamp country, the Kingdom of Gold did not take any advantage in this war. Since it could not take advantage, a large number of the combat forces of the Kingdom of Gold were almost all stationed in the city, so it was even more difficult for Menlan and Afei to sneak in. But Menlan was not as low-key as Uchiha Itachi, who wore an Akatsuki cloak and a bamboo hat to enter Konoha. Even though Akatsuki had not been exposed, it was easy to attract attention by wearing such a mysterious outfit. So Menlan and Afei changed into civilian clothes and prepared to sneak into the city. But Afei refused to take off the mask, which was obviously conspicuous, and it was impossible to pass through the layers of checkpoints. In desperation, Menlan had to enter the city alone, and Afei could stay outside the city to provide support. However, the Kingdom of Gold is now strictly restricted, and even civilians are not allowed to enter. The entire nation of Gold is a soldier, and almost all young and strong are warriors. Where did Menlan, who is so young, not join the army? So not only did Menlan not enter the city, but he was almost caught and treated as a spy. Then use the transformation technique to become an old man to enter the city? It turns out that they don't trademark care whether you are young or old, not even refugees. Fei suggested drilling directly into the ground or climbing over the city wall. Menlan thought that this would not be easy. Sure enough, there was a barrier set up in the city. After ordinary people entered, the barrier would fluctuate, which would alert the enemy. The Kingdom of Gold was also a country that practiced ninjutsu decades ago, so it was normal to have a barrier. Finally, Menlan spread his hands and said he was helpless. If we can't get in, we'll just do nothing. Menlan won't force it. Anyway, I've tried my best. What can I do if I can't get in? Just when Fei and Menlan were talking about life in the woods outside the city, a huge pitcher plant suddenly emerged from the tree that Menlan was leaning against, scaring Menlan. Mr. Ju! Fei called out. Menlan said unhappily, Why? Why did Mr. Ju come here? Are you here to help us get into the city? Bai Ju smiled and said, We have learned the details. The swamp country has the upper hand in the current war, and the gold country is hiding. We underestimated the poison of the swamp country. What should we do? Are we just going to wait here? Fei shouted. Menlan frowned, feeling that things were not that simple. Did he have to take tough measures? The situation with Sasori and Deidara is not satisfactory either. As the war is one-sided, the Kingdom of Gold is complacent and the Swamp Kingdom thinks that the Kingdom of Gold is a soft persimmon, so its attitude is very casual and it does not need the help of mercenaries. In addition, Kakuzu and Haiden, despite the instructions from their leaders, are not very receptive psychologically, but are very defensive. What's the use of being defensive? If you want to destroy them, just destroy them directly. You just want them to be cannon fodder, and you are not happy even if they don't want to. Menlan raised his eyebrows. Just tell me what you mean now. Black Zetsu said gloomily, So we are going to withdraw Deidara and Sasori from the battlefield to you. And you are responsible for entering the city and negotiating with the leader of the Kingdom of Gold. Are you negotiating peace before the battle? Fei muttered. It's not a peace negotiation, Fei. White Zetsu joked. Menlan frowned and said, Mr. Ju means to recommend oneself. Who is Mao Sui? What the hell is self-recommendation? Fei stretched his head and asked. Bai Zetsu chuckled and said, I understand what you mean. That's right, you and Fei need to find the leader of the Kingdom of Gold, tell him your identity as mercenaries, and promise to help them win the war. Menlan pondered and said, Will they believe us? They have to believe you. Black Zetsu said in a deep voice, They suffered a lot on the battlefield. The Iron Kingdom received their letters for help, but did not provide assistance. If they don't want to lose the war, they can only let us help. In addition, we can also let Feijuan and Kakuzu cooperate with you to play a play and win the trust of the leader of the Kingdom of Gold. White Zetsu continued. Mr. Ju means that Senior Deidara, Senior Scorpion, Senior Menlan and I are in the Kingdom of Gold, Senior Kakuzu, Senior Feijuan and Senior Itaki are in the Swamp Country, and we fight ourselves. Fei suddenly said. Don't fight yourself, Fei. Bai Zetsu said with a smile. Hey Zetsu said, Little ghost, you should understand what I mean. Menlan whispered, Help the Kingdom of Gold to take the initiative in the war first, and then force the Kingdom of Swamp to seek help from Kakuzu and Feidan. When two tigers fight, one will be injured, and then we will benefit from it. What benefit? Fei asked in confusion. That's right. Bai Zetsu ignored Fei and said, In addition, you also need to find an opportunity to get close to the leader of the Kingdom of Gold. Before the war is over, you must eliminate him first. Menlan said coldly, Are you sure that as long as you kill the leader of the Kingdom of Gold, you can take down the warriors of the Kingdom of Gold, and you are sure it will not cause a mutiny? Not sure. Heizetsu said indifferently. Menlan did not ask any more questions. He knew that once the leader of the Kingdom of Gold died, the warriors did not surrender but fought back. Then the Kingdom of Gold would no longer exist, and it would not even be worth being a puppet country. Chapter 93 Successfully sneaked into the country of samurai. Stop! At the city gate, the guards stopped two mysterious men wearing black robes and hats with swords. There is a big difference between samurai and ninja. In the original literal meaning, one is bright and the other is dark, which is the difference between a warrior and an assassin. But in this world, it is obvious Lythe home of the ninja, although there are some more ninja-like battles in the early stage, but in the later stage of the plot, almost all of them are Dragon Ball-like. So the samurai are wearing heavy armor, while the ninja only has a vest, and there is not even any iconic costume. The two people who came are naturally Menlan and Afei. Since they are here to help the war, they naturally have to show off their strength. Are you sure you want to point a knife at me? Menlan sneered immediately. The whole city is under strict control now, and no one is allowed to enter. The samurai did not change his posture, but just shouted coldly. Menlan shrugged slightly, and instantly went behind the samurai in front of him, snatched the samurai sword in his hand, turned around and chopped down a samurai who wanted to rush forward. I said, don't point a knife at me. Menlan chuckled at the samurai in front of him, and then easily broke his neck. Who are you? Enemy attack. Be alert. All the guards shouted loudly after seeing the sudden change. Don't get me wrong, we are just here to discuss cooperation with your leader. Menlan immediately confessed his intention. These warriors didn't listen to what Menlan said at all, and one by one, they rushed towards Menlan again, waving their long swords for 100 years. Menlan sighed and instantly formed a seal, fire escape, great fireball. A big fire burst out and directly submerged these warriors in the flames. Okay, we are just here to discuss cooperation. If you still want to fight, you can try it. Menlan looked at the black mass of warriors pouring out of the city gate and shouted coldly. These warriors looked at their companions lying on the ground, wailing and charred, and their eyes turned red again, and they wanted to rush up again with their teeth and claws. Menlan was helpless. Are these guys all strong in limbs and simple in mind? Can't you see the situation clearly? Kill their leader, are you sure they will surrender? It's hanging. Afei. Menlan said in a low voice, it seems that he has to use tough means to enter. In fact, before this, Menlan thought of several ways to enter the city. The first is to surrender directly and let these warriors take it in, but this method cannot directly reach the core layer. Instead, you will not know where you will be taken, and in the end you will not be able to escape a killing to force the top leaders to show up. The second is to break in directly, no matter what, just force the top leaders to show up. As for the third method, it is the method that Menlan is currently implementing. He will show his identity after showing his hands. If the enemy still doesn't believe it, he can just fight back. There is no other good way. In fact, Deodara throwing a bomb directly into the city is the best way to force the leader of the Golden Kingdom out, but unfortunately, if he does this, it may cause strong rejection. Your Excellencies! Just as Menlan and Afei were about to use tough measures to rush in directly, a loud shout suddenly rang out. A middle-aged warrior in green armor walked out of the team and shouted in a low voice, "What are you two doing here?" Squinting his eyes and carefully looking at the man in front of him, Menlan smiled and said, "We are from a mercenary organization called Akatsuki. We heard that there is business here, so we came here." Akatsuki? Mercenaries? The middle-aged warrior groaned for a moment, and then said coldly, "Your Excellencies must have misunderstood. There is no so-called business here." No. Menlan was stunned, and then smiled, "Maybe we found the wrong place. Afei, let's go and take a look at the next door swamp country." After that, Men Lan turned around and wanted to leave. The middle-aged warrior's face changed slightly when he heard the words, and he hurriedly said, "Your Excellency, please stay." Is there anything? Men Lan turned back slowly. The middle-aged warrior looked at the wounded being carried away by other warriors, and said in a deep voice, "How can I trust you? You are really a poor and remote place, and you are ignorant. You haven't heard of us, right?" Men Lan sneered. The middle-aged warrior looked ugly, but a warrior beside him whispered in his ear, "Sir, even so, how can you prove that you are mercenaries?" The middle-aged warrior said, "Don't be surprised, in wartime, it is always a good thing to be cautious." "Yeah, you are right." Men Lan nodded, "Since you don't believe our identity, we will never see each other again." After that, Men Lan turned around and was about to leave again. "Sir, please stay." The middle-aged warrior shouted again. "What's the matter, please explain it clearly." Men Lan said impatiently. The middle-aged warrior coughed dryly, and then said in a deep voice, "You two, let's not talk about your identities for now, but since you hurt my soldiers for no reason, I can't let you go just like that. Sorry for the offense. Catch them." As the middle-aged warrior shouted loudly, Ah Fei was startled. Senior, this is different from what we agreed." Ah Fei's voice was trembling. Men Lan glanced at the warriors who surrounded them and smiled softly, "Ah Fei, don't worry, we're going in now. Please come with us, both of you." The middle-aged warrior took out 2 sets of shackles. "Is locking them too much?" Men Lan laughed. The middle-aged warrior said with a pale face, "Don't get me wrong, please be careful during the war, please forgive me." Okay, I understand, come on." Men Lan stretched out his hand. Senior, don't resist, be quiet." Men Lan said softly. Ah Fei lowered his head and stretched out his hand tremblingly. The middle-aged warrior led Men Lan and Ah Fei into the city, and after a detour in the city, they came to a mansion. "Hey, this is not a prison." Men Lan laughed. The middle-aged warrior said, "Don't blame me, sir. Although I recognize your identity, I will not take off the shackles until you can prove your identity." Don't blame me. How are you going to prove it?" Men Lan asked. The middle-aged warrior stretched out his hand and said, "Sir, please, Lord Aokiji has been waiting for a long time." Aokiji. Men Lan twitched his mouth. What's this name? Following the middle-aged warrior through layers of warriors, Men Lan entered the hall. A sturdy middle-aged man wearing an ordinary kimono sat in the first seat. Before he got close, Men Lan could feel a majestic momentum coming at him. This momentum Men Lan had never seen in anyone before. This might be the difference between a samurai and a ninja. This Aokiji, Mr., is a little different from the image in Men Lan's mind. General, these two call themselves mercenaries of Akatsuki. The middle-aged warrior bowed. The hall was dim, and Men Lan couldn't see what the man looked like. Chapter 94, Aokiji of the Kingdom of Gold. However, suddenly, Men Lan felt a flash of cold light in front of him, which almost blinded Men Lan's titanium alloy dog A eyes. After he recovered, he could no longer see Aokiji's figure on the seat in front of him. It was at this moment that Men Lan realized that an overwhelming murderous aura was shooting out in all directions. This murderous aura made Men Lan, who had crawled through a sea of A blood and corpses, feel a little scared. It's conceivable how many bloody battles this person has experienced in his life. Suddenly, Ah Fei screamed and fell to the ground, which scared Men Lan. Mercenary? Nothing special. A voice that was so cold that there was no warmth came from behind Men Lan. So fast. A drop of cold sweat left on Men Lan's forehead. Faster than the usual instant body movement, is this the sword slash? Menlan turned his head and looked behind him. Aokiji had already sheathed his sword and stared at him with cold eyes. This Mr. Aokiji was unique in appearance, with a big and strong body, but his face was extremely thin, and his squinting eyes were full of brilliance, and he was very imposing. If this is all you can do, please go back. In addition, the lives of your companions will be regarded as the lives of our dead warriors. Aokiji then said coldly. Menlan smiled, Mr. General, I think you misunderstood. Oh. Aokiji adjusted his beautiful eyebrows like a woman. Immediately, Menlan kicked off Fei lying on the ground and said in a low voice, Stop playing, get down to business. Fei scratched his butt, then got up from the ground, and said in a panic, I'm scared to death. Qingji's face changed, and he remained silent as he looked at Fei's slightly funny posture. General, I wonder if we have passed your test. Menlan slowly took off his bamboo hat, and smiled harmlessly. Qingji coughed dryly, I didn't expect you to be so young, it's true that heroes come from young people. Thank you, but I don't know if the test of Mr. General is over. Menlan continued. Qingji glanced at the middle-aged warrior just now, and said in a deep voice, although both of you are not ordinary people, we also need to verify your specific strength before we can hire you. Oh. In addition, whether we hire you or not, we will give you a certain commission, how about it? Qingji said after a pause. Menlan nodded, how is that verification method? Sai, untie the shackles for you too. Aokiji ordered. The middle-aged warrior named Sai immediately stepped forward and whispered to Menlan, sorry for the offense. After that, he opened the shackles of Menlan and Fei. What? Don't you doubt our identity? Menlan rubbed his wrist and said. Aokiji said, with your strength, if you were invited by the swamp country, even if we put shackles on you, it would be useless, right? Menlan laughed dryly, what's next? Please come with me. Still leaving? You won't even give me a cup of tea. Fei muttered. Fei. Menlan scolded, then smiled and said, sorry, my companion is naughty and unruly, please don't blame me. Aokiji shook his head and said, at least he has the capital, Sai, serve tea. Menlan frowned at Fei, I want to see how you drink tea. Sir, how did your companion avoid my IAI/ just now? Menlan looked at Fei squatting in the corner, taking off his mask and drinking tea, with a black line on his head, and heard, what did you say? It's like this, when I was young, I traveled all over the world, and I heard that there was a technique called space-time ninjutsu. Is this the technique your companion used just now? Aokiji said without any impatience. Menlan said absent-mindedly, almost. Aokiji nodded, and seeing that Menlan didn't want to say more, he didn't ask any more. Fei, are you done? Menlan shouted coldly. Fei immediately stood up and put the teapot in Sai's arms. Okay, senior, let's go. Menlan glared at Fei, then smiled and said, please lead the way, Mr. General. On the way. The warriors bowed after seeing Aokiji. The defense in this city is so tight, with a small guard every 3 steps and a big guard every 5 steps. Is Mr. Fei younger than you? Aokiji suddenly asked. Menlan was stunned. How could this be said? Mr. General, just call me Menlan. Menlan said softly, Fei should be older than me, right, Fei? Fei scratched his head and smiled, it seems that except for Senior Deidara, you are the youngest in the organization. It seems that your mercenary organization is also a gathering of heroes. Then, how many people are you going to send to help us this time, Mr. Menlan? We can talk about the commission in detail. Aokiji continued. Menlan looked at Qingji deeply and said with a smile, if the two of us can turn your war situation around, do you still want to find more mercenaries? Qingji was startled, and his eyes were full of fear when he looked at Menlan. "Senior! Senior!" Suddenly, Ah Fei screamed. Menlan looked forward along Ah Fei's line of sight and was also shocked. He saw that the sky above the tower in front of him was dark like a dark cloud, but when he looked closely, the cloud was twisted and extremely scary. "What is that?" "That is the mosquito army of the swamp country." Aokiji sighed. Mosquito army. The swamp country is located in the swamp and is proficient in poisoning and poisoning. These mosquitoes are their poisons. Anyone bitten by these mosquitoes will be immediately poisoned and weak. If they are not treated in a few days, they will die of poisoning. Is there no targeted method? Menlan asked. Aokiji shook his head and said, "We samurai don't have the ninjutsu that you ninjas have. We only have swordsmanship. The layers of armor we wear can't resist the invasion of those mosquitoes. After a series of defeats, we have no choice but to retreat to the city. Can't those mosquitoes get in? Our golden country also had ninjutsu decades ago, so we set up a barrier in the city. Those mosquitoes seem to be controlled by the people of the swamp country with chakra. Once they enter the barrier, they will lose contact and become ordinary flying mosquitoes. Even if they are bitten, it is not fatal." Menlan nodded. So that's it. He thought this mosquito army was so powerful. If it was really that strong, why would they stay in a corner? In that case, this is actually what you call verification, right? Menlan said. Aokiji nodded, looking a little embarrassed. "These mosquitoes are afraid of fire, your fire escape should be able to drive them away. Is it enough to just drive away the mosquitoes? You will know after you get on the city wall." Menlan frowned. It seems that it is not as simple as he thought. It seems that there is no way out now. I don't know where Deidara and Sasori are now. With them, I don't have to spend so much effort. 1C3 will not only tear down the mosquitoes, but also the city wall. Chapter 95 Mosquito Army, General Hawkeye. "Sir, the clouds above are formed by mosquitoes, and the elite troops below are the swamp country, with all 5 poisons," Aokiji explained. Looking at these buzzing and twisting clouds of mosquitoes, Menlan felt sick, and A Fei even hid behind Menlan. "There are still 5 poisons." Menlan's face was also a little ugly. Aokiji nodded, "Don't worry, sir. These 5 poisons walk on the ground, but they are also afraid of fire, so you only need to." Aokiji didn't continue to speak, and Menlan was very upset. "Do you really think I'm a flamethrower? Not to mention the 5 poisons on the ground, the mosquitoes in the sky alone can't be burned out with 1 or 2 fires." Menlan feels that his chakram may be in trouble again today. Why hasn't Deidara come yet? Maybe he saw that Menlan's face was not happy. How can it be so good? Aokiji then said, "Mr. Menlan, our barrier can at least keep us safe for more than a month. In fact, we only need you to get rid of these mosquitoes that can penetrate everywhere. As for the 5 poisons, our golden country can solve them by ourselves." Menlan was immediately refreshed when he heard it. "Then let's try it out for you today." Menlan chuckled and immediately began to make hand seals. Fire escape, great fireball technique. This kind of low-level ninjutsu of the Uchiha clan is not only powerful, but can freely adjust the intensity with the pouring of the caster's chakra. For example, Uchiha attack is fire and Uchiha Sasuke's fire now, although the technique is the same, the power is completely different. At that moment, Menlan was not vague, and a fire directly consumed nearly 2/3 of his chakra. The fire was overwhelming, and it really rushed directly to the mosquito cloud in the sky as if it was free. In just a moment, countless black particles wrapped in black smoke fell like rain, but Menlan's technique had not stopped. The scorching flames caused great damage to the mosquito army. In the end, the swamp country saw that something was wrong and took the mosquito army back. Menlan wiped his forehead and felt a little dizzy. He finally understood why Kakashi had to lie down for a month when he exhausted his chakra. He estimated that this fire did not burn even half of the mosquito army. This swamp country is something. Mr. Menlan, how are you? Aokiji said. Menlan waved his hand and said, It's okay, I just overexerted myself. They really retreated, these hateful mosquitoes. Ah Fei was so happy that he danced with joy. Can you be more careful about your image in front of others? Menlan was very upset. Open the city gates, attack with all your forces. At this moment, Aokiji drew his sword and shouted, and a group of warriors began to pour out of the city gates, but they returned soon after. Why didn't the general take the opportunity to beat the fallen dog? Menlan asked suspiciously. Aokiji smiled and said, Mr. Menlan is joking. This attack is just to catch them off guard. You just set fire to their mosquito troops. They dare not send them out again in a short time. However, we are also strong on the outside but weak on the inside. If they find out the reason and release the mosquito troops, we will suffer heavy losses. At such a long distance, I am afraid that Mr. Menlan's fire can't reach it. Menlan nodded. This guy's combat thinking is quite powerful. This battle is a great victory. How about a bowl of celebratory wine for me, both of you? Aokiji stretched out his hand and said cheerfully. Menlan frowned. Why did it feel that after coming from the ninja world to the country of samurai, these guys even changed their way of speaking? Not to mention the way of fighting. Is the cultural difference so big? There is wine to drink, long live, long live! Ah Fei shouted excitedly. Menlan was so angry that he couldn't help but want to give Ah Fei a slap. Seeing this, King Zi also laughed and said, Mr. Ah Fei is also a man of temperament. Menlan became even angrier. Why are these warriors the same as the armies in the ancient wars in Menlan's previous life, drinking celebratory wine at every turn, and the war has not been won yet? Don't they have any idea in their hearts? As Menlan expected, Ah Fei would hold the wine jug and crawl under the table even at the wine table, drinking secretly as if someone was trying to rob him. As a result, Menlan was even more curious about Ah Fei's face hidden under the mask. Anyway, we have to leave, so why not see Ah Fei's true face first? Forget it, curiosity kills the cat. What if Ah Fei's true identity is really incredible? How can I leave? Menlan didn't drink, but Ah Fei was drunk. Maybe because the war had been suppressed for such a long time, Aokiji finally got a chance to raise his head. Aokiji also drank a little too much. He pulled Ah Fei, who was also drunk, to call him brother and boasted nonsense, which made Menlan's mouth twitch. However, Aokiji accidentally revealed that the chief general would come to supervise the battle tomorrow. According to Saihi, there are 3 generals of the Kingdom of Gold, and he is actually the last one. The chief general should be the leader of the Kingdom of Gold, right? So it's so easy to meet him? Menlan thought it would take more than 10 days for everyone to meet the leader of the Kingdom of Gold. Since he has seen him, should he kill him directly? Or wait for Deidara and Sasori to come before making plans? In addition, this one is called Aokiji, so is the chief general called Akainu? Menlan feels like he has entered the wrong set. After the banquet was over, Menlan took Ah Fei, who was supported by the samurai, to the arranged room. Menlan wanted to take off Ah Fei's mask while he was drunk, but after thinking about it, what if he was pretending to be drunk? In the end, he gave up. The next morning, the chief general arrived as scheduled, and Menlan finally saw the true face of this chief general. It turned out to be an old man, hunched over, without armor or sword, just wearing a simple kimono, with squinting eyes, and a sharp look. Aokiji is completely different. He doesn't have any aura, and gives people the feeling of an ordinary old man who can't be more ordinary. But Menlan will not underestimate this old man because of this. Think about those movies and TV series. The more inconspicuous the person is, the more boss level the existence is. Master, these two are Akatsuki's mercenaries, Mr. Menlan and Mr. Afei. They helped a lot in the battle yesterday. Aokiji introduced them on the side. This old man is actually Aokiji's master, so he must be powerful. If he is really the leader of the Kingdom of Gold, he may not be able to kill him without a sneak attack. The old man just nodded when he heard it, looking like he hadn't woken up yet. Aokiji then introduced, "Your Excellencies, this is the Chief General of our Kingdom of Gold, second only to the leader. He is a disciple of Admiral Mifune of the Kingdom of Iron, and is the #1 swordsman of our Kingdom of Gold, named Hawkeye." Puff! Menlan almost spat out a mouthful of blood. What the hell is this? Are you really bullying me for not having watched One Piece? However, at this moment, the old man Hawkeye stretched out his hand and smiled politely, "Thank you for yesterday, my two friends." Menlan looked at the old man with his hand completely stretched out to the other side, and he didn't know where his face was facing, and he was speechless. Is this old man blind? A blind man is still called Hawkeye? You should be called Fujitora, right? Chapter 96 Hawkeye Can Tell Fortunes? Master, this way. Aokiji silently turned Hawkeye's body to face Menlan and the others, without any embarrassment on his face. Is this okay? Menlan's mouth twitched. You're welcome, you pay and we do the work, it's only natural. Menlan shook Hawkeye's hand, but suddenly his heart was shocked. These hands. Looking at these hands full of calluses, frost, and even full of stories, Menlan was silent. The strength of this old man may really not be underestimated. As for Mifune mentioned by Aokiji, Menlan didn't know him, but as a general of the Iron Country, he should be very strong. The old man in front of him was actually from the same school as him. Menlan raised the strength of this old man to a higher level in his heart. He and Afei might not be able to do anything to this old man, it seems that they can only wait for Deidara and Sasori to come. This young friend seems to be quite troubled. Suddenly, Hawkeye smiled and said, "Ah!" Menlan was stunned. "Young friend, don't worry too much. If you don't make a decision, you will suffer from the chaos. If you really decide, just try it boldly. You are still young and have a lot of time, so you don't have to think too much about everything." Menlan was stunned the whole time. What is this old man talking about? Kingji pulled Menlan aside and said apologetically, "Don't blame me, my master has been fascinated by fortune-telling in recent years, don't take it too seriously." Menlan suddenly realized. Fortune-telling, how come there is such a thing in this world? Why have I never seen it before? In fact, my master's fortune-telling is quite accurate, so it's okay for you to listen to it. Kingji's additional words made Menlan stunned on the spot. Excuse me, isn't Mr. Hawkeye blind? Menlan asked. Aokiji smiled bitterly and said, "When Master was young, he had a duel with Admiral Mifune of the Iron Country that I just mentioned, and then his eyes were injured by the broken blade fragments, which is no different from being blind." Sorry. It doesn't matter. This is something that everyone in the Gold Country knows. But you must not underestimate my master. Although his eyesight is not good, his swordsmanship is superb. If he fights with Lord Mifune again now, it is not certain who will win or lose. Menlan didn't listen carefully, and was extremely shocked. This old man is indeed blind, but how does he know the age of Afei and me? The title of young friend is not just a call. How can he be sure that Afei and I are younger than him? Menlan then remembered that the first sentence the old man said was young friend, and neither Menlan nor Afei said a word at that time. There is no need to pretend to be blind, right? If he really figured it out, then there is something to it. Then what he said later. Did this old man figure out that I was looking for a way out of the organization? Menlan panicked when he thought of this. Since he could figure this out, there is no reason why he couldn't figure out our real purpose. Menlan looked solemn, and his palms under his sleeves even began to sweat. But what the old man said to A Fei next made Men Lan feel like he was struck by a bolt from the blue. My friend, your obsession is deeper than I have ever seen in my life. You are depressed, self-enclosed, and deceive others and yourself, but you can't change the facts. The mask can't cover up the pain in your heart. Maybe you should try to let it go. Ah Fei was stunned. This was totally different from his usual lively and active self. He seemed to have changed into a completely different person at that moment. Men Lan knew that Ah Fei had been hiding his true identity. How could this old man reveal the secret in just a few words? How could he see Ah Fei's mask if he was not blind? Haha, senior, can you understand what he is saying? Suddenly, Ah Fei scratched his head and laughed. Men Lan was stunned and smiled, but the complexity in his eyes could not be concealed no matter what. If the old man's calculations were so accurate, then what exactly was Ah Fei's obsession? What kind of obsession could completely isolate a person from himself, living in his own fantasy all day long, and living under a mask? At this time, the old man turned his head again and said solemnly to the air, "Oh, it's terrible. This young man is really worried about gains and losses, suspicious, and distrustful of everyone. If he continues like this, he will hurt others and himself. Maybe he can try to open his heart and accept others." Ah! Men Lan looked at Qing Ji with a question mark face. Qing Ji was very upset and smiled bitterly. Master did calculate very accurately in the past few years, but he has been a little crazy in recent years, and his eyesight is not good, so he always talks nonsense. Please don't blame me. As he said that, Qing Ji stepped forward and whispered to the old man with eagle eyes, "Master, there are only 2 people in total, no third one." "No." Hawkeye was stunned for a while, and then he said to himself, "I thought there were 4 people." Men Lan frowned deeply. He really couldn't see through this old man. He seemed to be a real half-immortal in the world, but he seemed to be talking nonsense. "Wait," he said, 4 people. "Once Deidara and Sasori come over, won't there be 4 people? But the suspicious character doesn't seem to be Deidara and Sasori. Sasori is a little suspicious, but not to this extent. What the hell is this old man? Is he just guessing and guessing it right by chance? Forget it, be careful next time. Senior, what is this old man talking about? Why can't I understand?" A Fei came forward and said. Men Lan glanced at A Fei and shook his head and said, "I don't understand either. Maybe he's just a crazy old man. Let a crazy old man be the chief general. This country of gold is really interesting." Men Lan said no more. If this old man really doesn't have Alzheimer's disease, then he must be extraordinary. Let's wait and see what happens. Report. Report to the general. An unidentified flying object appeared in the sky, and it seems to be coming from the direction of the swamp country. At this moment, a samurai suddenly reported. "Swamp country? Has it entered our city defense barrier?" Aokiji asked in a deep voice. "No, the flying object is very high. Could it be a passing bird?" Aokiji frowned. "No, General, the flying object is indeed in the shape of a bird, but there seem to be 2 people standing on it." 2 people? Cough. Men Lan coughed dryly after hearing this. "Mr. General, these 2 people are companions of our organization." "Companions?" Aokiji asked suspiciously, "Then why did your companions come from the direction of the swamp country?" Men Lan shrugged and said, "Because they came from the swamp country." "Hey!" Aokiji narrowed his eyes. Men Lan smiled and said, "Don't get me wrong, General. For our mercenary group, there is no friendship or affection. We will help whoever pays more. So when we came here, the other 2 people in our mercenary group went to the swamp country." Qing Ji said in a deep voice, "What Mr. Men Lan means is that you are playing both sides. If the swamp country gives more commissions, you will help them. In principle, it is true, but although the two of us and the two people in the sky are in the same organization, our tasks can be different, which means that eggs can be put in different baskets. You mean you help us, and the two people in your organization can also help the swamp country? In that case, won't you have a civil war? Qingji was quite surprised. This is a very normal thing. At least it can guarantee that no matter whether the war wins or loses, we will get commissions, right? Menlan smiled. Aokiji then said, will you not betray us just because one of you increases the commission? Menlan's face darkened. Mr. General, you are exaggerating. Once we accept your business, we will not regret it no matter how high or low the commission is. Although we are mercenaries, we also have professional ethics. How can we do business without integrity? Sorry, but if Mr. Menlan says so, then I will be relieved. Although Aokiji said so, he was still a little more cautious in his heart. Menlan didn't care. Chapter 97 Angry Deidara, Interfering in the War. Report. Suddenly, another samurai came in quickly. Speak. Then the UFO is about to land, please give me instructions, General. Aokiji looked at Menlan after hearing this. Menlan smiled and said, it seems that these two have hit a wall in the swamp country. What do you mean? Aokiji asked in confusion. Menlan explained, they went to the swamp country, but they were not hired by the swamp country, which means that they did not negotiate the business with the swamp country, and Mr. General does not have to worry about our civil war. Aokiji smiled bitterly, and then said, then how did you know that they were not hired by the swamp country to gather intelligence? This is our internal affairs, so Mr. General, don't worry about it. Menlan said, and walked out of Menlan with Afe, and Aokiji immediately followed with Hawkeye. Oh, this welcome ceremony is very grand. The white bird slowly descended, with Deidara laughing sarcastically above, and a large number of warriors had gathered on the ground. Deidara, Mr. Scorpion, is it necessary to come in so high profile? A laugh sounded, and Deidara and Scorpion saw that it was Menlan. Menlan, you guys have found a good job. Deidara snorted coldly, and then jumped off the big bird with Scorpion. The warriors were in a commotion, but they did not dare to act rashly without orders. Is this how the Kingdom of Gold welcomes guests? Those trash in the Swamp Kingdom are more hospitable than you. Deidara shouted coldly again. Menlan laughed and said, this is also very enthusiastic. Menlan, stop talking nonsense. Deidara said unhappily. Aokiji stood up and said, my two lords. Although you and Lord Menlan belong to the same organization, according to what Lord Menlan said, you can stand on the opposite side, so we just want to confirm whether you have been hired by the swamp country. Deidara glared at Menlan who was laughing, and snorted, if we have been hired by the swamp country, your city would have been razed to the ground long ago. What a big tone! Sahi shouted angrily. Menlan laughed when he heard it, he is not arrogant, but he really will do so. Sahi was shocked and said no more. Aokiji also frowned and looked at Menlan, and then said, since it is confirmed that you are not hired by the swamp country, are you willing to be hired by our golden country? The commission can be discussed. Nonsense, otherwise why are we here? Deidara shouted angrily. Aokiji looked rather grim, and immediately waved his hand to disperse the warriors. Don't be so irritable, Deidara. Menlan stepped forward and said. How can I not be irritable? Deidara snorted coldly, those rubbish from the swamp country, they don't know how to live or die, and they don't know their own strength. Let me see how I can deal with them. What? Were you rejected in the swamp country? Menlan frowned. Deidara sneered, more than a rejection, if it weren't for Brother Scorpion stopping me, I would have blown them up into art. Just thinking about it makes me angry. Menlan smiled, that's easy, Mr. General, let these two friends of mine show their strength now. Aokiji was naturally happy to hear this, and immediately led the way to the front line. Aokiji, are there mercenaries again? On the way, Hawkeye said in a confused manner. Aokiji said, yes, Master, 2 more are coming. We will definitely win this war. 2 more are coming. I will say 4. No need to tell fortunes this time. No, Master. Then why did you ask me to come? Menlin listened to the conversation between the two and complained in his heart. Could this old man really have Alzheimer's disease and hit the mark by accident? After arriving on the city wall, the swamp country learned its lesson this time and did not cover the mosquito troops fiercely on the surface of the barrier, but floated them above the camp they built. This distance was out of reach of the fire escape and could participate in the battle at the first time. Sir, what do you think? Aokiji asked Deidara. Deidara sneered, appreciate my art carefully, scum. Aokiji looked a little ugly, and Menlin said, he didn't mean you, he meant the swamp country. Aokiji forced a smile and said, it seems that this gentleman was not treated coldly in the swamp country. Based on Menlin's understanding of Deidara, this guy would not be so angry because of being treated coldly. It must be that the swamp country said something when he performed his art, otherwise he would not be so angry. Deidara took out countless small clay spiders from the clay bag under his robe and threw them all under the city. These clay spiders did not grow in the wind like before, and their bodies were still small. Aokiji looked at Menlin. Menlin smiled and said, Mr. General, just watch carefully. There are many poisonous creatures cultivated by the swamp country lurking in the land outside the city, and these white spiders immediately alerted these poisonous creatures after they landed. But Deidara didn't care and kept scattering clay spiders until the entire ground is completely covered. Ugly things, let you appreciate real art. Ha! Deidara shouted, and then there was a loud explosion under the city gate, as if the entire city wall was shaking. Aokiji was startled, Lord Menlin, what's wrong? Menlin explained, this is Deidara's clay bomb, and it's only the lowest level. If he is hired by the swamp country, then he can blow up this city without any effort. Aokiji swallowed his saliva, then if Lord Deidara is really hired by the swamp country, Lord Menlin, do you have any way to resist it? Menlin glanced at Aokiji and smiled slightly, of course. No. Aokiji was very upset. Looking from the city wall, he saw deep pits everywhere on the ground, which was as devastated as the surface of the moon, and those poisonous substances had been blown up to ashes. Mr. Menlin, do you think we need to lead the army to attack in this situation? Aokiji asked Menlin. Menlin smiled and said, you are the general, you can give orders as you want, but... Aokiji, who was about to order the whole army to attack, almost choked on his saliva and said, but what? Menlin said, but I advise you not to go out now. Why? Aokiji was puzzled. Menlin stretched his head to indicate. Aokiji looked back and found that there was a big white bird beside him, which surprised him. Menlin, come with me. Deidara said, and climbed onto the plane. Menlin frowned and said, you can solve it by yourself, why do you bring me along? I may not be able to handle those disgusting mosquitoes by myself, come up and help me blow the fire. Why are you standing there? Come up quickly. Menlin ignored him and asked Aokiji, General, is this all the military forces of the swamp country? Aokiji shook his head and said, not really, the combat power of their large forces is far away, and this is just a harassment force. Menlin nodded, but saw the strange look from Scorpion, who had been silent for a long time. Chapter 98 Is the old man with eagle eyes pointing at me? Art is explosion. Under the shining light, accompanied by this huge bang, the earth trembled, and the harassment forces of the entire swamp country had been reduced to ashes. On the plain, Menlin knocked off a soldier's grain pill, and his face recovered a little. Just now, when the mosquito army attacked, it was all thanks to Menlan's fire that Deidara was able to drop the clay bomb in the center of the enemy camp. Menlan almost ran out of chakra because of this fire. After all, there were too many mosquitoes, and Menlan could only continuously supply chakra. And the trick of eating the soldier pill was learned by Menlan from his own shadow clone. It's really a good idea. What a great art, don't you think so, Menlan? Deidara showed off to Menlan excitedly. Menlan nodded, quite absent-minded. Go back. Go back. Deidara asked in confusion, didn't you just inquire about the location of the swamp country's troops? Aren't we going to blow them up together? Menlan said solemnly, Deidara, the leader still needs the swamp country's troops to suppress the gold country. Don't think that as long as the leader of the gold country is dead, it will be fine. Deidara was stunned, have you seen the leader of the gold country? Menlan shook his head, that guy is hiding very deeply and has not shown up until now, just like Orochimaru. Orochimaru. Deidara frowned, that will be difficult. What if he never shows up? Will we just keep playing house with him? If he never shows up, we can only keep acting, and we will always be anxious. Menlan said. Deidara said impatiently, according to me, if he doesn't show up, we will kill him until he shows up. The whole city is so small, I don't believe he can hide forever. Otherwise, we can find someone to interrogate him. What was the name of that person just now? Aokiji. Yeah, he can do it too. I don't believe he doesn't know. Menlan glared at Deidara, the samurai is loyal. Even if you kill him and everyone in the city, you won't say anything. To deal with these people, it's better to attack their hearts. That's why we have to kill their leader first, so that we can destroy their spiritual support. Deidara frowned and said, then according to what you said, even if we kill their leader, they still refuse to surrender. Menlan was speechless. Deidara smiled and said, then by then, the whole city and even the whole country will become dust under my art. Maybe. Menlan looked at Deidara with excitement and said nothing more. Deidara eliminated the harassment troops of the swamp country, which can be said to have eliminated the biggest worry of the golden country. This harassment troops is nothing to other ninja villages, but it is a thorn in the flesh for the samurai who all use samurai swords. The key is still at the doorstep, you can't beat it, and you can't get out. Now it's all gone. Fortunately, it was a harassment unit, not a regular unit. If Feiduan saw it, he would be very happy. Menlan thought of Feiduan the first time he saw the mosquito unit. Feiduan's evil magic actually requires very harsh conditions. The first is that he needs to get the target's blood, and the second is that he needs to stand in the blood formation he drew. Both are indispensable. And these mosquitoes suck blood. If Feiduan's summoned beast is a mosquito, then it is impossible to prevent the target's blood from being plundered. But in fact, if you think about it carefully, these mosquitoes are poisonous. If you can train obedient mosquitoes, they can directly poison people to death. Then let Feiduan slap the mosquitoes to death, lick the blood, and then stab others to death. Isn't it redundant? Sure enough, that night, Aokiji arranged another celebration banquet, which was also specially set up to welcome Deidara. For Deidara, who wanted to raise the city to the ground, it was quite embarrassing and awkward to receive such a warm hospitality. I was going to kill you, but you were still so nice to me. Even though Deidara was such a cold-blooded person, it was quite embarrassing, but he still had to eat and drink. Yesterday was fine, but this carnival feast tonight made Menlan feel sick. He always had a sense of de copyright JAVU that the happy scene in front of him would be seen as a sea of a blood and corpses, which made Menlan unable to eat anything at all. After 4 years of killing and slaughter, Menlan had long been accustomed to blood, but for some reason, Menlan felt very heavy today. Is it because of the acquaintance? To be honest, Menlan admired Aokiji, Shihi and other warriors with bold personalities, and they were very suitable to be friends. In previous missions, they didn't know who the other party was, and they didn't even say a word. They just started killing and left. The psychological burden was much smaller. But this time was completely different. These people couldn't say that they completely trusted Men Lan, but they were very grateful to Men Lan and his people, and they were also very friendly and enthusiastic. However, the objects they were so friendly to were thinking about how to kill them all. So Men Lan left the table, but met the mysterious old man with eagle eyes at the corner of the corridor. Wasn't this old man drinking in the house just now? Men Lan was stunned, and didn't want to have too deep dealings with him, so he turned around and wanted to leave. However, the old man suddenly said, "Young friend, are you worried?" Men Lan stopped and forced a smile. "No, Mr. Hawkeye, it's too stuffy inside, come out for a walk." "Oh." The old man said calmly, "Young friend, do you believe in fate?" Men Lan smiled, "Sometimes I do, sometimes I don't." A very real answer. The old man smiled with wrinkles on his face, looking like an old chrysanthemum. "Young friend, you became a mercenary at a young age. Do you think it's fate or something else?" The old man continued. Men Lan was stunned. "It should be fate. Isn't it fate that I came here by myself? Why is this old man so mysterious? It's better to leave." Men Lan was thinking about it and was about to say goodbye when the old man said again, "Mercenaries value profit the most, but you four have been here for 2 days, but you haven't talked about commissions. I guess you have other intentions." Men Lan's heart was shocked, and he said calmly, "Mr. Hawkeye, you don't know that our organization has always completed the task first and then talked about commissions." "I see." The old man nodded, "My friend, do you think our golden country can survive?" Men Lan was sweating and smiled, "What do you mean, sir?" "Oh, can we win this war? If we help, it must be possible." "Oh, can you really help us?" Men Lan was confused, but he still said calmly, "As long as the commission is in place, we will definitely give you a satisfactory answer in our business." "Oh, but didn't you just say that we will talk about commissions after the task is completed?" The old man's voice was extremely calm, but it seemed to explode in Men Lan's ears. The old man's words are full of hidden meanings. If he continues, he will definitely be doomed. It is a mistake to talk to him. Too much talk will lead to mistakes. Let's get out of here quickly. So this also depends on your sincerity. It's getting late, and the weather in the north is cold. Mr. Hawkeye, don't catch a cold. You'd better go back early. Goodbye first." Men Lan said, turning around and leaving. Suddenly, the old man's light voice sounded again, "My friend, it's not too late to stop at the edge of the cliff. Some things have been done and cannot be changed." Men Lan paused. "Is he clicking me?" Chapter 99, Finding Out the Leader of the Kingdom of Gold, 3 updates completed, please recommend. The Kingdom of Iron is located in the extreme north of the Ninja Realm. The weather is extremely cold and snowy all year round. The geographical location of the Kingdom of Gold is infinitely close to the Kingdom of Iron. Although there is no iron, it was as cold as the country of the year, but it was still quite chilly at night. Even so, Men Lan felt that his back was soaked with sweat. This old man must have seen something. Why didn't he speak frankly? Is it because he was afraid of the strength of Men Lan and his people? So is this a hint for me to leave? Just as Men Lan was thinking about it, the old man's voice sounded again. But this time, compared with the previous calmness, it was more vague. "So, when you are happy in life, you must enjoy it to the fullest. It will be too late to regret it later. Go in and have a few more cups, my friend. It's rare to be so happy. Xiao Sai, I'm a little cold. Warm me another cup of wine." But this is the backyard, there are no soldiers guarding it, and Sai is not here. Men Lan turned around and saw that the old man had already sat on the ground leaning against the pillar, and he kept muttering a few more cups. Is this old man drunk? So what he said just now was just drunken talk. Is it nonsense after drinking, or is it the truth after drinking? This is a question. Menlin felt that the old man was sick, and he didn't dare to help him. What if he was blackmailed? So Menlin went to the hall and found Saihi. Mr. Saihi, Mr. Hawkeye is drunk outside, you help him back quickly, don't let him get cold. Saihi was originally in a state of tipsiness, and he immediately sobered up when he heard it, and hurriedly thanked him and went out. The customs in the ninja world and the island country are the same. Minors are not allowed to drink. Of course, if you insist on drinking, you can. Menlin is actually still a minor. Although his thoughts are very mature, his body is not up to standard. Even Deidara is such an unconventional person, isn't he also not drinking? He is younger than Menlin. Speaking of which, the 4 people in the Akatsuki organization present are a bit weird. Menlin and Deidara don't drink because they are not old enough, and they don't actually want to drink. As Afe was wearing a mask, he always drank secretly in the corner, and when he drank too much, he would make a fuss, and Scorpion was even more outrageous. His real body was in the Hirako, and logically, he had transformed his real body into a puppet, so neither Hirako nor his real body could drink alcohol. However, he manipulated the short old man like Hirako to drink 1 cup after another. After all, he was the only one of the 4 members of the Akatsuki organization who drank openly, so whether it was Aokiji or Saihi, they would come to toast him. As for Scorpion, he never refused anyone who came. How did this guy excrete? Was drinking just like applying lubricant? When the atmosphere was in full swing, Scorpion began to inquire about the leader of the Kingdom of Gold. As soon as this was said, Deidara and Menlin listened attentively. After all, the purpose of their coming was just for the leader of the Kingdom of Gold. Although Aokiji was drunk, he was still sober and said, "Don't worry, I will take full responsibility for the commission and will never treat you unfairly." Scorpion glanced at Menlin, who immediately understood and hesitated for a moment before saying, "It's not about the commission, Mr. Aokiji. As long as we take action, the swamp country will be wiped out in a blink of an eye. But after winning this war, we still need to get the honor from your country to achieve the purpose of promoting the organization, so we want to meet the leader of your country. Is it possible? I didn't expect that your organization is so full of hidden talents, but it still fell into the cliché copyright." Aokiji laughed when he heard it. Menlan forced a smile and said, "There is nothing we can do about it. We just want to make a living. If we can be awarded by your country, then at least we don't need to go to your door to ask for business recently, right?" "Asking for business?" Aokiji laughed, "This kind of thing is trivial, isn't it just publicity? If you even take business from small villages, the publicity will be on us." "Is this guy drunk?" Menlan noticed that Aokiji was intentionally or unintentionally avoiding the topic of the leader of the Kingdom of Gold, and he became interested in this mysterious leader who was elusive. Menlan didn't continue to ask. Deidara was a little anxious. To be honest, he didn't like the current environment very much and wanted to end it early. If he could find the leader earlier, he could end it earlier, so why not? What he thought was actually what Menlan thought. However, just when Deidara was about to continue asking, Scorpion stopped him with his eyes. "Don't act rashly. Brother, I'm going to ask it soon," Deidara said unwillingly. Scorpion said softly, "If you ask repeatedly, it will alert the enemy." The kid must have thought of this. "Ask again later." Not long after, Menlan finally asked again with sympathy, "Sir Aokiji, can you also make the decision on the promotion of the awarding of honors?" Aokiji was stunned for a moment, shook his head and said, "Promotion is fine, but I don't have the right to award honors. If your leader is not convenient, can Mr. Hawkeye please?" Menlan then asked. Aokiji smiled and said, "What's the inconvenience? However, At this moment, Saihi suddenly interrupted Aokiji. "General Aokiji, General Hawkeye is calling you." Aokiji stood up immediately after hearing the words, "I'm here. Everyone, enjoy your meal. I'll be leaving first." Watching Aokiji and Saihi leave, Menlan sighed. He had a feeling that Aokiji was about to reveal the identity of the leader of the Kingdom of Gold, but it seemed that there was a will in the dark. Deidara came over and said unhappily, "What kind of honorary publicity? It's so troublesome. It's a pity that this kind of thing can be believed by that person, pig brain." Menlan glanced at Deidara and said, "Why don't you ask?" "I'll ask if I want to," Deidara said angrily. Scorpion said in a gloomy voice, "Deidara, talk less from tomorrow." Deidara lowered his head and wilted. "And kid, tell a Fi to talk less and find out the whereabouts of their leader as soon as possible." Scorpion continued. Menlan glanced at a Fi lying on the ground in the corner and nodded speechlessly. Deidara muttered, "This whole city is so small, if you can't find out, just search it, you will definitely find it." Menlan sighed and said nothing more. It seems that the Akatsuki organization is suitable for simple and rough work. It's really difficult for them to do this kind of thing. Fortunately, it wasn't Haiden and Kakuzu who came, otherwise, with their temper, it wouldn't take long for the entire Kingdom of Gold to be turned upside down, and it would be useless to stop them. "Kid, who is that old man?" Xie suddenly asked. Menlan was stunned. Didn't Aokiji introduce Hawkeye to Xie and the others? That old man is the chief general of the Kingdom of Gold and the master of Aokiji. He is full of nonsense and weird. Don't pay attention to him. Menlan said. Xie sneered, "I think that old man is not simple." "Hey!" Menlan frowned. Xie looked at Menlan with his eyes wide open and said, "Although it's just my intuition, I always feel that the old man is hiding his abilities. He is already powerful, but you just haven't seen him." Menlan was quite helpless. He was already the chief general, what else could he hide? Is he hiding that he is actually the leader? Chapter 100, Determined, the target is the old man with Hawkeye. Menlan did not sleep all night. There was no other reason. He vaguely found that his group seemed to have found the wrong target from the beginning. In general, the spiritual pillar of the Kingdom of Gold is not this so-called leader. There is actually no difference between having this leader or not. The leader of all samurai, the object of all samurais' faith and respect, is actually the leader of the Kingdom of Gold. The title is not important at all. So, the old man with Hawkeye is actually the target they have been looking for. Whether it is Aokiji's attitude or the respect and admiration of Hawkeye from the bottom of the heart of all other high-ranking and low-ranking samurai, it is enough to show that Hawkeye is the spiritual symbol of this country. Even if this legendary leader really existed, it would be useless even if Menlan and his men found him and killed him. Because this leader was just a title. For the samurai, the chief general was their leader. This was the difference between the daimyo and the village chief in other countries. The village chief was the shadow, equivalent to the military leader of a country, while the daimyo was in charge of national politics. But killing the daimyo without killing the village chief would only arouse the anger of the armed forces of a country, rather than disintegrate their spirit. Only by killing the village chief and then suppressing him with powerful force could the goal of being leaderless be achieved, and it would be possible to take over these armed forces. Overnight, Menlan seemed to have figured it out. The leader or something might not exist at all. Their goal had been exposed to them from the beginning, but they didn't notice it. At this time, Menlan remembered what the old man with eagle eyes said to Menlan last night, and he realized it later. Has he calculated his fate? If he really had such a powerful ability to predict fate, would he have already calculated his own ending? So he said, "Enjoy life to the fullest." The strength of the Kingdom of Gold is far inferior to that of the Kingdom of Iron, and they are not countries of the same level at all. Even the Kingdom of Iron is like clay in front of the Akatsuki organization, let alone the Kingdom of Gold. Did the old man know that he was powerless to resist, so he never revealed the true intentions of Menlan and others? Looking at the morning glow in the sky and the young warriors who had already started early training, Menlan's mood was extremely complicated. These people who are full of hope and enthusiasm for tomorrow will never know which will come first, tomorrow or death. A Fei, get up. Menlan entered A Fei's room and patted the mask of A Fei who was sleeping soundly. A Fei turned over, hugged the quilt, and said in a daze, "Another cup." Menlan turned away with a frown on his face. Then he came to Scorpion's room. "Isn't it tiring to sleep in the state of Fei Lu Hu?" Menlan was speechless as he watched the short old man get up from the bed. "Little boy, have you thought of something?" Scorpion probably had a bad temper after getting up, and stared at Menlan gloomily. Menlan nodded, and then said what he guessed in his heart. "Are you saying that the old man named Hawkeye is not only the chief general, but also the leader of the Kingdom of Gold?" Scorpion narrowed his eyes and said. Menlan shook his head. "Maybe there is no so-called leader, Hawkeye is the leader of the Kingdom of Gold. Such an old man, even if he is killed, will not shake the will of these warriors of the Kingdom of Gold." Scorpion pondered. Menlan shrugged. "If you say so, even if all the leaders are killed, it can only arouse the anger of the warriors, and it is impossible to make them surrender. Unless... Unless what? Unless the trouble is diverted to others." Scorpion is also a smart man, and he understood it at once. "Are you saying to blame the swamp country?" "Yes." Menlan nodded. "But this will only intensify the conflict between the Gold Country and the Swamp Country. What the leader wants is the elite troops of both sides, not the remnants of the defeated army after both sides are defeated." Scorpion said in a deep voice. Menlan said, "It's better to have it than not, right? Based on what you have seen and heard here in the past 2 days, do you think that killing the leaders of these warriors can crush their beliefs? You are wrong, kid. If that is true, it is much better to have nothing. Only the swamp country is also fine." Scorpion glanced at Menlan and walked out. Menlan was stunned. Yes, there are only 2 results for the Gold Country tomorrow. Either the warriors surrender and live, or they all disappear. There is no third possibility. "Mr. Scorpion, are you going to kill Hawkeye now?" Menlan asked. Scorpion turned around. "Since you guessed so, the old man must be killed, no matter if there is a leader behind him." Menlan took a deep breath. "I'll go." Scorpion sneered. "Why? Do you think I can't kill him?" Menlan shook his head. "I just don't want an old man to become your puppet." Scorpion laughed strangely. "Indeed, I don't have a warrior puppet so far, but forget about the old man, the one called Aokiji is okay." Menlan ignored Scorpion and went straight out the door. Menlan didn't know where Hawkeye was, but he could find out with a little inquiry. What puzzled Menlan was that the guards today all had young and immature faces. Sahi was guarding the door of Hawkeye. It seemed that he had not been guarding all night. He was full of energy and was still sitting quietly swinging his sword. After seeing Menlan, Sahi greeted him in a low voice. "Sir Menlan, is there anything?" Menlan nodded. "I have something important to see Mr. Hawkeye." Sahi smiled friendly and said, "Sir, please don't blame me. It is strictly forbidden to disturb General Hawkeye during his rest. How about you wait until General Hawkeye wakes up before coming?" Menlan sighed in his heart and looked at Sahi, just about to move. But suddenly a voice came from the door. "Let him in, little Sahi." Menlan was stunned. This voice seemed many times older than yesterday. Could it be because he just woke up? Sahi smiled and said, "Sir, please come in, but please keep your voice down. General Hawkeye is afraid of noise." Menlan nodded, walked into the door, and then closed the door. "Xiao Sahi, go away first. Don't come here unless I tell you to." At this moment, Hawkeye's voice came again. "Yes." Sahi agreed, and from the sound of footsteps, it seemed that he ran away. Mr. Hawkeye. I'm sorry to bother you. Men Lan said softly. The old man's unique laughter sounded, my friend, you are not very kind. You made me wait. Wait. Men Lan was shocked. I have been waiting for you all night. The old man's short figure walked out of the tent, looking haggard. He was completely different from the old man who was old but ruddy yesterday. Having said that, Men Lan didn't hide it and asked, Sir, you have already calculated it, right? Hawkeye didn't answer this question, but just smiled and said, My friend, it seems that your brain is not very bright. It took you a night to figure it out. Rotten wood can't be carved. Since you have already calculated it, why? Men Lan didn't ask any more, because he found this to be a very stupid question. Why don't you just take you down? The old man was completely different from yesterday, and he had a smile on his face, as if he had let go of everything. Men Lan was silent. The old man then said, So, all this is fate. The kingdom of gold is doomed to suffer this disaster and cannot escape it. Do you believe in fate? Men Lan asked back. Yesterday the old man asked Men Lan, the words that Lan asked were returned by Men Lan intact.